Chapter 29-25. The dumbfounded soldier handed over the timer. 1 minute and 52 seconds. She completed the disassembly and assembly of the gun in just 1 minute and 52 seconds. Even when she was exhausted, she was still 8 seconds faster than before. The Special Forces soldiers from various countries gasped. It was too fast, too fast. It was so fast that it was beyond their imagination. This was a miracle created by strength, a miracle that no one could surpass. The American commander turned off the timer, picked up the pistol that belonged to him, and said to Yi Qian, "Yi, you're a female soldier that even the male soldiers can't surpass. You're too outstanding. I'm just 1 step faster. In other aspects, I'm far inferior to the male soldiers." Yi Qian handed back the bullets in his hand. His bright black eyes were filled with a calm and generous smile as he faced the amazement of the Special Forces soldiers from various countries. "I'm too far behind in other aspects. I can only rely on shooting to make up for my shortcomings." Xia Jinyuan's plan required Yi Qian to attract most of the attention in order to conceal the male soldiers' intentional incompetence in certain aspects. At this point, Yi Qian had completed the task that Xia Jinyuan had given him. The Special Forces soldiers from several countries who had already arrived at the control station turned their attention to Yi Qian. At the same time, they had a new understanding of the strength of the Chinese participants. They also had a new understanding of the other side of the Chinese soldiers. They were not as weak as they thought. At least, each of the Chinese Special Forces soldiers standing in front of them had a certain level of strength. With a new understanding, the arrogance and prejudice inadvertently revealed in their words and actions were restrained. They also stopped asking questions like, "Do the men in your country wear suits like us?" or "wear clothes that don't even have buttons?" And so on and so forth. Xia Jinyuan and the others could understand these Western soldiers who had never been to China and were biased against the Chinese. China was a big country with a long history, and it was also a big country with many different elements and nationalities. Its culture was rich and profound. The soldiers of these countries thought that they could clearly see what kind of Eastern country China was just based on the articles they read and the movies they watched. Use the bullet to eject the bolt. And then here, "I'll try it once." "Yi, don't you think I'm fast?" "Ha ha ha, kid. Do you think you're fast? Don't embarrass yourself here." Even our captain doesn't dare to say that he's fast in front of Yi. "Oh my God, it's too difficult. I can complete all the movements, but..." A contestant from the fairy tale kingdom had already completed the same movement, but unfortunately, he only completed it in 5 minutes 3 times in a row. He was 5 times slower than Yi Qian. On the battlefield, if the enemy shot faster than you, then the outcome of the battle could be imagined. The Special Forces of several countries took out their pistols and tested it. The fastest time came from an American soldier who used 3 minutes and 26 seconds. If he increased his training, there was still hope for him to reach the 2-minute mark. What was supposed to be a rest period became a time for communication because of Yi Qian. For example, changing magazines with one hand became a competition during the rest period. Touching the bullets blindfolded and telling the model number and specifications also became a topic of discussion. The friendliness and strength displayed by the Chinese team members soon made more and more Western Special Forces realize that their previous understanding was wrong. Chapter 29-26. Although this was the first time the Chinese team members were participating in the competition, the strength they displayed was not frightening, but it was enough to let them know that the Chinese soldiers were not weak. Xia Jinyuan sat together with the commanders of several countries to communicate when he saw Yi Qian and his comrades communicating with the foreign team members who could speak English and those who could not. He could not help but smile. Yesterday, Only the Chinese team members from the fighting nations came over to greet them. The rest of the Western countries had a lively exchange with Shah Rukh and the others. Today, they were no longer isolated and had a pleasant exchange. Even if there was a language barrier, it did not matter. They could use body language to express themselves. As long as they had the intention to communicate, the language barrier could be solved. Xia Jinyuan, this is our team. Our soldiers are going out of the country for the first time. You and your team members are not only shouldering the heavy responsibility of winning respect, but also the responsibility of telling the Western countries that our Chinese soldiers are not weak, but humble. If we win, we have to win beautifully. If we lose, we have to lose with dignity. When we go out of the country, we have to stand tall and tell the other countries that our Chinese soldiers are not weak, but just peaceful. Don't lose too badly. If you lose too badly in your first competition, you will lose face and damage the country's reputation. Don't win too badly either. If you win too badly, you will become the first target to be attacked. Since ancient times, the stick hits the bird that sticks out. Right now, we are not qualified enough to be a bird that will not be beaten and will only fly higher. Therefore, you have to be humble and keep a low profile. But at the same time, you have to win respect. You must not do anything that will damage the image of the Chinese soldiers. Unyielding, fearless in the face of danger, as quiet as a virgin, as agile as a rabbit. This is the hope that the military has given you. I hope that you will not let down the motherland and the people. Before they left, the country's top leaders, accompanied by Commander-in-Chief Xia and Major General Yang, arrived at the resting camp of the 8 foreign team members. They stood under the bright red national flag and watched the 8 team members solemnly swear an oath. After that, they called Xia Jinyuan alone to talk about the hopes that the country and the military had for them. But now, Xia Jinyuan saw that the soldiers of the other countries no longer looked down on them. When he saw the respect they had for the Chinese soldiers, Xia Jinyuan, whose eyes were filled with tears, gently closed his eyes. Although it had only been 24 hours since they had arrived yesterday, the Chinese team members had walked too hard and were too tired. When the country was strong, the people would be strong as well. It took him 24 hours to win respect, and he and his comrades had finally completed the important task given to them by the country, using strength to win respect, overturning the original contempt in the eyes of the Western soldiers yesterday. Raising his arm, Xia Jinyuan fiercely kissed the national flag armband on his arm that represented his status as a participant. A drop of tears flowed out of his tightly closed eyes, but it quietly disappeared under the jungle camouflage combat uniform. The Snowfield Brigade did not disappoint the country. When Lieutenant Colonel Shalak arrived with the SFS Border Defense Force, he saw the Chinese side chatting happily with the other country's special forces. Even the American contestants were smiling and chatting happily with the Chinese contestants. There were also a few countries from Great Britain and Northern Europe. Yesterday, they were still vaguely looking down on the Chinese team, but now they were all talking and laughing with the Chinese team members. Looking at the other side, the cunning Chinese commander was talking very happily with the commanders of several Western countries. One of the commanders even laughed so hard that he stretched out his fist and lightly bumped the Chinese commander's shoulder like a brother. Then he heard even louder laughter. Chapter 29-27. It was the laughter of several commanders. Then several people sitting in a circle put their hands on each other's shoulders. They were as close as brothers, and there was another burst of laughter. How could this be? He was just a little bit slower. Why did these Western players who looked down on the Chinese side suddenly change their faces? Just yesterday, they didn't want to talk to the Chinese players. They even greeted them perfunctorily. It was obvious that they were very reluctant, but today he saw that their relationship was so good. It was as if what he saw yesterday was just his illusion. Why was this happening? What happened when he wasn't there? Who could stand up and tell him? At this moment, Shahrukh was about to explode. He couldn't accept that the relationship between the Chinese players and the Western players suddenly became very friendly, and he couldn't accept that the weak Chinese players he looked down on could win applause. He couldn't accept it. The scene of laughter made his eyes hurt. Xia Jinyuan had already seen Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh because it was difficult to ignore him. His gaze was like a poisonous snake, and it was impossible to ignore. But so what? He smeared the image of the Chinese soldiers everywhere. He said that they were volunteers, and the Chinese were compulsory soldiers. They were forced to join the army and couldn't be trained at all. The Chinese soldiers he saw were incredibly lazy. Hearing the Italian commander's reminder, even Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had always been sharp with words, was stunned for a few seconds. He really didn't expect that in order to discredit the Chinese side, Shahrukh would actually say something seriously inappropriate in such a competition. As a lieutenant colonel of a country and attending a large-scale competition, didn't he know that his words and deeds represented the image of a country? When he said these words, didn't he know that he had completely exposed his disgusting face? As a Chinese soldier who advocated peace and put people first, he really couldn't understand. At this time, when Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh heard the laughter, he must have thought that they were laughing because of a joke. In fact, that was not the case. It was his ignorance and arrogance that made the commanders of other countries laugh. I'm shocked. I can't understand why he would say such things that have nothing to do with the competition. I think this is just a military competition, a way of communication. It has nothing to do with anything else. His political color is too obvious, and it makes me very disgusted. When the Italian commander spoke, his body language was a little exaggerated, as if he had never seen something like this before. This made the commanders of the other countries not know whether to laugh or cry. The commander of the fairy tale kingdom team asked Xia Jinyuan with a smile, "Were you angry when you heard these comments? How do you view these debates? Before communicating with your Chinese soldiers, I'm sorry, but we actually have similar thoughts." This was a very sharp and realistic question, and this commander was only speaking his mind and erasing his malice. It was just a sharp question, and there was no other meaning. Xia Jinyuan's tone was a little cold and arrogant. He replied with a faint smile, "We don't have time to argue about an unrealistic issue. Our country has just developed, and we only work hard for our own country. We don't have time to care about what other countries say. I know it's just some baseless arguments that are only meant to please the citizens of other countries. To us, it's all nonsense. Since it's nonsense, why bother?" Chapter 29-28. Even if Shahrukh and his country liked to use the media to stir up trouble, the Chinese side's attitude had always been one of indifference and indifference. Sometimes they even looked at them with caring eyes. As long as they were happy, they could continue to deceive themselves so that their country could continue to grow. In the face of Xia Jinyuan's calm and cold answer, the other Western commanders couldn't help but be more careful with their words. After about half an hour of cheerful chatting, the other countries had a better understanding of the Chinese side, and the Chinese side had a better understanding of the other countries, especially the American tri-assault team, as well as the headgear assault team from Great Britain Island. The Chinese team members had a better understanding of them. The American soldier named Jeremy also told Yi Qian that their team's badge symbolized the highest honor and heroic tradition, passed down from the heroic ancestors who had passed away. He also mentioned some of their basic training. Although he didn't mention much, it was still a gain for Yi Qian. Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh couldn't get into the conversation at all. He could only sit with the other Western countries and chat. This time, he was smart and didn't deliberately slander the Chinese side. He was very polite and talked about the difficulties encountered in the competition. This was because he saw the Italian commander's alienation towards him. He immediately realized that he shouldn't have directly said that the Chinese side was bad. He should have changed his approach and let the Western Special Forces think that the Chinese soldiers were weak. But what he didn't know was that it was already too late. Another piece of news came like a thunderclap, making Lieutenant Colonel Shah Rukha's face turn pale. When the rifle shooting results came in, Lieutenant Colonel Shah Rukh, just like his country's Colonel Amitabh, shouted the second he heard the results, "Impossible! This is impossible! This is impossible!" It was obvious how much he couldn't accept the truth. The referees seemed to know what he was going to say next. They said in advance. Colonel Amitabh asked for a new referee and personally observed the target position. There is no mistake in the results. Lieutenant Colonel Shah Rukh, what do you mean by impossible? Colonel Amitabh asked for a new referee and personally observed the target position, so there was no problem with the results. But how was this possible? He only had a score of 90 points, while the female soldier from China had a perfect score of 100 points. How was this possible? How could this be? He wanted to ask if Colonel Amitabh was the one who personally confirmed the results, but when he saw the indifferent expressions of the referee and the military officer, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak bit the tip of his tongue and swallowed his words. His eyes turned even redder. Humiliation. He felt deeply humiliated. She was really lucky to have let a Chinese female soldier, whom she had never even looked at, win first place. So good that it made him furious. When the other 7 SFS border guards saw this, they naturally stood beside Shalak and looked at him with the same attitude, all of them bristling with anger. When the other countries that had just established relations with China saw this, they generously sent their blessings. The female soldiers from China had seen her understanding of firearms and ammunition as well as her hand speed. They all agreed that she could take first place because of her absolute strength. They were supposed to be resting, but because of the rifle results, there was another wave of heated discussion. "Yi, snipe and shoot. I'll wait for you." The American sniper took the lead and issued a challenge to Yi Qian. He pointed at himself, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "I, the sniper, am very, very good." Faced with the challenge, Yi Qian calmly accepted. Chapter 2929. The American soldier's challenge letter was not as provocative as Shah Rukha's, where he believed that the Chinese soldier would definitely lose. Instead, he saw the Chinese soldier as a true opponent and issued the challenge as a competition between the two of them. There was no provocation, no contempt, only recognition of strength. Once they recognized your strength, they wanted to challenge your strength, and they treated you as an opponent that needed to be taken seriously. Yi Qian gladly accepted such a challenge letter. The sniper competition would begin at 3:00 sharp. There was still half an hour to rest. The special forces from each country stopped communicating and returned to their respective camps to rest for 30 minutes. The Chinese team members also leaned against their backpacks and closed their eyes to rest. Perhaps because they had won the respect of the special forces from each country, the resting Chinese team members all had faint smiles on their faces. Winning respect and recognition was actually a very long process. Today, the Chinese team members had only taken a small step forward. They only had a preliminary understanding of the Chinese soldier. Perhaps they still had some prejudice in their hearts, but it didn't matter anymore. The citizens of any country would have prejudice against the citizens of another country. Historical reasons, political culture, living background, and living environment were all very different. There was bound to be disagreement and conflict. It was undoubtedly impossible for the citizens of one country to completely understand the citizens of another country. But what the Chinese side wanted was not to be accepted by the whole world. What they wanted now was to at least win respect every time they stood out. This was the task given to Xia Jinyuan by the highest authority, and Xia Jinyuan and his comrades did not disappoint. They completed the task and successfully won the respect of the other country's team members. There was still half an hour to 3:00. The last special forces from each country finally arrived at the control station. The control station finally relayed the rules of the sniper rifle competition to the commanders of each country. Xia Jinyuan spoke at a steady pace. He read the rules slowly with the calmness of Mount Tai and the momentum of the cold wind. After he finished reading the rules, he was shocked by how flexible and brutal the rules were. The team members who were listening were all silent because of the rules. No points will be awarded if you kill the other country's assaulter on the spot. These rules of the competition are really exciting. You still have to walk out of your own home and touch the other country's territory to score points. In order to score points and rank, you really have to make a move. What should we do? The big eel wiping his face asked. Following that, the T6 combatant said in a low voice, "Along the way, we might encounter an imaginary enemy or get killed by the enemy's sniper. When we reach the match point, it won't start immediately. Instead, there will be an incubation period. There are too many variables here. The sniper could be killed by the assaulter of another country at any time. With a swoosh, 5 points would be gone." This incubation period was when the other party's commandos would make their move and search for each other's opponents. Then, they would finish off the commandos or snipers. It was no longer a competition between 3 countries like rifle shooting and pistol shooting. Instead, it was a mutual suppression. Getting rid of an assaulter from another country is worth 1 point, and getting rid of a sniper from another country is worth 3 points. There's a huge disparity between the points gained and the points deducted. You'll have to risk your life to protect the sniper. G3 opened his mouth. His voice was like a cold wind blowing through the rugged rocks of a primeval forest. It was cold and steep. The points obtained will be included in the total score. Once you kill one of our snipers, you'll get 5 points. Chapter 29:30. Running over to someone else's camp and killing a sniper would only earn you 3 points. Once someone else killed your own sniper, you would lose 5 points. There was a huge difference of 2 points between entering and exiting the camp. This rule was a little too active. Fortunately, the points were the same for each country. Going to someone else's camp only gave them 3 points. It was barely fair. G3 said, "The rules say that we can choose to stay where we are and protect our sniper, or we can choose to leave. If we choose to stay where we are, although it's conservative, it's not challenging at all." That's right, they were here to learn. If they didn't participate in a challenging competition, especially one where they could directly fight against each other and test their strength, then they might as well not come. Just as the captain said, even if they lost, they had to lose fair and square. Although we don't need to fight for the top 3 this way, the battle arrangements can be more conservative and not so brutal. But if we don't go all out, it's equivalent to coming here for nothing. If we really have to choose to be conservative and lose with value, maybe we can learn something. At this moment, Yi Qian spoke. His voice was as clear as water, even colder than the streams in the eastern forest. "We might as well choose the toughest target. What do you all think?" She looked up and asked her comrades with a deep gaze. Choose the toughest target. This was a good idea. Secretly, Sparrowhawk gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. As expected of Qing Niao, she was so tough, but it was not easy to choose the toughest target. We don't know what the competition venue is like, and we don't know which countries are closest to the Chinese camp. If we want to choose the toughest target, it's not something we can do." De Xiao voiced the doubts of his comrades. Suddenly, he saw Yi Qian and Sparrowhawk exchange glances. He suddenly understood. Yes, their scout was here. The rules are flexible, and the battle arrangements can also be flexible. Li Jingyan rummaged through the grass. His slender fingers quickly picked up some small stones. There were exactly 12 of them. He picked them up and placed them in the middle. His calm gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan, who had been listening to his comrades' discussion and hadn't spoken since the rules were announced. "It depends on how our commander deploys the battle. Here, Xia Jinyuan was the commander, and he was the deputy commander. The commander would be the one to deploy the troops first, and the deputy commander would then fill in the gaps and subdivide the troops." In terms of strength, Li Jingyan believed that the Snowfield Brigade, which had been secretly training and studying and going abroad to participate in special training in the West, was definitely not weaker than the American combat team. However, the American Triamphibious Special Forces had already become an elite special forces known to all countries. They were also famous for their size and number of elites. In comparison, the Snowfield Brigade, which was smaller in number and carried out missions in secret, was unknown to everyone. Of course, the Chinese side did not want the Snowfield Brigade, which was so mysterious that even the various military systems and military regions could not find out about it, to be known by other countries. It was indeed a good idea for his younger sister to suggest that they pick a fight. It was also in line with their previous plan. However, he wanted to know how to arrange it. There were still more than 20 minutes left. Other than not being able to rest, it was enough for him to make arrangements. Xia Jinyuan looked at the small stones of different sizes that he had picked up and raised his eyebrows slightly. His brother-in-law was going to test him again. Chapter 29:31. He picked up one of the pebbles to represent the Chinese side. Due to the lack of time, he spoke very quickly. They say that persimmons only pick on the weak. In their eyes, our side is a weak persimmon. Furthermore, they already know the strength of our snipers in advance. As long as the 4 countries who spoke to us earlier are close to our camp, they might send their assaulters over for a surprise attack. These 4 countries are the first countries we have to guard against. However, there is one thing we can be sure of right now. These 4 countries do not see us as a direct competitor for the top 3 and take first place. Therefore, the odds of us being picked by the 4 countries are 50-50. Everyone has an advantage. We don't know which country is the closest to us, so we don't dare to make a surprise attack. 2 snipers will complete the disguise, and 2 assaulters will stay behind to cover us. The remaining 4 assaulters will only attack one place. Our forces will not disperse. You've all noticed that the other side deducted 5 points for killing one of our snipers, but the actual score is only 3 points. From this, we can see that this competition is mainly about the cooperation between the assaulters and the snipers. The snipers are the key to this competition. As long as our 2 snipers are not found, everything will be fine. As she said, since we are here to learn, we should pick the toughest one and directly attack the Americans. Snipers, you can disguise yourselves and hide well. We will run over to learn. You can defend yourselves well. If it weren't for the fact that I left 2 assaulters for you to play safe, I would have taken all of our assaulters with me and left the entire camp to you guys. You guys can fight on your own. Xia Jinyuan really thought so. However, when he thought about the 5 points deduction and the 3 points gain, he had to leave 2 assaulters behind for the sake of playing safe. As a sniper, Yi Qian did not directly stand up and say that she could handle it alone like she did in the past. She had no choice. The other countries were very strong. She really did not have the confidence that she was invincible like Shah Rukh. The commander took about 10 minutes to complete the battle deployment. After he finished speaking, he looked at his brother-in-law and asked, "Is there anything you need to add?" "Anything to add?" Li Jinyan shook his head to indicate that there was nothing. His arrangements were quite detailed. He had thought of every detail and made assumptions in advance. Then he came up with corresponding countermeasures. He had thought of everything that he could think of, so there was nothing to add. With such a brother-in-law, even if he wanted to find fault with him, he actually didn't know where to start. With a detailed battle plan, the team members knew how to cooperate. There were still 12 minutes to rest. The Chinese team members who were sitting together lay down on the ground and leaned against their luggage to rest. When the T6 combatant who was lying down saw the American team waving at them, he said softly, "How nice." That gentle voice was as bright as the sun and as warm as the morning breeze, full of ease. The corners of Yi Qian's lips curled up even higher. Yes, it was really good. Using strength to win respect was far more reliable than using lies to establish hypocrisy. The lie was gently poked, and he was disheartened. True strength, on the other hand, could withstand the wind and rain. This was really good. There are still 10 minutes left. It's time to rest. The cold Demon King reminded all his comrades. His voice was filled with a deep smile, sweeping away the coldness of carrying out a mission. Chapter 29:32. It was time to rest. There was an even crueler competition waiting for them. If they wanted to maintain their 5th place, they had to work hard. They couldn't afford to let their guard down. The Chinese team members were in a good mood and quickly went to rest. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak was so angry that even with his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth and the muscles on his face would twitch from time to time. He was so angry that he couldn't fall asleep peacefully. As a famous sharpshooter in China, everyone thought that he could achieve the highest score and take 1st place in rifle shooting. Even he was so confident. In the end, it was taken by the Chinese soldier he looked down on, and it was a female soldier. As a male soldier, he couldn't even beat a female soldier. After arranging the sniper team, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak felt that he had been deeply humiliated. He couldn't even face his teammates now. Even if the Chinese soldiers' total score was lower than the SFS Border Defense Army, the anger in his heart wouldn't dissipate. He had to defeat the Chinese soldier. He couldn't let the Chinese soldier surpass his powerful SFS Border Defense Army. Asia's #1 could only belong to his country. After Lieutenant Colonel Shalak finished arranging the snipers, he once again reminded them with a gloomy tone, "We only need to keep an eye on the Chinese side and directly take out their 2 snipers. This is the main task of the snipers. If you discover any snipers from other countries, immediately avoid them and conserve your energy to fight the Chinese." Understood. Understood. The SFS Border Defense Army's snipers all had serious expressions. They had to teach the Chinese a lesson. With hatred, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak began to look forward to the sniper competition at 3:00. He wanted their snipers to severely injure the Chinese snipers. They couldn't let the Chinese snipers be so arrogant. Xia Jinyuan didn't ask the Chinese snipers to do anything. Before the sniper competition started, he just smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Just show your usual strength. It's okay if you accidentally get 1st place again. We'll do our best to drag you down. We won't let your score soar too high." He was completely joking and didn't give Yi Qian any pressure. Yi Qian sneered, "They're all strong opponents. We can't go easy on them even if we want to. Even though I'm confident of getting into the top 5, it's still very difficult. My target isn't that big. I just need to suppress the SFS border guards." This wasn't a big target. The SFS Border Defense Force wasn't a powerful special force. It was just that Shah Rukh thought they were powerful. That's right. Their goal is very clear. The other sniper just said the same thing. His goal is also to suppress the SFS border guards. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand to straighten Yi Qian's collar and adjusted the strap of her helmet. His slender fingers were sweaty as if they were coated with a layer of light. The weather in the eastern forest changed too quickly. Previously, it was still raining, but now the sun was out. The sun at 3:00 wasn't very bright, but it brought warmth to the body. Originally, he was still a little cold. Now that he was preparing for the sniper competition, he began to sweat again as he stretched his arms and legs. Yi Qian lowered her head and looked at the hands that were tidying her collar. She then looked forward. The other sniper was none other than her elder brother, Demon King Li. He was also a very powerful sniper. In the early stages of training, he saw through 2 of her disguises. This time, she and her elder brother would be the snipers to start this round of the sniper competition. The rest of the team would be the assaulters, covering for the other snipers as they arrived at the sniper competition. Chapter 2933. Yi Qian's gaze was still on Li Jinyan, who was also fully geared up. Suddenly, her shoulders were pulled down. Caught off guard, she bumped into Xia Jinyuan's arms. It was as if she had melted into the depths of a towering mountain. Even though it was raining heavily outside, he was still so safe. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Take care of yourself. We'll be here for you. Not only did he hold her tightly in his arms, he also planted a kiss on her forehead. His warm and moist lips pressed against her painted forehead, leaving no room for air to pass through. Yi Qian hugged him back tightly. This was not a hug between lovers, but a hug between comrades. It was full of encouragement, telling her that, with them around, she did not need to panic or be afraid. Don't worry. I won't become their target. I definitely won't. Even though they were here to learn and had no intention of fighting for first place, they had to protect the country's honor. Everyone had to see the fighting spirit of the Chinese soldiers in every competition. We've always been very assured of you. Xia Jinyuan smiled as he patted her back gently. He then released his hands and adjusted her collar, which had become crooked from the hug. There are still 2 minutes left. Adjust. With only 2 minutes left, the sniper rifle competition was about to begin. Li Jinyan, who had also hugged his comrades, walked over to Yi Qian. He did the same thing as Xia Jinyuan and hugged his sister, who had fought side by side with him. Don't panic, don't panic. Believe in your comrades and believe in yourself. You believe in us, and we believe in you. Comrades are the only thing you can trust on the battlefield. If we lose, we face it together. If we win, we celebrate together. You just have to remember that we'll be here for you. You just have to protect yourself. After all, it's very embarrassing for a sniper to be found by an assaulter. We shouldn't do something so embarrassing. It's fine if we lose face in China, but when we're outside, we still have to fight for our dignity. Yi Qian smiled and breathed in the fresh, cold air. He looked at the trusting eyes of his comrades standing beside him and listened to his brother's words. His smile deepened. Yes, I know. She had always known that her comrades believed in her so much. On the battlefield, they believed in her as much as they believed in themselves. At 3:00 sharp, the signal flare whizzed through the air, dragging a long orange-red tail behind it. The competition had begun. The first step for a sniper was to take the sniper rifle from the military officer. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan took the sniper rifle at the same time and shouted at the same time, "Let's go!" The Chinese team members, who were already prepared, rushed into the forest. On the left and right were assaulters, and in the middle was a sniper. They quickly headed towards their target. At this time, every minute and second was extremely precious. This was a battlefield, and on the battlefield, time was life. Being 1 second faster than the enemy meant one more victory. Since they did not know which country was the closest enemy, the first thing they had to do was find the highest vantage point to observe the situation, and buy time for the sniper to camouflage himself. The commander of the observation team could clearly see the moment the special forces from the 12 countries launched their attacks on the big screen. The most eye-catching ones were the American team members. Every soldier cooperated very well with each other. Their speed and movements showed that they were well-trained elites. Chapter 2934. The officers of the observation team couldn't help but secretly praise their coordination and actions. The special forces from 12 countries had already entered the vast primeval forest. After a 30-kilometer cross-country raid, they had finally entered the eastern forest of Estonia. It was also here that the real competition between the special forces of each country officially began. Yi Qian stepped carefully on the pine branches and rotten leaves that were a few feet thick. He was constantly on guard against missing a step and accidentally injuring himself. The pine branches and rotten leaves were too thick. When he stepped on them, they would sink immediately. Tiny splashes could be heard, making each step more careful and more difficult. According to the GPS, they were less than 2 kilometers away from the competition venue. They had already walked 3 kilometers into the forest, and the sniper competition venue was less than 5 kilometers away from the first control station. Observing the environment they were walking through, Yi Qian could already imagine how harsh the environment of the sniper competition venue would be. On top of that, it had started to rain, which made the sniper competition even more difficult. The accuracy of a sniper had a lot to do with the environment. The accuracy of a sniper on a sunny or cloudy day would always be much more accurate than on a snowy or rainy day. Whether there was wind or no wind, rain or no rain, sun or no sun, all of these factors were factors that affected the accuracy of a sniper. And after the rigorous training of a world-class sniper, in addition to his own talent, the natural environment's influence on Yi Qian was much lower. It was lower, but it wasn't non-existent. And the automatic sniper rifle in his hands had only been in his hands until the start of the competition. He hadn't tested it, or observed the preparations of the higher-ups. He hadn't even properly communicated with the sniper rifle. As soon as he got the rifle, he started running. This was indeed very flexible. In this regard, Yi Qian thought it was a good thing, because on the battlefield, sometimes when you ran out of bullets, you needed to pick up the enemy's gun and finish shooting. Under the rain of bullets, there was no time for you to test out what the gun was like. If you had time to understand the gun, you'd shoot as soon as you got it. There wasn't much time for you to prepare. Although you didn't fully understand the sniper rifle, there was an incubation period. You could use this incubation period to test it out, and familiarize yourself with the shooting environment. Perhaps you could even find out what their sniper target was. Yes, until now, the 24 snipers from 12 countries still didn't know what their sniper target was. A living target, a fixed object? Would there be a 2-person sniper, an apple target, a broken sword target, a bull SI target, a broken blade target? Yi Qian, who was carefully hiding behind a pine tree, thought as he adjusted his breathing. At the same time, he saw a few foreign snipers less than 4 meters away from him. We discovered the 9th foreign sniper has entered our route. Yi Qian said softly. Her voice was as soft as the wind blowing through the treetops. There are 4 rows of broken trees in front of me. It's very likely that there's something hidden ahead. Yi Qian was not sure if the 4 commandos she saw were bait, so she did not act rashly. Left, STT. Support TSS, Teat, snipers, observe the surroundings. Assaulters, stay alert. Xia Jingyuan's low and cold voice came from the earpiece. Yi Jian slowly walked out from behind the pine tree. She had already put on a camouflage suit. There were also leaves and dried grass on her body. However, a few rows of broken trees were too close to her. She had to be very careful. Chapter 29:35. However, Yi Qian didn't walk far before stopping. His gaze was fixed on a spot less than 50 centimeters away. The eastern forests of Estonia were located in northern Europe. Not only was the environment complex, but the forest was also full of dangers. There were wild wolves, ferocious bears, hog-nosed snakes that occasionally slid under one's nose, and venomous snakes that hid in the bushes and leaves. If one accidentally disturbed them, one could be attacked by a flood dragon at any time. Right now, Yi Qian was facing a brightly colored venomous snake. Because Yi Qian had intruded into its territory, and Yi Qian was in combat mode, the venomous snake felt that it was in danger. The venomous snake coiled around the bushes. Half of its body was upright, and its head was slightly tilted back. It hissed, and its sharp fangs were clearly visible. This was a venomous snake that was in attack mode. From its upright body, it was at least 80 to 90 centimeters long, and its entire body was more than a meter long. The second Yi Qian discovered the venomous snake. His left hand had already drawn an extremely sharp military dagger. The pitch-black body of the dagger had a deep blade. The venomous snake attacked like a spring. Yi Qian's right hand shot out as fast as lightning. At the same time, he leaned to the side to avoid the venomous snake's frontal attack. He grabbed the snake by the neck. The dagger in her left hand slashed through the cold air, and with a ka sound, the snake's 7 inches was directly cut off. The snake's blood spurted out, and the snake's body below 7 inches was directly cut off. With a pa sound, it fell onto the thick rotten leaves. Then, the snake's head was also cut off by the bloody dagger. A poisonous snake that was more than a meter long was cut into 3 parts by Yi Jian in just a few seconds. Clean up the snake's head. Be careful not to be bitten off. Take the snake's body. It'll be extra for dinner. Li Jinyan's voice came from the darkness. He had seen Yi Qian and the speed at which he sliced the snake. The attacking speed of a poisonous snake was quite fast. A poisonous snake that was fully in attack mode was several times faster than an ordinary non-poisonous snake. If one wanted to be faster than the attacking speed of a poisonous snake and solve the crisis in advance, one had to have sharp eyes, fast hands, and courage. Although his sister was a female soldier, her courage had long been trained to the point where she was even bolder than a male soldier. It was precisely because of this that people with great skills were bold. This kind of thing was common for the Special Forces soldiers who went into the mountains for training. It was even more common in the eastern forest. The first 30 kilometers were fine, and they didn't encounter any big poisonous snakes. Now that they were only a few kilometers into the forest, it meant that the deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. After resting for the night and taking a short nap, you might even see a venomous snake taking a nap with you. This was a kind reminder from the American and Italian soldiers to Yi Qian. This had indeed happened before. Yi Qian cleaned up the snake's head once more. Indeed, it wouldn't bite a second time before burying the snake's head into the depths of the rotten leaves. There was no need to clean up the snake's blood anymore. The falling rain had already washed away the snake's blood. After picking up the snake's body and putting it away, Yi Qian slowly approached the left side. The Chinese assaulter was nearby. Li Jinyan had entered the destination from the left side before Yi Qian, while she entered from the right side. Now that the Chinese assaulter had appeared in front of her on the right side, she had to immediately adjust her plan of entering the competition from the right side. She would enter from the left side, and then slowly returned to the right side. Li Jinyan supported Yi Qian. Sparrow Hawk scouted the 4 rows of broken trees and confirmed that there were no ambushes. He then let Yi Qian speed up to meet up with Li Jinyan. Chapter 29:36. The fact that the other country's assaulter had made a move meant that the battle between the two sides had already begun. Xia Jinyuan had actually already brought along his assaulter and prepared to sneak over to the other country's camp. However, because Yi Qian noticed something, he stopped and waited quietly. After Yi Qian and Li Jinyan met up, Xia Jinyuan said softly, "Don't alarm them. You guys can just advance straight ahead." The 2 assaulters follow the 2 snipers closely. "You guys were too far away from each other just now." "Roger that." "Roger that." The 2 assaulters responded. After Yi Qian passed by, the assaulter, young Sparrow Hawk, followed closely behind. Together with the T6 combatant and the 2 snipers, he provided cover for the snipers as they headed to the competition venue. After a short conversation, the 4 of them set off again. The 4 of them slowly crawled over the dead leaves that seemed like they would suck their legs in at any moment. They quietly crawled over in front of the few Special Forces soldiers from other countries who had entered the path of the Central Road. The 4 Chinese team members were all covered in camouflage and almost blended in with the surrounding scenery. It was very difficult to detect them as they crawled forward bit by bit. Even though they were in an unfamiliar environment, they used the movements they had practiced in China over and over again to move forward. They relied on hand signals to communicate and crawled past the other country's Special Forces soldiers' field of vision. 5 meters away, left, 3 trees, stop, 3 meters away, slow down, 1 meter away. As they got closer and closer to the other country's Special Forces soldiers' field of vision, the reconnaissance young Sparrow Hawk in front of them crawled even slower. It was so slow that the camouflage on his body did not even budge. Young Sparrow Hawk and the T6 combatant from the Snowfield Brigade were already used to operating in any kind of climate and terrain. Meanwhile, Yi Qian had also gotten used to operating in any kind of climate and terrain after several years of hellish training. As the captain of the Storm Triamphibious Assault Team, Demon King Li Jinyan was also the same. This was also the reason why Xia Jinyuan arranged for Li Jinyan to be the sniper when he found out that they needed to send out 2 snipers in the competition. Moreover, if the sniper was killed by another country's assaulter, 5 points would be deducted immediately. In such a situation, Li Jinyan is the most suitable sniper. It is not appropriate to arrange Big Eel and Big Shark. First, the 2 are Marines, and second, the 2 are not snipers. Only Li Jinyan can be competent. Although it was very dangerous to bring Big Eel and Big Shark to his side to fight against the toughest and strongest Americans, with G3 and Xia Jinyuan, 2 Special Forces soldiers who were used to fighting in the dark, there was not much to worry about. What kind of learning is it if you don't bleed a little? Half an hour later, they arrived at the location. From here, they could see a large swamp. The terrain was low-lying and filled with the smell of mud. This was their competition venue. The target of the 12 countries sniper was in this swamp. Whether it was a living thing or an object, it was still unknown. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan quickly hit at point A and point B. At the same time, they sent their positions back to the referee team to let them know that they had entered the incubation period. Soon, Yi Qian found a rope above the swamp through his scope. He aimed, adjusted, and adjusted. Soon, Yi Qian saw a very small metal ring on the rope. Looking down, he saw a wooden stake with a completely black dagger on it. "Bro, I found a broken blade target, a golden ring target." Yi Qian contacted Li Jinyan at point B. He asked, "Did you find anything on your side?" Li Jinyan had also found the target. Bullseye target, a 300-meter shell target. Chapter 2937. The bullseye and golden ring targets were relatively easy to hit. The shell and broken blade targets, on the other hand, were recognized as the most difficult sniper targets in China. It was like a sniper bullet had to be shot directly into the groove in the middle of the shell, leaving a bullet hole in the shell. The broken blade target had a distance of at least 50 meters. A single-edged military knife was inserted into a wooden stake with the blade facing outwards. The tip of the bullet had to hit the front of the military knife. Only in this way would the high-speed bullet instantly bend the sharp blade and pierce through the A4 white paper behind the knife. This way, there would be symmetrical bullet holes on the white paper, and the military knife would not break. On the golden ring target, the bullet had to pass through the middle of the golden ring. Hitting the golden ring did not count as a point. Only when the bullet pierced through the golden ring would it be considered a sniper shot. However, Yi Qian carefully observed the metal ring again, and his pupils constricted. "Brother, let me hit the metal ring. We have an M24 sniper rifle, an M118-7, 62 millimeters special seed bullet. The center of the metal ring is only slightly bigger than the bullet head. Due to wind and rain, it's hard for the bullet to pierce through. Let me do it. I've only shot it a few times, and the center of the ring is slightly bigger than this. I want to try." Li Jinyan was still searching for other sniper targets. When he heard this, he chuckled and said, "There are 3 metal rings. Let me try one. You too?" "Deal." Yi Qian, who was also squinting his eyes, smiled slightly. Working with Big Brother was very pleasant and comfortable. He would always let her have her way. Teaming up with Team Xia was also very pleasant and comfortable, but he would never let her have her way. "Someone is coming. You two guard well." Sparrow Hawk, who was on guard in front, reminded them in a low voice. Within a second, the 2 snipers stopped talking. At the same time, they cautiously restrained their breathing. If they killed the other country's assaulter, they would get 1 point, and the other country would lose 1 point. If they were killed by the other country's assaulter, they would lose 5 points, and the other country would gain 3 points. Under such circumstances, as long as they discovered that the other country's assaulter had entered their encirclement and were confident of killing the other country's assaulter, they would definitely choose to attack. The entire competition was 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, and the highest 5 points. If there were points that were delivered to their door, as long as they were confident, they would definitely take them. The Chinese team members were not greedy. They would not attack just because they saw the other country's assaulter. Although he wasn't greedy, he was picky. Pick a strong opponent and feel the power and strength of a strong enemy. The assaulters who had entered the Chinese camp were all part of Fang's headgear assault team. They were much tougher than the Platoon 8 assaulters they had encountered before. When young Sparrowhawk told his 3 comrades who the newcomers were, even Yi Qian felt a little restless. Although the Italian headgear commandos were formed later, they were a kind of anti-terrorism elite force. Although they were formed later, when they first appeared in front of the eyes of various countries, they had achieved remarkable results. It was an area where terrorist activities were rampant in the world. There was the world's earliest established, most influential, and most famous terrorist organization, Red NO, as well as the Mafia, which even ordinary people knew about. The head cover anti-terrorist special forces were established in 7 or 8 years to specifically target these terrorist organizations. They swept the strongholds of various terrorist organizations and made outstanding military achievements. The Chinese team members had long known about this anti-terrorist organization's special forces, but they had never come into contact with them. Now that they were here, It was no wonder that Yi Qian's thoughts ran wild. But she couldn't. If she showed up, she would become the main target of the headgear commandos. Chapter 29:38. The commandos sent out by the headgear troops did not know which country's territory they were in. Their goal was to see if they could get 3 points back. That was the minimum requirement. Taking out a sniper was worth 3 points, and then seeing if they could take out 2 other commandos was worth 2 points. That was a total of 5 points. The 3 commandos carried their rifles and took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step they took was extremely careful and light as they passed through the humid pine forest. Advance, alternate cover. They made hand signals and entered the Chinese position bit by bit through silent communication. They entered the line of sight of young Sparrow Hawk and the T6 combatants. An eagle circled the sky in the rain and pierced through the rain. With an imposing aura, it instantly turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. The rain continued to drip down. A black feather that had been soaked by the rain drifted down along with the rise and fall of the wind. It then drifted through the pine forest and quietly landed on the ground. A pair of military boots stepped on the ground, and the feathers that fell to the ground sank deep into the thick pine needles and leaves. Then, Sparrowhawk heard one of the Italian commandos suddenly cursing in their native language. Although Sparrowhawk and Sparrowhawk could understand Italian, Sparrowhawk could only hear one sentence of cursing. However, Sparrowhawk didn't know what he was cursing about. He must have encountered some difficulty. As he cursed in a low voice, he immediately signaled for his 2 comrades behind him to stop. He needed to treat the wound on the back of his hand that had been cut by the poisonous thorns on the thorns. In the eastern forests, where the environment was very complicated, there were many thorns with poisonous thorns growing on top of the trees. Once these poisonous thorns scratched the skin, the pain was similar to being stung by a wasp. However, their toxicity was much stronger than that of a wasp. Once one was stung, it would immediately become red and swollen. It would be painful and itchy, and one would wish they could cut off that piece of skin. This Italian commando had been stung by these poisonous thorns, and it was only a small wound. As he was only paying attention to his surroundings, he did not notice that his gun-wielding hand had entered the thorns. When he habitually swept his hand to the left and right, the back of his hand was directly scratched, leaving several bloody wounds. The sudden accident gave the Chinese commando an opportunity. There was no such thing as giving in on the battlefield, and there was no such thing as gentlemanly demeanor. If an accident happened, it meant that you did not protect yourself well and gave the enemy an opportunity. The Italian commando who was stung by the poisonous thorns was in so much pain that his forehead was covered in layers of cold sweat. When the rain hit his face, it washed his face until it turned pale. It was too painful. It was so painful that he lowered his head and bit the strap of his bag. "Come." He used a pair of tweezers to roll the alcohol cotton ball over the wound. Under the stimulation of the alcohol and the wound, the lips of the injured Italian commando turned pale. He looked like he would faint at any moment. There were a total of 3 people. One was injured, one was helping to treat it, and one was in charge of keeping watch. The division of labor was clear, and they maintained a high level of vigilance. The Italian commando, who was in so much pain, did not let himself make a sound. He had been enduring the pain all this while. Even though he was biting the strap of his bag, so hard that it felt like it was about to break, he still did not let himself make a sound. When the Chinese commando was suddenly injured, young Sparrowhawk knew that the Chinese side's opportunity had come. However, he did not take action immediately. Instead, he said softly to the T6 combatant, "Close combat 2 against 3. Chapter 29:39. It was not the actual combat part yet, so neither side could directly use the rifles in their hands to strafe them. The rules of the sniper competition clearly stated that firearms and ammunition were not allowed. As young Sparrowhawk raised his hand and flicked the microphone, he and the T6 combatant were like wild wolves that had spotted their prey. They pounced ferociously on the other side. Yi Qian could hear the rustling of leaves. The fighting had already started at the back. Pay attention to your surroundings. Be careful of other intruders. Li Jinyin reminded Yi Qian in a low voice. Now that the special forces of the 12 countries were allowed to attack each other, they did not rule out the possibility that other countries might enter. Yi Qian, who was listening to the intense fighting, grunted softly and paid close attention to their surroundings to prevent any sneak attacks from the special forces of other countries. Young Sparrowhawk and the T6 combatant were both veterans of the Snowfield Brigade and had a wealth of experience in combat and capturing enemies. For jungle combat like this, Xia Jinyuan had been the captain of the Snowfield Brigade for as many years as they had been suppressed for. They would enter the mountains once in the summer and once in the winter just to improve their combat skills in the jungle. Now that they were up against Italy's famous Balaclava commando team, the two of them did not have a trace of fear. They only had one thought in their minds: victory. Right now, this place was China's territory. If they could not even defeat the intruders who had invaded their territory, then they would really be ashamed. At this moment, the intense fighting was not only happening in China's territory, it had already started in the territories of all 12 countries. The U.S. is up against the SFS Border Defense Forces. Crouch low and watch the U.S. Special Forces kill the enemy. Xia Jinyuan, who was in disguise, was covered in a thick layer of pine needles and fallen leaves. A few clumps of unknown sharp grass grew around him. His disguise was so perfect that even if someone were to walk past him, they would not notice that he was hiding on the ground. Not far away from him, there were 3 other commandos in disguise. They were either hiding behind trees next to rocks or directly climbing up trees to hide in the dense foliage. They blended in with the scenery and became part of the natural scenery. The SFS Border Defense Forces are indeed very strong. It's no wonder Shah Rukh is so arrogant. Their team also has the right to be arrogant. G3, who was hiding in the tree, said in a low voice. His hawk-like eyes were dark and murderous, making him look even more ruthless. Our country has improved, but so have the other countries. Now it's time to see whose progress is more stable and fast. The military ministry and the military commission had thought about why they had sent the special forces of the Shuyu Brigade and the Storm Commandos to participate in this IKA assault. The HQ. In that case, the IKA assault this time was an opportunity, leading the Storm Commandos out of the country with the powerful Snowfield Brigade, experiencing the strength of the combat forces of various countries, seeing how the weak were defeated by the strong, and how the strong easily defeated the weak. This kind of learning was more direct and could stimulate the greatest potential of a soldier. Who would want to be a weakling who was constantly defeated? No soldier would think that way. Since they did not want to, then they would strengthen their own abilities and become a strong person who would not be beaten, but only beat others. Chapter 2940. The Storm Commandos ventured out of the country to gain experience, while the Snowfield Brigade needed to see the progress of the other country. Even though they were already the top special forces, seeing the other country's special forces getting stronger and stronger was also a form of motivation for the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade. When the Snowfield Brigade saw the other country getting stronger and stronger with each passing year, they knew that they must not let their guard down. The Storm Commandos understood the strength of the other country's special forces and knew that they still needed to work hard to become strong. This was the thinking of the military and the military commission. They were completely standing on the national interest when deciding which soldiers to send to participate in the IKA assault. Now, Deschaux and D'Ile from the Storm Commandos had already seen how the elite special forces of the two countries fought to the death. It was a big scene of either you die or I die. Deschaux stared at the fight in front of him. His fingers kept rubbing the rough bark of the pine tree. He really wanted to rush up and join in the fight. He really wanted to rush in and fight a few rounds. He saw the American commandos fighting with the SFS Border Defense Force commandos. Just 5 minutes ago, the disguised American commandos seemed to have drilled out of the ground and instantly intercepted 3 SFS Border Defense Force commandos. They did not waste any time talking and immediately started fighting. Xia Jinyuan's low voice also entered the ears of the team members. Their country has always wanted to form an American Special Forces. Since 2 years ago, they have secretly held an annual Balancing the Iroquois special exercise with the American Special Forces in the Himalayas region every year to learn the combat experience and tactics of the American Special Forces. Although the SFS Border Defense Force has not participated in the Balancing the Iroquois special exercise, but look at it now. Now we can already see the combat skills of the American Special Forces from the SFS Border Defense Force. It seems that the troops who participated in the Balancing the Iroquois special exercise have returned and taught the American Special Forces what they learned from the American Special Forces to the other special forces. The vice captain is not here yet. You two can watch carefully. Big Shark and Big Eel didn't have time to think about how Xia Jinyuan knew about the secret training held by these two countries. They only knew that White Elephant had increased the development of its special forces. In order to improve the technology of their special forces, they had established a strategic military cooperation with the United States. When they thought about it further, the expressions of the 2 water demons from the Storm Commandos turned cold. How could they not have the intention of suppressing our country? Learning isn't just about learning the strengths of the other party. Learning is about many, 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 many different things. Now, even if you don't show up, just watching from the side is also a kind of learning. Thinking deeper and dissecting in detail is also a kind of strategic learning. After Xia Jinyuan finished speaking, he looked coldly at the American tactics used by the SFS border guards. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line. The fact that the U.S. had established cooperation with them was already a wake-up call for the Chinese. Now, from the SFS border guards' American tactics, it was easy to see what the White Elephant was planning. The Chinese side needed to be even stronger, and even stronger. His words gave the other team members quite a shock. They all narrowed their eyes and stared ahead without blinking. Deep in their eyes, they were deep in thought. At this time, Shah Rukh heard the sounds of fighting behind him and couldn't help but feel uneasy. If it were the special forces of other countries, he wouldn't be too worried. However, it was the American Special Forces that suddenly declared war on them. Chapter 2941. There was still no news from the commandos he sent out, which meant that they had not found a sniper from the Chinese side. An hour had already passed, and if there was still no news, the commandos' reconnaissance mission was about to come to an end. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak, whose mood had been severely affected by the 2 shooting matches in the morning, was a little impetuous. He knew that he was not in a good state right now, and that his mood swings were very detrimental to the upcoming matches. However, as long as he thought of the humiliation he received from the Chinese side, he could not adjust himself no matter how hard he tried. How could the invincible SFS Border Defense Force accept being defeated by the Chinese side that they looked down on? They had to beat the Chinese side so that they could no longer be arrogant. Time ticked by, and the sounds of fighting became more and more intense. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak was both happy and surprised. He was happy because they had been fighting the powerful American Special Forces for a long time and had not been defeated. It was clear that the SFS Border Defense Forces combatability had improved. He was surprised because he had not killed the American Special Forces, and there was no clear winner. If other countries' commandos quietly sneaked in, he and the other sniper would very likely be discovered. As Shalak was thinking, Xia Jinyuan gave a new order. Find the SFS Border Defense Forces sniper and secretly take care of him. Retreat when you succeed. There was not much left to see. The SFS Border Defense Forces combatability had begun to decline. The American commandos had begun their final attack, and it would not be long before the SFS Border Defense Force was defeated by the American soldiers. The elite troops were indeed worthy of their reputation. There's a swamp up ahead. It seems that the swamp is the sniping competition venue. Search near the edge. Xia Jinyuan put down his binoculars. Like a tree man, his figure moved slightly and disappeared. It was as if he had merged with the trees, the ground, the grass, and the trees. It was difficult to find him. The rain was getting heavier, and even the sky was gradually darkening. The sounds of fighting in the pine forest gradually subsided, and Xia Jinyuan crept closer to a rock. His target was the pile of dead leaves next to the rock. Target confirmed. 1 SFS Border Defense Force sniper. 4 o'clock, cover the rear. 8 o'clock, alert. Continue forward. Spotter G3 cooperated with Xia Jinyuan. Big Shark and Big Eel were on full alert to prevent the American commandos from discovering the Chinese side. The other SFS Border Defense Force sniper was hiding in a good position, and his camouflage was also quite good. It was difficult to discover his existence. Then, he neglected a very important point, which was that he used dead leaves to camouflage the rocks on the slope. The trees around the rocks were sparse, and in front of him was a swamp with a wider field of vision. When the wind blew from the swamp, it blew away a layer of wet dead leaves on the other side of the rocks. That was how Xia Jinyuan found the SFS Border Defense Force sniper. When Big Shark and Big Eel heard that there really was a sniper next to the rock, they were even more impressed with Q King of the Snowfield Brigade. Just now, he had the two of them observe, but unfortunately, they did not see where the sniper was hiding. Chapter 2942. The water demon of the Storm Commandos was from the Navy and could transform into a flood dragon in the sea. However, when it came to land, it was much less experienced than Xia Jinyuan and the others. It was normal that they did not notice anything. This meant that they still needed to work harder and fight harder. The American commandos had already taken care of the SFS border defense troops that stopped them. Now, it was time for them to look for the SFS border defense troops sniper. Once they were done, they would immediately call it a day and return to the team. Just as the leading American commandos pulled down the SFS border defense troops that they had taken down, they suddenly seemed to have noticed something. They pointed to the east and asked the SFS border defense troops in a low voice, "Is your sniper hiding over there?" They heard a very subtle movement, and it was quickly followed by silence. It was as if the sound they heard was just an illusion. It was not an illusion. Someone had beaten them to the punch and sniped the SFS border defense troops sniper. However, the SFS border defense troops did not notice anything strange. When they heard the question, they thought that the American commandos wanted to get something out of them. They smiled and replied, "The rules of the competition did not say that you can ask us questions. Sorry, we can't answer you. We don't need you to answer anything. We just want to confirm. However, I think it's best if you go and confirm it yourself. Your sniper should have been found by a certain country and taken care of. The American commandos quickly stopped. They would not look for another sniper. Someone had already found the sniper before them. Looking for another sniper would only be a waste of time. After that, the American commandos did not stay any longer and immediately led the team away. If they were to face a sniper who could take out the SFS border defense troops without a sound, their side would most likely suffer heavy losses. If they could not face them head-on, they could only ambush them. They wanted to know which country's commandos had taken out the SFS border defense troops sniper. The sniper who was taken out also wanted to know who had taken out him. However, with his eyes tied up, he could not see clearly who had ambushed him. He also did not know when the other party had sneaked up on him and taken him out without giving him a chance to resist or call for help. With his eyes tied up and his hands tied together with his sniper rifle, the sniper struggled with all his might while contacting Shah Rukh in frustration. "Lieutenant Colonel Shah Rukh, I've been taken out." "What?" The perfectly disguised Lieutenant Colonel Shah Rukh had almost exposed himself. Hearing that his country's sniper had been taken care of, Shah Rukh's entire face twisted, revealing a ferocious expression. "Who did this?" "I don't know. I didn't see clearly who attacked." Unable to free his hands from the sniper rifle, the sniper gave up struggling and said with a dispirited expression, "My eyes are covered and my hands are tied to the sniper rifle. There's no way for me to break free. Lieutenant Colonel Shah Rukh, I still don't know who killed me." "American? Is it them?" Colonel Shah Rukh's hands trembled as he held the sniper rifle, but he couldn't move since he was in the incubation period. Once he moved, the sensor on his body would be activated, and the referee team would know that he had moved. The sniper who was killed was silent for a while. He answered uncertainly, "I don't think so." He was very fast. By the time I reacted, I was already dead. A cold dagger was pressed against my throat, and he finished me off in one move. The sniper's mood was extraordinarily depressed. His entire mood had sunk to the bottom. Chapter 2943. He didn't even know which country's sniper had killed him. He didn't even get a clear look at the sniper's face. There was nothing more depressing than this. Colonel Shah Rukh quickly adjusted his breathing. He knew that he had to stay calm. Otherwise, he might become the next target to be discovered. He didn't scold his team members. No one wanted something like this to happen, including his team members and his comrades. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "If it's not the Americans, then it might be the sniper from Italy or England. All right, if it's them, we have to admit that we're not as good as them." Colonel Shah Rukh didn't expect the sniper to be taken care of by a Chinese Special Forces soldier. He didn't even think about it. How could a Special Forces soldier, who wasn't as good as them, defeat the Asia's #1 team? He didn't think that the Chinese Special Forces could defeat them, and the Chinese Special Forces didn't want them to know either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so sneakily. Colonel Amitabh of the observation team also knew that one of their country's snipers had been eliminated. When he learned of the situation, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles were about to pop out. He really wanted to know who had eliminated their sniper, but unfortunately, all he knew was that the SFS border guards had lost 5 points. Other than that, there was no other information. Only the referee team knew who had killed the SFS border defense team sniper. Even the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force didn't know. This was part of the secrecy. The main reason was that they were afraid that it would cause a conflict. Colonel Amitabh, who couldn't get any information, was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. It was as if he hadn't slept for days. At this time, 2 more snipers from other countries were found. Colonel Amitabh didn't feel relieved. Instead, the anger in his heart burned even brighter. They were all snipers from the lowest-ranked countries. They were all snipers who weren't as good as their country. They were all snipers from countries that they didn't care about. Where's the Chinese sniper? Hasn't he been found yet? Colonel Amitabh finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke to the referees. Before they left for Estonia, they had all sworn under the flag that they would teach the Chinese special forces a lesson and avenge their fallen comrades. But until now, they had not taught the Chinese side a lesson. Instead, the Chinese side had made them suffer and humiliated by the Chinese special forces. After Colonel Amitabh's performance in the previous 2 rounds, the referees and military officials all knew why he was asking about China's situation. It wasn't that they wanted to deal a blow to Colonel Amitabh. It was just that he was the one who wanted to suffer a blow. There's nothing going on. The Chinese sniper is very well hidden. Special forces from 2 countries have already entered the Chinese camp. All of them have returned. Perhaps fearing that Colonel Amitabh would be too traumatized, the referees kindly added, however, the Chinese assaulters were also heavily injured, but they fared slightly better than the SFS. Only 1 assaulter was killed. Colonel Amitabh almost vomited blood from the blow. I'd rather not accept this kindness. Not a single sniper from the Chinese side was eliminated, and only 1 commando was eliminated. On the other hand, the SFS Border Defense Army only had 1 sniper and 3 commandos. Chapter 2944. Shah Rukh also sent 3 commandos to the Chinese camp. The exact situation was still unknown. Who killed their country's sniper? In Estonia? May? Was it the special forces of these 4 countries? Colonel Amitabh racked his brains to guess. Xia Jinyuan, who had quietly escaped, met up with his comrades. The few of them clenched their fists and bumped shoulders to celebrate, looking down on the Chinese soldiers, thinking that the Chinese soldiers were lazy, not strong enough. Then open your eyes wide and see what the strength of the Chinese soldiers is. We'll kill you so that you won't know who killed you. G3 was the last to punch Xia Jinyuan in celebration. Then, he said, the American soldiers haven't left yet. They probably want to catch us, but they're catching us in the wrong direction. It's the opposite direction of our return route. Do you want to meet them? Learn a few moves? We've been away for too long. Let's retreat first. There will be opportunities later. Xia Jinyuan shook his head. It had been more than an hour since they left. Since they had already killed an SFS sniper, the mission was completed and they could retreat. That works too. G3 agreed. Big Shark and Big Eel nodded. They had already seen the strength of the American soldiers. They could feel the killing intent from so far away. It was enough to let them know how strong the American tri-amphibious special forces were. Thus, the 4 of them immediately returned to the Chinese territory. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the pitch-black sky that was still raining. His gaze was sharp and cold. Sniping at night, the difficulty level increases. G3 guessed what Xia Jinyuan was thinking when he looked up at the sky. He also looked up at the sky. Back then, when Pakistan was on a mission, you told us that her sniping skills didn't differentiate between day and night. Tonight, we can finally see it for ourselves. Some rain fell into his eyes. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and blinked, squeezing the water out of his eyes. He looked at his comrade with slightly red eyes and laughed. You've seen it during training. Do you want to broaden your horizons again tonight? Training is completely different from competitions. Moreover, we are now participating in the thrilling and tragic beyond imagination IKA assault, which is still very different from training. Therefore, I still want to see what kind of wonderful performance this female soldier, whose psychological quality is much better than the male soldiers, will have. G3 said excitedly. Big Shark and Big Eel agreed. They also wanted to see it. In the past, when Yi Qian was training with the water ghouls, that guy didn't look like a female soldier at all. If it weren't for his hairstyle and body shape, he would definitely be a male soldier. She was too cruel to herself. Sometimes, even the male soldiers were afraid when they saw her. She was such a hard-working female soldier. Every time they cooperated with her, she would also encourage them to improve. When Xia Jinyuan saw that his comrades all recognized Yi Qian's strength, a faint smile appeared in his sharp eyes. Qing Yao, your efforts have been rewarded. Your hard work has finally become your glory. All of this was worth it. It was really worth it. Before the four of them walked out of the SFS Border Defense Forces territory, a signal flare suddenly streaked across the rainy night sky with a whoosh. The expressions of the contestants from the 12 countries all changed when they saw the signal flare. For a moment, curses in various languages could be heard everywhere. The quiet forest suddenly became lively. This was to tell them that they were about to be surrounded. Chapter 2945. They were surrounded by imaginary enemies, and there was a possibility that they would be wiped out by other countries' commandos. With all these thoughts in mind, the commandos sent by each country no longer stayed in the other country's territory and ran back. The American commandos were no exception. They immediately retreated, turned around, and ran back to their own territory. Yi Qian, who was completely motionless, heard the sound of a signal flare streaking across the sky, but she did not raise her head to look. She was now in a motionless incubation period. If she moved even a little, she could feel her equipment activating and deducting points. At some point, a row of ants had crawled onto Yi Qian's body. There were about a dozen of them, and they crawled over Yi Qian's back, collar, and head. Her head was camouflaged with dried leaves and grass. The ants' antennae moved, and they changed the direction of their crawling. Yi Qian felt something crawling around her ear. It was fine, dense, and itchy. As a sniper in training, she knew it was ants. The ants crawled all the way from her ears, and the first one had already crawled to the corner of her eyes. A drop of rainwater rolled down from her delicate brow bone and dripped onto the ant, but it didn't stop it. Instead, it followed the trail of rainwater and started to crawl again. 1, 2, 3. Yi Qian's beautiful face was already covered with more than a dozen ants of different sizes. She did not move, and her eyes were still fixed in front of her. She saw the imaginary enemies moving around the swamp. They were searching for all the hidden snipers. It was a cruel competition. Every point was not easy to earn. Brother, they're in my line of sight. Yi Qian gently moved the corner of her mouth, and an ant happened to crawl to the corner of her mouth. Her lips moved slightly, and the ant disappeared into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, the ant was crushed by Yi Qian's teeth. She could not spit it out because the swarm of ants had followed the trail of rainwater from the corner of her mouth and crawled into the grass. If she opened her mouth again, she would have to eat a few more ants alive. These were not ordinary ants, but ants with a certain degree of toxicity. They would inject toxic formic acid into the skin through their jaws and tail stingers, causing the skin of the bitten to quickly turn red, painful, and itchy. If several of them bit at the same time, the skin would feel a burning sensation. The skin would become red and swollen as if it was covered in armor, and the itch would be unbearable. Yi Qian crushed the ant that entered his mouth in time to avoid being stabbed by the ant's large jaw and tail. Only when the itch on his face disappeared did Yi Qian spit out the ant he had crushed in his mouth. His expression remained unchanged as he continued to observe the area in front of him. They didn't do a carpet search. They continued to hide. Li Jinyan also saw the imaginary enemies that he was searching for in his field of vision. There were a total of 12 of them, and they directly entered the Chinese camp. At this time, there was still over an hour and 37 minutes until the sniper shot. It had only been 7 minutes since Xia Jinyuan, and the others saw the signal flare and returned to the Chinese camp. They could not move and could only watch. They were faced with the risk of having their points deducted immediately if they were found out. Every point was so hard to earn, and if they were caught, their points would be gone. It was easy to imagine how much psychological pressure the snipers were under right now. The assault team members who went out on the mission were also under tremendous psychological pressure, especially those who did not manage to kill any of the other country's assault team members or snipers. At this moment, they only wished they had wings under their armpits so they could rush back to protect their snipers as quickly as possible. They're here. Assault team spotted. Surround them. Surround them. Quick, surround them. They're here. District 5 requesting backup. District 5 requesting backup. Assault team spotted. Assault team spotted. Chapter 2946. The 12 countries were divided into 12 zones to attack and capture their imaginary enemies. The soldiers sent out by Estonia were going to surround and capture the assaulters who appeared in Zone 5. When the participants from some unknown countries saw this, they really started running away. As long as they could shake off their imaginary enemies, they would not need to hand in a penalty slip. There were 10 penalty slips. Handing in one was equivalent to losing a life. The closest zones to Zone 5 were Zone 4 and Zone 6, while Zone 6 was the Chinese side's territory. Yi Qian and the others heard the voice clearly. The T6 combatant, who was eliminated by the Estonians, arched his back. He looked like an enraged wildcat that was ready to attack at any moment. Young Sparrowhawk reminded him, "You're injured right now, so you can't show yourself. We don't have to show ourselves either. Just hide well and wait for the captain and the others to come back." When he was fighting with the Italian Balaclava commandos, the T6 combatant was also accidentally stabbed by the poisonous thorns. When the Estonian commandos came over, the injured T6 combatant was stabbed in the calf. After 15 minutes of stubborn resistance, he still lost in the end despite fighting against 3 Estonian commandos. This was already quite good. Even the 3 Estonian assaulters were surprised that he could hold out for 15 minutes against the 3 of them despite being injured. Young Sparrowhawk did not show himself. Li Jingyin stopped him and told him to hide well. Sometimes one had to cut off one's tail to survive. It was the same on the battlefield. The injured T6 combatant used his skills and willpower to hold back the 3 Estonian assaulters so that young Sparrowhawk could have more time to disguise himself. Young Sparrowhawk was a scout, so his disguise was also quite good. After the 3 Estonian assaulters finished off the T6 combatant, they could not find the 2 Chinese snipers even after searching until the signal flares were fired. They did not encounter any Chinese assaulters either, so they could only leave regretfully. Their luck wasn't too good. Zone 5 was where their camp was. Before they could return, they heard the imaginary enemy rushing into Zone 5 and surrounding the other country's assaulters who had appeared in Zone 5. They did not know if it was the other country's assaulters or if it was one of their own. Xia Jinyuan and the others entered Zone 9, which was still 2 zones away from Zone 6. When they entered the border between Zone 8 and Zone 7, several strong beams of light shot straight at them from the border. "Damn it!" G3 cursed under his breath and quickly pulled the big mermaid away. The 2 of them hid behind the bushes and contacted Xia Jinyuan. "They're blocking the way. We need to kill our way out." Xia Jinyuan, who had already hidden it well, had a murderous look in his eyes. He stared at the strong light that kept sweeping in front of him. He licked his lips that were wet with rain and sweat. The murderous look in his eyes turned into the sharpest sword. The sword pointed to the front. Blood flowed like a river. "Then let's fight our way out." Yes, it was that simple. If there was no road, he would have to open up a path. His path had been cut off, and a bloody path had been carved out. It was that simple. Brothers, what is our team's slogan? Come, let me hear it. In the depths of his deep and dark eyes, there was not only a murderous aura, but also a wanton evil aura. Lieutenant Colonel Xia Jinyuan, Q King of the Snowfield Brigade, had never been a gentleman on the battlefield. On the unpredictable battlefield, there was no such thing as a gentleman. Otherwise, why would there be all kinds of military tactics? On the battlefield, if you won, you would have one less soldier to sacrifice. This was the way to survive on the battlefield, so there was no need to talk about being a gentleman. Chapter 2947. On the other hand, the Snowfield Brigade slogan was so straightforward that it was filled with violence. When G3 said the Snowfield Brigade slogan, Dachau and Il couldn't help but laugh out loud. Our slogan was, "You're the boss if you win." It was simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. Even a 3-year-old child could understand it. That's right, you're the boss only if you win. On the battlefield, there was only victory and defeat. If you win, you're the boss. If you lose, you deserve to be beaten. It was such a simple and crude slogan that became the Snowfield Brigade slogan. It was also a slogan that Xia Jinyuan came up with himself. This slogan also described the hardships he went through when he first joined the Snowfield Brigade, as well as how he convinced the others later on. Come in the dark, keep your armbands well. Don't let the strong light sweep you. I prefer to be in the dark and don't like to expose too much. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who had already started to move his fists and legs, secretly reminded his comrades that he was ready to fight. He had wanted to fight for a long time. Now, it was the best time to take advantage of the dark and ruthlessly teach the imaginary enemy that made them suffer during the day a lesson. Don't be too greedy. Take care of the people in front of you and leave immediately. Set the fire on others and leave after you're done. Roger, Roger, Roger. G3, Dachau, and Il responded in unison. They were all full of killing intent. They could finally move their fists and legs. They had been cooped up for a day. Their joints were creaking like rust. It was time for them to move. Following Xia Jinyuan's order, the Chinese Special Forces, who hadn't rested for a day, appeared in the pine forest like ghosts. The rain was still falling. The strong light swept through the forest, causing hazy water halos to appear around them. A black shadow, like a ghost in the mountains, appeared silently. Both hands covered the mouth of an Estonian soldier and dragged him behind a tree as if he was dragging his prey. Then he knocked him down and quietly finished him off. Shoo! In the darkness, the collapsed Estonian soldier heard a voice telling him to keep quiet. He then heard the other party reminding him, "You're already over. Stay here obediently." His English was not perfect, and it was impossible to tell which Western country he was from. The American and British Special Forces could be ruled out as they did not have such a strange accent. There were 2 languages in Estonia. One was English, and the other was Estonian. Most people could understand a little bit of English. The soldier understood and nodded, indicating that he understood. Only then did G3 let go and leave quietly. The Estonian soldier let out a sigh of relief and touched his neck. Just a moment ago, a dagger was pressed against his neck. It was so cold that it felt like ice had formed on his neck, causing him to shiver. At that moment, he really thought that he would be secretly killed by this Special Forces soldier from an unknown country. Another Estonian soldier was killed. This soldier was even more obedient. Before Xia Jinyuan could speak, he had already said, Okay, it's over. I'm already done." The dagger pressing against the artery on his neck seemed to have pierced his skin. It was a little painful, and very uncomfortable. No soldier liked having a dagger pressed against their neck. It was a terrible feeling. Seeing that the other party was so obedient, Xia Jinyuan naturally withdrew the dagger. "You're already done." He disguised his voice and accent. "Even the strong light on the helmet has ended. You understand?" Chapter 2948. Of course, of course. The soldier nodded again. The strong light on his helmet was extinguished the moment he was ambushed. That was why he couldn't see clearly which country's special forces had ambushed them. Since they were going to attack in secret, they naturally couldn't expose themselves too much. As for whether the observation team would discover them, at least they didn't find any camera equipment in this area. Only military reporters were following and reporting the entire time. No country liked to be watched while they were carrying out their mission. As long as it was a real competition, everyone was the same. That was why they didn't mind watching and taking photos. Before the competition, as the organizer, Estonia had signed a confidentiality agreement with each country. It included that no camera equipment would be used. If it was useful, they would inform the other countries in advance. This agreement was binding, so Xia Jinyuan and the others were not worried that their every move would be seen. There were a total of 12 people. Xia Jinyuan and G3 were very fast. In a short while, they each took down 2 people. In an instant, 4 Estonian national defense soldiers were eliminated. They turned off the strong light on their helmets and contacted the main control center to explain their situation. Eliminated secretly? Didn't they tell you which country they were from? Didn't any of you see clearly which country's participant eliminated you? The Estonian military officials in the main control center couldn't believe it. How could they not see which country they were from? The border between Zone 7 and Zone 8. Zone 9 was the SFS Border Defense Force. Zone 10 was the United States. Zone 8 was the Kingdom of Islands. Zone 7 was Dayuan Island. Zone 6 was China. And Zone 5 was Italy. Could it be the Western country on Dayuan Island? No, it's not them. Their accent is very strange. There's no way to tell, but I'm sure they're not from the Western country on Dayuan Island. They're definitely not. The soldier denied the military officials' speculation. The military officials in the main control center were even more confused. Then who could it be? No one thought of the Chinese team members because the Chinese team was in Zone 6. What happened now was the border between Zone 7 and Zone 8. The Chinese team shouldn't be so far away. They were either in Zone 5 or Zone 7. It seemed unlikely that they would cross the border to Zone 8. They all ignored the fact that the less suspicious the target was, the more likely it was to be the truth. They've discovered us. It's about time to retreat. After dealing with the 2 of them, Xia Jinyuan squatted behind a tree. His body was wet, but not dry at all. He paid attention to the imaginary enemies who were beginning to surround him. The murderous look in his eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by a faint smile. It was about time to retreat. Of the 17 imaginary enemies, 7 had been killed in one go. Even if they split up, they would still be discovered. Retreat. Without hesitation, Xia Jinyuan immediately withdrew his troops and left. They were not greedy. Once they set the fire on someone else, it would be time for them to retreat. The 4 of them no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the rainy night, they headed towards the location that Yi Qian had sent them. Just like when they came, the path back was still very difficult. Every time they stepped on the pine branches and rotten leaves that were several feet thick, there was a fear that their whole body would sink into them at any time. This feeling was not temporary, but accompanied them the whole time. Plop, there was the sound of someone falling, followed by the rustling of leaves. Someone had fallen all the way from below, and the sound attracted the attention of all the imaginary enemies. All the strong lights shone in one direction. Chapter 2949. Then, all the imaginary enemies chased after the source of the commotion. Xia Jinyuan looked down and knew that it wasn't one of his team members. He immediately said, "Turn on the low light and take this opportunity to run." He didn't know which unlucky bastard was trying to sneak around in the dark and ended up falling, but it made things easier for the Chinese team. He turned on his portable flashlight and adjusted the brightness to the lowest setting. He could only see the area beneath his feet and immediately started running. In the dim light, they could see that the forest was littered with rotten logs covered in moss. The largest one would require 2 adult men to carry. These rotten logs were all lying in a disorderly manner. Sometimes, even though they were standing firm, they would slip and fall when they tried to get off them. Big Eel was hit again when he was running. His already injured chin was injured again, and the wound that had finally scabbed over reopened and started bleeding again. "It's just a minor injury. Don't need to treat it. Let's get out of here first." Big Eel didn't stop to treat his wound. He even joked, "How can it be called killing your way out if you don't bleed a little?" He was in a good mood and could even joke around. The commotion caused by running was also very loud. The hidden commandos from Dayuan Island in District 7 were all alerted, but they thought that it was the imaginary enemies that had surrounded them. They avoided the commotion and didn't make a move. This was the time to conserve their strength. They still had to march at night. The originally light rain turned into heavy rain in the blink of an eye. Estonia was a country with a large difference in temperature between day and night. The temperature in the eastern forest was a few degrees lower than outside. The rain was only a few degrees, and it was enough to make people shiver from the cold. Every time the combat boots stepped on the ground, a jet of water would spray out, and the sound of water pressure would also be heard. The Chinese team members, whose stamina had begun to decline, gritted their teeth and used their willpower to support themselves as they rushed to the Chinese team. The Chinese team in District 6 was unprecedentedly tense. Yi Qian saw 2 imaginary enemies walking towards her, and the muzzle of her sniper rifle was pointed at them. As long as she pulled the trigger, they would be killed. The sniper rifle was loaded with real bullets. If she really fired, the 2 imaginary enemies would definitely die. Therefore, she couldn't shoot. She could only watch as they got closer and closer to her. There were still 37 minutes left before the sniping match started. She had already been in hiding for 2 hours and 27 minutes. She just needed to hold on for another 37 minutes. Yi Qian, who kept her breathing steady, didn't panic when the 2 imaginary enemies approached. She was Yi Qian, a sniper who was taught by a first-grade sergeant major and a world-class sniper. If she didn't even have this bit of mental strength and composure, she would disappoint too many people. They were getting closer and closer. Yao Zi, who had been hiding in the tree, clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the T6 combatant, whose leg had been injured by the stinger, was guarding Li Jinyan. As such, he and Li Jinyan could not see the danger Yi Qian was in. "Don't move. Don't move. There's still 2 meters left," Sparrowhawk reminded him very softly, afraid that Yi Qian would misunderstand. Yi Qian did not answer. With a distance of 2 meters, no matter how soft her voice was, it was hard to guarantee that the imaginary enemy would hear her. However, Li Jinyan and the T6 combatant also knew about it. Now that they knew, they were naturally worried about Yi Qian. "There's no need to remind her. Just protect yourself." Li Jinyan's extremely calm and cool voice drifted into her ears. Since she had chosen to hide, she had to take care of herself first. There was no need to remind her of anything else. Chapter 2950. T6 agreed. He gently pointed at the microphone with his finger and motioned for young Sparrowhawk to shut up. Yi Qian was an excellent sniper, so she wouldn't have any problems. Young Sparrow Hawk, who had been reminded, resisted the urge to speak up. As the two imaginary enemies got closer and closer to Yi Qian, his pupils constricted. They were getting closer, 2 meters, 1 meter, 50 centimeters. Young Sparrow Hawk couldn't help but close his eyes. He was a little afraid to look. When he opened his eyes again, even his fingertips were trembling. The strong beam of light had shone on Yi Qian's disguise layer. It had shone on the disguise layer. Following that, the strong beam of light casually swept past the disguise layer. The two imaginary enemies passed right under Yi Qian's nose. Yi Qian could even smell the sour smell coming from their military boots. It made her feel a little nauseous. At this moment, Yi Qian's chest tightened a little, but she still managed to keep her cool. As long as the other party did not make a move, she would definitely not make the first move. If the enemy did not move, she would not move. If the enemy moved, she would naturally move. A 5-point deduction for moving in place was better than a 3-point deduction for moving in place. Thud! The military boots stepped on the inch-thick layer of rotten leaves. As the boots sank, they stepped on a withered leaf buried under the rotten leaves, making a muffled, cracking sound. It was as though they had stepped on Yi Qian's heartstrings, causing the taut strings in her heart to tighten until they were only a little elastic. She still did not move. She remained hidden and maintained her petrified stillness. She was using her strongest mental fortitude to win this psychological battle. Faced with such a situation, Yi Qian knew very well that she had to win against herself first. Only by overcoming her fear could she better face the danger before her, farther and farther away, until she could no longer hear the sound of the boots of the two imaginary enemies stepping on the withered leaves. Yi Qian knew she had won. She had won. Her palms were covered in sweat, and even her back was breaking out in cold sweat. It was still breaking out even now. It was really dangerous just now. It was so dangerous that the string in her heart nearly snapped. But she had won. This was a victory. Yi Qian finally revealed a relaxed smile and told her worried comrade, "I'm fine. I just smelled something sour." It was very quiet in the earpiece. It was so quiet that it was as though everyone had fallen asleep. That last sentence, of course. Li Jingyan's thin lips curved slightly as he spoke softly. His sister, she was so strong. The T6 combatant suppressed his nausea and said weakly, "I almost passed out from the food I ate last night. On account of how I fought bravely when I was injured, please say a few fresh and beautiful words that are filled with the fragrance of flowers and the language of birds." Yi Jian couldn't help but laugh. Naturally, she couldn't laugh out loud, but Xiuyan's moist lips curled up even higher. Young Sparrow Hawk, who had been watching the entire time, did not speak for a long time. He realized that he had clenched his fists so tightly that he could not straighten them. When the two imaginary enemies' boots stepped on Yi Qian's shoulders, young Sparrow Hawk's mental state had reached its peak. He was so close to jumping down from the tree to attract the attention of the imaginary enemies who had entered the Chinese camp to search for them. He was just a little bit away from it. Thank goodness he had held it in. Thank goodness he had not jumped down. Thank goodness Yi Qian had won. Only after he had let out the breath in his heart did Sparrow Hawk open his mouth. "I was so scared that I broke out in layers of cold sweat. It's such a cold day. I can't even tell if I'm cold or hot." Chapter 2951. They really could not tell the difference. It was clearly raining heavily, but they were still sweating profusely. The last two imaginary enemies left the Chinese camp. The Estonian soldiers who had entered the Chinese camp but found nothing had all retreated. None of the Chinese team members were found. Sparrow Hawk, who was on high alert, could finally relax and tell his comrades that they were safe for the time being. Yes, It could only be said that they were safe for the time being. There were still 25 minutes left until the sniper shot. 25 minutes on the battlefield was full of variables, so no one could say for sure that they were safe until the end. The howling of wolves came from afar, followed by wolves howling one after another as they ran. Woo, woo, woo. The howling was sometimes high and sometimes low, making one's scalp tingle. Here, it was very normal for wolves to appear in packs and lone wolves. Yi Qian had also heard the howling of wolves when he went deep into the grasslands to train. When he first heard it, he was very scared. Later on, he even fought wolves, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The wolves have already appeared. Brothers, do you think we'll still have to cross the swamp tonight? The T6 combatant asked softly. Yi Qian smiled and said, "We're in the primeval forest in the southeast, and the competition area covers an area of more than 2,600 square kilometers. The primeval forest covers 90% of the area, and swamps account for 50% of it. That means that starting from this swamp in front of us, we'll have to cross the swamp at any time for the rest of our days." The American soldiers told me that this year's competition venue is a brand new one. Even they haven't been here before, so they told us to be careful of the quicksand swamps. Once we step into a quicksand swamp, comrades, it's very likely that we'll never be able to fight side by side again after we fall in. They also reminded me that there are a lot of nameless poisonous plants growing in the swamp. Once my skin comes into contact with them, it'll turn red and swell like an allergic reaction, accompanied by a needle-like pain. In the past, every participant from every country has been affected by this before, without exception. So, let's also be prepared. I don't know if the cooling ointment we prepared will be effective, but I hope it'll work. Cooling ointment was a domestic product that almost every household had. After the T6 combatant heard that, he said softly, "American soldier, why did I tell you everything? Why didn't I know about it?" "Because I'm a female soldier, so I was given special treatment." Yi Qian's eyes were smiling. "It's not too late for you to find out now. I've already been hit." The T6 combatant felt a little sorry for himself. Compared to a direct cut on the back of your hand by the poisonous stinger, you only stabbed it a little deeper. It's already considered a minor injury. As he spoke, he suddenly whispered, "I saw a faint light flickering. I think it's one of our own who's coming back." One of their own had returned. This was an exciting piece of news. When Xia Jinyuan spoke in a low and steady voice, the Chinese team members, including Li Jinyin, felt their shoulders relax. Once they were within range of the radio waves, Xia Jinyuan was able to talk to his teammates while walking. When young Sparrowhawk mentioned how Yi Qian had gotten close to the two imaginary enemies, his words were full of admiration for Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan felt his heart heating up. Young Sparrowhawk was a Chinese code name and was in charge of Lord Shui's ambushes and undercover operations. Now that he was full of admiration for Yi Qian, it would be very convenient for Yi Qian to take over the Chinese codename of the Snowfield Brigade in the future. Compared to him parachuting into the Snowfield Brigade, the problems he would face would definitely be much easier. Chapter 2952. At this moment, the plan that Xia Jinyuan had been secretly plotting for Yi Qian finally took a substantial leap forward. At such a close distance, the imaginary enemy did not even notice Yi Qian's presence. If it were any other comrade, even if they were also snipers, they would applaud Yi Qian's camouflage. It should be known that snipers were completely different from other military units. A sniper was a one-man army that could be outnumbered and outgunned at any time. A sniper's existence was equivalent to the goal of sniping the enemy's most important target to achieve the desired outcome. For this reason, a sniper's camouflage could be said to be the most important factor in whether or not a sniper could successfully complete their mission. A sniper who was not good at camouflage would either not enter the battlefield, or there would only be one outcome: death by the enemy's sniper. Camouflage was a process of competing with the enemy's brain and eyes. If your camouflage was perfect, you would be able to fool the enemy's eyes and brain and achieve the camouflage effect. Yi Qian's camouflage was so good that even when the imaginary enemy was standing right in front of her, even when the strong light from the flashlight in her hand shone on her camouflage layer, they still did not notice her presence. One could only imagine how good her camouflage was. As a scout, young Sparrow Hawk also needed to camouflage at all times. But today, after seeing Yi Qian's camouflage, he knew that he was not as good as Yi Qian. After he finished speaking, he said somewhat excitedly, "Captain, when we get back, can I ask Yi Qian for advice?" "Let's talk about it when we get back." Xia Jinyuan answered for Yi Qian. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and deep in his sharp black eyes, there was a faint gentleness. This gentleness naturally belonged to Yi Qian. Yi Qian smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare ask for advice, but we can discuss it together. Theoretical knowledge and practical knowledge can be exchanged. You can be our instructor." "Really?" young Sparrow Hawk said, sincerely. Yi Qian was quite modest. He wanted to say something about learning together, but Lieutenant Colonel Xia laughed bluntly and said, "Of course she can be your instructor. Her camouflage skills were not taught by an ordinary person. You guys have profited by having her as your instructor." A student who had been personally taught by a world-class sniper for a few years was extraordinarily valuable. For a moment, the atmosphere became very relaxed, as if half of the tiredness of the day had been swept away. Li Jinyan couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Xia Jinyuan played a part in the success of his younger sister, who had made a name for herself with her own abilities. After an hour and a half of encirclement, there were situations where all 4 members of some countries had turned in their penalty slips. When the results of this round's assault subsubject were released, there were 3 countries that hadn't turned in their penalty slips. They were Germany and America, 2 Western countries, and China, 1 Asian country. The Chinese side did not even pay a single penalty. For some countries' generals, this did not make sense. However, this was the truth, and they had no choice but to believe it. Looking at the SFS Border Defense Forces score for this round, Colonel Amitabh, who was inexplicably confident in his own country's soldiers, rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe the results of their country's contestants. Not at all. Not only did they not get any points, they even had points deducted. 1 sniper had points deducted, 3 assault team members had points deducted. And in the end, they actually lost 10 points from their hard-earned points. Looking at the temporary ranking, Colonel Amitabh's blood boiled in his chest again, and the sweet taste of blood rushed up his throat. Chapter 2953. Ranking dropped to 7th. How could this be? Their country's soldiers weren't weak at all. There wasn't a single country in Asia that could be their opponent. Their real opponent had always been the largest country in the West. The SFS Border Defense Force was the country's elite special forces. How could they be ranked 7th? There was a problem. There must be a problem. He wanted to request for a new referee. Referees. Just as he opened his mouth before he could finish his sentence, the generals of several countries around him laughed. "Colonel Amitabh, we were just guessing that you would definitely request for a new referee after seeing the scores and rankings. Sure enough, you're at it again. Colonel Amitabh, what kind of results do you want your country's contestants to achieve before you think that everything is normal and that there's no need for a new referee? Can you tell us about it?" "Colonel Amitabh, I really can't understand your thinking. Your country has always been very confident. Sometimes it's so confident that we can't help but laugh. Just like now. Sorry, I feel like laughing again." The foreign general laughed, as he spoke, and the generals of the other countries couldn't help but laugh as well. Their laughter was full of sarcasm. Everyone's laughter was like a slap to Colonel Amitabh's face, and he could no longer ask for the referee to be reinstated. General Haywill glanced at him, his brows furrowed. Finally, he said calmly, "All right, generals, Colonel Amitabh has his own requests and judgments. This is very normal. Why are you laughing?" "I don't think it's funny at all. Every one of us has the right to make our own requests. We also have the right to ask for a new referee. This is very normal and in accordance with the rules of the competition. Therefore, I don't think it's funny at all. You should respect Colonel Amitabh. You should also see Colonel Amitabh's courage to not admit defeat. I'm sorry, General Haywill. I don't agree with your words. Colonel Amitabh does have his rights. However, he only thinks that his country's score is different from his own. He thinks that his country's contestants should get a lot of points while the contestants from other countries only deserve a pitiful amount of points. General Haywill, you said that we need to respect Colonel Amitabh. May I ask, did he respect us? No, he never did. We don't get any respect from him. So why should we respect someone who was rude from the start? The person who rebutted General Haywill was a high-ranking general from Italy, a general. General Kallisler of the fighting nation also smiled and said, "Actually, I also want to know what Senior Colonel Amitabh thinks his country's contestants are ranked and how many points they scored to be correct. The referees didn't make any mistakes in their work." Now that a heavyweight general had spoken, the mocking smiles on the faces of the foreign generals who had spoken first became deeper. Look, look, look. So many generals looked down on Colonel Amitabh. Colonel Amitabh's face was as ugly as a dirty tablecloth. His eyes were cold and dark. These countries were just jealous. They were jealous of their country's strength. So they really wanted to see the SFS Border Defense Force warriors who represented their country's honor lose the competition. Chapter 2954. Too shameful. These people's actions were so shameful that even the commoners looked down on them. The SFS Border Defense Force was a powerful combat force that had learned from the American Special Forces. They would not lose. They definitely would not lose. Colonel Amitabh's face darkened as he looked at General Kallisler, who was mocking his country, and said coldly, "I didn't say that the referees made mistakes in their work. I was just exercising my authority. General Kallisler, please don't misunderstand, and please respect me. Thank you." General Kallisler raised his eyebrows and said calmly, of course, I respect Colonel Amitabh very much. And I also agree that you exercised your authority completely within the rules of the competition. However, Colonel Amitabh, you can't just reapply for the referees every time you think that your country's results are behind, right? If it's like this every time, does that mean that Colonel Amitabh thinks that every referees and military official on the referees team were careless in keeping score? Then can we also think that our country's ranking and points should be higher and that the referees made a huge mistake? Colonel Amitabh, your personal emotions are quite big. Perhaps it's because the weather is too cold, causing your judgment and thinking to have a big problem. I suggest that you rest well. At first, it was only General Kallisler who talked about Colonel Amitabh, but now the generals of several countries had their own opinions. Seeing this, General Haywill said to Colonel Amitabh, "Where do you think there's a problem with the points? Perhaps you can wait until the sniping competition is over to verify it." Colonel Amitabh, who was very angry, suddenly paused. General Haywill's last sentence reminded him. The sniping competition hadn't started yet, and the current rankings were snipers were eliminated, assaulters were eliminated. These were all deductions that couldn't be made wrong. If he really wanted to check, He would only be mocked by the generals of the other countries, and the referees and military officials would also make fun of him, being eliminated by the assaulters of the other countries. And he still wanted to check the points. Was he crazy? What did he want to check? How did the investigating team get eliminated? How did the snipers get eliminated? Then the referees and military officials would tell all the generals how long it took for the assaulters of the SFS Border Defense Force to be eliminated by the assaulters of the other countries. How were the snipers of the SFS Border Defense Army found? And how long did they take to finish them off? If that was the case, his country and their soldiers would be so ashamed that they would not be able to raise their heads. Suddenly, Colonel Amitabh broke out in cold sweat. He almost did something stupid just now. Sorry, I really need to calm down. Colonel Amitabh did not insist, but his pride did not allow him to lower his head and admit his mistake. He only said, sorry, and remained silent. No one delved any deeper into the matter. They looked at the latest scores and rankings again. The Chinese side entered the 6th place and slowly improved from the last place. The Chinese soldiers who participated in the competition for the first time not only relied on luck, but also a certain amount of strength. However, the Chinese side's results were not enough to attract much attention. Only General Kallisler looked at the Chinese side's results with a contemplative look in his eyes. General, it looks like the Chinese side has adapted to the competition environment. They're ranked 6th in total points, 4 points higher than the SFS border guards. They're very likely to enter the top 5. The accompanying major said softly, surprised by the Chinese side's results. Chapter 2955. General Kallisler nodded. There's a very high chance of entering the top 5. The SFS Border Defense Force's intentions against China are very clear. They'll work hard to squeeze into the top 5, and they'll also work very hard to squeeze China out of the top 5. Time was still ticking away, and it was time for the sniper competition to begin. The originally dark swamp suddenly became as bright as day. Compared to the dark forest, the swamp became a world of light. Black and white were distinct, and light and darkness were distinct. There are 2 competition areas for sniping. The swamp is the first competition area. Snipers must complete 5 sniping targets and reach the second competition area to complete the last 5 sniping targets. 5 minutes before the competition began, the rules of the sniping competition were announced in the earpiece of every sniper. Every time they heard the rules, their eyes and expressions changed slightly. So, the swamp wasn't the entire competition area. There was still a second competition area. 5 sniping targets must be completed before the contestants from each country can enter the swamp and reach the second competition area. Every sniping target must be completed. Missing any sniping target will result in 0 points. The second competition area is divided into high-angle shooting, low-angle shooting, risk shooting, flat shooting, 2 people working together to shoot at fast-moving targets, 110 meters, 2 people shooting at the same position. For 130 meters water screen shooting, 10 groups of irregular distance shooting, frisbee shooting every 3 seconds from 90 meters away. The referee announced the sniping events of the second competition area very quickly. This made all the snipers from each country clearly stunned. The sniping targets in the second competition area were obviously more than the sniping targets in the first competition area. Moreover, the sniping targets in the second competition area were clearly the daytime competitions. In other words, the sniping competition was divided into 1 night and 1 day. The 5 sniping targets in the evening were bull's eye, metal ring, shell, broken blade, and plaster egg. Among them, the most difficult ones were shell and broken blade, and they were also tonight's high-scoring events. The lights were turned off, counting down from 10 to 3, 2, 1. After a pa sound, all the light sources in the swamp that were as bright as day were all extinguished. The snipers from each country moved out, including the snipers that had been eliminated by the other country's commandos. Every target had a fixed distance. Whether or not the sniper shot at the target at a fixed distance was all calculated based on infrared sensors. If the target was hit, but the distance was too close, the score would be 0. If the distance was acceptable and the target was hit, the result would be valid. In this way, the sniper needed to have a very accurate calculation of the target and the shooting distance. Calculating the distance of the target and completing the sniping was also a necessary skill for a sniper. Therefore, long-range and close-range shooting should not be underestimated. This was the most direct indication of whether a sniper's basic skills were up to standard. After 3 hours of concealment, Yi Qian and Li Jinyan already had the most direct data on their targets and shooting distances. After sending out the signal flare, the two of them rushed out of the camouflage layer and headed towards their respective targets. The bullseye target and shell target were Li Jinyan's targets, while the metal ring target, broken blade target, and plaster egg target were Yi Qian's targets. The separation was already clear, and all they needed to do was rush towards their respective targets. Yi Qian's innate talent allowed her to shoot ahead of others. But here, even though she had already aimed at the target through the night vision scope, she did not fire immediately. She didn't need to be outstanding. She just needed to maintain her results and score. Chapter 2956. There was a moment of silence in the quiet swamp. The snipers entered a fixed distance and calculated the distance to the first target. Then, someone fired the first shot. The gunshots came from the American camp in District 9. As usual, the Americans were the first to fire. Xia Jinyuan stood behind Yi Qian and looked quietly at the female soldiers who were ready. His sharp eyes revealed his deep trust. He believed that his comrade, his lover, would not let everyone down. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The 24 snipers fired their first shot, one by one. Each sniper only had 1 shot. After the first shot, regardless of whether the target was hit or not, the sniper had to immediately pull back. Otherwise, even if the second shot hit, the result would be invalid and the last target would have no bullets left. 5 sniper targets only had 5 bullets, which would be gone after the shots were fired. No sniper dared to fire at any time. Everyone knew that if the first shot did not hit the target, the score would be 0. For this reason, everyone aimed until they were more than 99% sure of hitting the target. Therefore, the gunshots in the sniper competition were much more sparse than the rifle competition. There were no concentrated gunshots at all. Xia Jinyuan, who was quietly looking at Yi Qian, used his ears to determine how many gunshots had been fired. When the 10th shot was heard, he whispered to Yi Qian, "The 10th sniper bullet has been fired." It was almost time for the Chinese side to make a move. Yi Qian softly said, indicating that she already knew. At the same time, her finger, which was as fair as jade, gently rested on the trigger. The rain was falling. When the raindrops fell on the leaves, they shattered into a hazy mist. In the night vision scope, the green world was not clear. There seemed to be layers of green halos of varying depths around the scope. These were all factors that affected the accuracy of the sniper shot. Some snipers from other countries had already missed. In the rain and wind, Yi Qian used the left squint principle to set her sight on the left side of the target. Then, her angle deviated from the target by 10 degrees. At that moment, she pulled the trigger and fired the first sniper bullet from the Chinese side. Bang! The first target, the gypsum egg target, was shattered into pieces by the sniper bullet. This target was only the size of an egg and was made of gypsum. When the target was hit, the infrared sensor was activated, and the referee team immediately knew that the Chinese team had successfully hit the first target. Hit! Yi Qian swiftly put away her gun and told her comrades that she had hit her first target. Li Jinyan got up and walked to the second target. He finished shooting the bullseye target, and his indifferent voice reached the ears of his team members. Hit! 2 bullets, 2 hits, a good start. The Chinese Special Forces soldiers who were waiting all revealed reserved smiles. The referees already knew that the Chinese side had hit the target. The range was acceptable, and the shot hit the target. Li Jinyan's second target was the shell target. The shell target was a large caliber empty shell without any ammunition inside. Its position was already fixed, and it was just waiting for the snipers to finish shooting. The shell target was also a special target that required a lot of skill. The chances of success were higher during the day, but at night, the target was very small to begin with. Plus, it was raining, so it was not easy to hit the target in one shot. Therefore, when it came to the shell target, the gunshots above the swamp were obviously much less intense. All the sniper rifles were still adjusting the scale and angle so that they could hit the target in one shot. Li Jinyan was no exception. As the captain of the Storm Triamphibious Assault Team, he did not allow himself to make any mistakes when it came to sniping. Chapter 2957. Meanwhile, Yi Qian had already entered the metal ring target. The metal ring was hanging from a climbing rope. Although it had a certain weight, the rain and wind blowing through the swamp made the metal ring vibrate slightly, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Some of the snipers were even cursing under their breath. That was because the difficulty was too high. The bullet had to pass through the metal ring. It could not break the metal ring or break the rope. Once it was broken, there would be no way to use the rope to get out of the swamp. The rope and metal ring were all auxiliary tools for getting out of the swamp. If one was damaged, there would be no end of trouble. This increased the psychological pressure on the snipers. God, this is too difficult. It's still moving. God damn it! How do I make the bullet pass through the metal ring? These rules are too harsh. Without wind and rain, I'm confident that I can make the bullet pass through the center of the ring. But now the wind and rain are making the metal ring vibrate. There's no way to aim at it. All the parameters have changed. I need some time to calm down. Before I can complete it. No, buddy, we don't have that much time for you to calm down. We need to hurry up and get out of here. Don't forget that we still have the second competition zone. There was a very short exchange between the participants from each country. They were all stumped by the difficulty of the metal ring. It was indeed very difficult. When Yi Qian saw it during the day, he already knew how difficult it was. It could be said that it was actually something that was almost impossible to complete. It was fine if the target was fixed, but if the target was not fixed, even if the parameters were adjusted and the angle was right once the erratic wind blew through and the metal ring vibrated, everything would be for naught. In the past, Uncle Chen had taught her that the best opportunity for a sniper was at night. It concealed the sniper and also concealed the danger. He had also told her that a sniper who was completely focused on training during the day would not be able to achieve anything in a night battle. Not only that, even surviving would be a problem. So, half of her sniping training was spent at night. Especially after learning from the Delta Force training, she would do night sniping training when she left school at night. Rain or shine, she never stopped. She had trained with metal rings before, and the results of her training were not bad. However, the metal rings she had trained with were heavier than the ones in front of her, so they would not vibrate easily in the wind and rain. Encountering a new challenge, Even Yi Jian's eyes were a little different. At this moment, they were shining. Her dark eyes were full of interest for the new challenge. After calculating the fixed shots given by the rules of the competition, Yi Qian was just about to use the stand to fix the sniper rifle when Xia Jinyuan, who had been following beside him, said calmly, "The stand is not enough for balance. Put it on me to improve the balance." It was indeed a good choice. Yi Qian nodded and asked him, "What position are you used to?" "Anything is fine, but it's best to use this posture here." As Xia Jinyuan spoke, he stood in front of Yi Qian, who was half squatting. Then he turned his body to the left and knelt with his knees facing forward. With his hands behind his head, he looked like a sleeping baby. He used his waist to help Yi Qian balance the sniper rifle. Yi Qian placed the sniper rifle's balance stand on his strong waist and started to set the parameters of the sniper rifle. "The metal rings are a little difficult. Calm down and complete the sniping." When the sniper rifle was placed on the stand, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "There are only a few sporadic gunshots right now. We're still in the middle of the previous round of sniping targets. The metal rings and shell targets have not started yet. For this round, you don't have to wait for the other country's snipers to shoot. When you think you can shoot, just shoot." Chapter 2958. It wasn't a fixed target. As long as she thought it was time to shoot, she had to shoot. She couldn't wait to shoot in case she missed the opportunity. This time, Yi Qian wasn't going to wait for anyone else. After training for so many years, she was drenched in mud on rainy days and drenched in sweat on sunny days. This was a good opportunity to test her professional skills. The metal ring trembled slightly from the rain and wind. Slowly, the metal ring seemed to be magnified and branded into her heart, just like every time she held the gun. She had already aimed at the target in her heart. Proofread, proofread, adjust, adjust, zoom in on the target, aim, aim. Very good. The crosshairs were on the target. Fine adjustments, fine adjustments. The metal ring trembled slightly. Raindrops dripped onto the metal ring, splashing into her heart. She could clearly see tiny raindrops blooming. The blooming raindrops were sparkling and translucent like shattered crystals. They were beautiful and easy to break. Yi Qian seemed to see another world through her night vision. It was a world of sniping that belonged to her. Wherever she aimed her gun, that was where she could shoot. The hole in the middle of the metal ring became clearer and clearer. The wind seemed to have stopped, and the rain seemed to have stopped as well. Yi Jian's slender finger gently rested on the trigger. Then the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. His finger that was hooked on the trigger pressed down. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet was squeezed out of the barrel by the high pressure. It tore through the air and flew toward the metal ring. The bullet shattered the raindrops. The trajectory left behind by the bullet cut through the air, and the raindrops as if they were solid objects. The recoil of the sniper rifle caused Yi Qian's shoulder to lean back a little. It also caused Xia Jinyuan, who was acting as a counterbalance, to feel as if something was hammering his waist. This was the power of a bullet. It was also the strength of an excellent sniper. Once the target was aimed, she immediately fired. The bullet passed through the metal ring and passed right through the center. The force of the bullet passing through made the metal ring tremble even more violently. The infrared device was activated. The metal ring's sniper target was completed. Yi Qian removed the heavy sniper rifle from Xia Jinyuan's body. Drenched by the rain, her delicate lips were slightly cold. She gently pursed her lips and said calmly, "Hit." He put away his spear and stood up. In the darkness, a slender figure stood as straight as a pine tree. Her bright and confident eyes sparkled as she stared ahead. At that moment, the light seemed to be with her. No matter how dark the night was, one could still see her proud figure clearly. Not bad. Xia Jinyuan's dark eyes narrowed as he praised her with a smile. Not bad at all. To be able to hit the metal hoop in such an environment was pretty good. Li Jinyin had been waiting for Yi Qian's news. When he heard the word faded, his cold face immediately broke into a smile that was like the spring breeze in March. With Yi Qian taking down the hardest metal ring in the first shooting zone, the morale of the Chinese team reached a new peak. G3, who had been silent all this time, finally opened their mouths. They knew how difficult the target was, so they didn't dare to say anything before the competition. They didn't even dare to say a word of encouragement or encouragement. That was because the sniper needed to be absolutely calm at this time. He had to clear out all the messy thoughts in his mind and heart. He had to reach a state where only the sniper, the gun, and the target existed. Only then would he be able to complete the match better. Sometimes words of encouragement and encouragement would actually increase the pressure on the team members. Chapter 2959. You're amazing, our female soldier. I really want to give you a warm hug right now. G3's gritty voice had a deep smile to it. His joy was beyond words. Can I be crowned as the Gun King? I really think I can be crowned king. That's amazing. I've shot metal targets before, but they're all fixed targets. I haven't even tried this kind of suspended target before. Captain, when we get back, we should start training on suspended metal targets. The T6 combatant had nothing but admiration for Yi Jian. He even wanted to put Yi Jian on a pedestal. Crowned king. I've already taken the first step. There's no hurry. It hasn't even been 6 years since I agreed to meet Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan thought with a smirk on his face. Young Sparrow Hawk was already very tempted. Qing Niao would definitely be assigned to the Snowfield Brigade in the future. So which team would she be assigned to? The Snowfield Brigade was divided into 2 teams. The Shadow Assault Team, which was designated by the Chinese code name, and the Assault Team, which was designated by the Chinese code name. Wouldn't Qing Niao be assigned to the Shadow Assault Team? If that was really the case, young Sparrow Hawk couldn't help but rub his hands together. Ha ha. After the competition ended, he would have to have a heart-to-heart talk with the captain and sound him out. While the Chinese team members were happy that they had achieved victory in this round's sniping target, the referees were already in an uproar. When the Chinese team's results were displayed, the referees and military officials who had been staring at the Chinese team's results were stunned for at least a minute. Then they looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The Chinese team has completed a metal ring sniping target. The bullet has successfully penetrated the metal ring. Score. Perhaps it was because they were too surprised, or perhaps they had never expected the Chinese team to be the first to take down the most difficult suspended metal ring target. But when the referee in charge of the Chinese team's results spoke, his voice sounded a little shaky. It was simply unbelievable. Too surprising. Too surprising. The Chinese team was actually the first to take down the suspended metal ring target. Very quickly, the referees displayed the data on the screen in front of the officers of the observation team. On the 42-inch screen, the Chinese team's sniping score popped up. When the score appeared, it suddenly jumped up to first place in the sniping competition. The generals of the observation group held their breaths. The commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force asked the referee, "What's the third target?" China's third sniper target is a metal ring target completed by China's female soldier Y8. When the referee's reply was heard, the generals of the observation group gasped. It was very, very obvious. All the generals could clearly hear the gasps around them. The Chinese side has completed the most difficult target in the first sniping zone. It was the female soldier who shocked us. Generals, the female soldier sent by the Chinese side has better shooting skills than the male soldiers. The commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force said in a deep voice, "I think no one has the right to doubt China's strength anymore. Their female soldiers have proven a miracle with their strength and shocked us again and again with their strength. This is the strength of China. There is nothing to doubt." The Chinese team members didn't rely on luck to increase their ranking step by step. Every soldier used their own strength to fight for the glory of their country. When the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force spoke, his gaze subconsciously swept past Senior Colonel Amitabu's face, whose face had turned the color of pig liver. Senior Colonel Amitabu, who had received the Chinese team's results and wanted to say, "That's impossible," was so angry that he could only be angry at himself. Chapter 2960. Colonel Amitabu straightened his back and looked around at the few generals who stood out to defend the Chinese side and wanted to embarrass him and his country. Then he sneered and said, "What can the strength of one person prove? A country, a military, a person's strength is like a drop of water in the Indian Ocean. Sir, do you think this drop of water can affect the Indian Ocean? No, 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 it won't affect anything. So what if this Chinese female soldier is strong? Sorry, I don't see what she can do. She's strong. Our country's soldiers are also strong. So," Colonel Amitabu arrogantly paused and lifted his chin a little before continuing, "Do I need to doubt a female soldier? Ha ha! Look, which country would send a female soldier to participate? A country that needs to send a female soldier out to do work. Ha ha! Strength from the Chinese side. A miracle created by strength? I'm very sorry. What I want to say is this is all a joke, a very, very funny joke. I really don't understand. Why would you acknowledge the Chinese side's strength? I can even see fear in your eyes. Is it because you're afraid? You're afraid. But our SFS Border Defense Force won't be afraid. Colonel Amitabu, the words you say are like a young man who wants to become a Superman to protect the people of the world, full of arrogance, and General Callisler, who stood at the front, looked at Colonel Amitabu, who could still laugh with a very confused expression. He also paused intentionally, seeing the other party's arrogant smile gradually fade. General Callisler used an extremely disdainful tone to finish his last sentence. "And ignorance." Colonel Amitabu, who still had the smile on his face, suddenly turned cold. "General Callisler, please apologize to me. Please apologize to the Chinese team members." General Callisler said sternly, "The Chinese Special Forces are just like the Chinese country, low-key, reserved, humble, and polite. But you and your SFS Border Defense Force are full of arrogance, full of prejudice against the Chinese Special Forces." Colonel Amitabu, I think the most important thing you need to do now is to apologize to the Chinese team members. Don't let me see your disrespect and ignorance and that ridiculous arrogance. General Callisler's words received the approval of the generals of several countries. Immediately, several other generals began to criticize Colonel Amitabu's actions. "General Callisler is right. I only see your rudeness and laughable arrogance. As for the Chinese participants, they have never been as arrogant as you. Colonel Amitabu, you are the one who should apologize the most. Apologize to the Chinese Special Forces for your arrogance and prejudice. Put away your arrogance, Colonel Amitabh. Your actions and words have angered many of us. That's right, the Chinese Special Forces were just like their country, low-key, reserved, humble, and polite. He had never seen them take the initiative to stir up trouble, nor had he seen them make things difficult for other countries. All he had seen was their low-key, reserved, and unobtrusive side. No one doubted the Chinese side's strength anymore, and no one doubted whether the Chinese side had faked their results. From the beginning until now, the Chinese special forces had maintained a polite side and did not make excessive demands of the SFS Border Defense Forces. Chapter 2961. Even when the SFS Border Defense Army deliberately made things difficult for them, saying that the bags were lighter, they didn't stand up against the SFS Border Defense Army, nor did they say anything unpleasant. They immediately went through the referees and military officials. Their principles and stance were quite clear. The other country didn't have any evidence. They only suspected that the Chinese team members' bags were lighter. This action already contained the intention of humiliating them. In the end, when the SFS Border Defense Army became aggressive, the anger on the faces of the Chinese team members could also be seen. In this kind of situation, if it were the special forces of another country, they would directly greet the SFS Border Defense Army with their fists and force them to behave. But the Chinese special forces didn't. No matter how angry they were, they didn't want to make things worse. While using powerful words to defend their dignity, they also used the most correct method to fight back against the SFS Border Defense Army. When the referees and military officials confirmed that the bags weren't lighter, and the SFS Border Defense Army had nothing to say, they let the participants and generals of all countries know of the SFS Border Defense Army's rudeness. They didn't say too much, they didn't explain too much, they only used the most direct and effective action to defend their dignity, and also gave the SFS Border Defense Army an invisible punch. In the face of the rudeness of the rudeness of the rudeness, from the last time no one stood up to defend the Chinese team, to now, the generals of several countries stood up to defend them. When General Kallisler's gaze fell on the bright red flag of the Chinese team, the contemplation in his eyes deepened a little. When he returned, he needed to seriously report to the president on the Chinese team's performance in the Icar assault. Colonel Amitabh, who was criticized by the generals of several countries, kept his chin up, thinking that he didn't do anything wrong. Of course, he didn't ask General Kallisler to apologize to him or anything like that. Our country's participants will use their strength to tell the Chinese team that they will never surpass us. This was the last sentence Colonel Amitabh said before he gave up on arguing. His voice was powerful and full of confidence, such confidence in exchange for a faint smile from General Kallisler and some of the other generals. Let them continue to be so confident. Don't cry when they go back to their parents. I can't understand his confidence. No, it's not confidence, it's arrogance. What kind of strength do they have to look down on the Chinese team members again and again? In my eyes, I think the Chinese team members are more capable than them. They think they are the best in Asia, so they look down on China so much. The real best in Asia is not what they think, but what the whole world recognizes. The Chinese special forces are very outstanding. I like how reserved they are and how polite they are. As for the SFS Border Defense Corps, I no longer have much interest in watching their matches. The hushed discussion did not escape Colonel Amitabh's ears, and he did not care how Colonel Amitabh would react if he heard it. The colonel's confidence was not something that could be defeated with a few words. Perhaps he was still thinking that he had to teach everyone a lesson later. The SFS Border Defense Army had successfully attracted the disgust of the generals of some countries, while the Chinese special forces, who were participating for the first time, had used their own methods to gain the favor of the generals of various countries. Even someone as arrogant as General Haywill had to admit that from a personal point of view, he preferred the humble and polite Chinese contestants who knew how to use better methods to earn respect. Chapter 2962. General, you need to remain silent. You can't speak up for Colonel Amitabh anymore. His behavior is really disgusting. I really don't like his high profile, the senior colonel said in a low voice. Occasionally, he would glance at Colonel Amitabh, who was at the center of the controversy. His eyes were filled with deep disapproval. He is very arrogant. He is arrogant in their country. Their soldiers are the best. He doesn't even care about our country and our soldiers. Naturally, General Haywell would listen to his subordinates' words. He said calmly, "They have always been as confident as they are today. From the media to their country, they are full of strong confidence. And this confidence is built on their own self-righteousness. It's good to let them continue like this. It's also good to maintain the current relationship with China. It won't affect us much." Colonel Amitabhu had successfully caused dissatisfaction among the generals of various countries. It was not the right time for him to speak up for him. General Haywell, who pretended not to pay attention, analyzed the results of the American team with the senior colonel accompanying him. It was 7 o'clock local time. The temperature in the forest was getting lower and lower. The gunshots in the first district seemed to have stopped for a long time. It was so quiet that the cold air seemed to have frozen. It was suffocating. Shahruk's line of sight was aimed at the metal ring target that was gently swaying in the wind and rain. His eyes were faintly painful. They were probably inflamed from being soaked in the rain for too long. Perhaps it was because of the discomfort in his eyes. Shahrukh gently moved his finger away from the trigger of the sniper rifle several times. Then he raised his wet hand and rubbed his eyes hard. After he blinked hard, he felt that his eyes were much better. Then he continued to lean forward, aimed at the scope with one eye, adjusted it again, and prepared to snipe again. On the Chinese side, Li Jinyan began to shoot at the shell target. At a distance of 80 meters, he hit the ring on top of the large caliber shell. "Hold the gun steady. You just need to put the shell down." G3 half-squatted beside Li Jinyan's sniper rifle and gently put the last shell on top of the sniper rifle's muzzle. There were already 2 empty shells on top of the muzzle. If he added one more shell, there would be 3 shells. He really didn't expect the Demon King to have such a little hobby when sniping. He liked to stack bullet casings on the muzzle when he was stationary. This problem, well, it wasn't really a problem. It was a way to practice holding a gun in a stable sitting position. 3 bullet casings were stacked on top of each other above the muzzle. Within an hour, none of the bullet casings would fall off. Li Jinyan was also trained in the same way. After putting in the last shell, G3 made an okay gesture and slowly retreated to the back, quietly waiting for his teammate to finish sniping. When the sniper rifle was in Li Jinyan's hands, it was as if it had taken root. No matter how strong the wind and rain were, the rifle did not move, and neither did the cartridge case. He began the final adjustments and proofreading. He held the rifle with one hand and adjusted it with the other. The bullet shell on the barrel did not move at all, as if it had taken root in the sniper rifle and become one with it. In the night vision scope, the large caliber shell was 80 meters away. Li Jinyan's gaze was quite calm. There was not a trace of nervousness on his body. It was as if he was just doing ordinary sniping training. There was no psychological pressure at all. The crosshair had already been aimed at the position where the shell would hit. According to the wind, speed, and temperature, he made the appropriate adjustments and deviated. Then his slender fingers pulled the trigger without any hesitation, completing the sniping. Chapter 2963. The fact that Li Jinyan was able to become the captain of the Storm Commandos was proof of his outstanding ability. Back then, when he trained with Xia Jinyuan, the 2 kings did not see each other. Even after so many years had passed, the leaders who observed the performance of the 2 still remembered that ruthlessness. Xia Jinyuan was as solemn as Mount Tai and was full of unfathomable mysteries. He was sometimes ruffian, sometimes elegant, and when he needed to be ruthless, the leaders instantly liked him. Li Jinyan was as cold as a snowy mountain. He was filled with the ruthlessness that only a snowy mountain would have. No one dared to conquer or challenge him at will. The cold temperament on his body showed that he was capable of shouldering great responsibilities and could hold up a huge ship. Before the two of them finished their training, the leaders had discussed and quarreled countless times about where the two of them would go until Commander-in-Chief Xia came forward and said that Xia Jingyuan's goal was to join the Snowfield Brigade. Only then did the quarrel stop. One of them became the Navy and shouldered the heavy responsibility of organizing a brand new Navy Special Operations team. He built the Storm Commandos from scratch and now had a Special Operations team of 50 people. The other one became the Army and shouldered the responsibility of turning a veteran Special Operations team into a new Special Operations team that was in line with international standards. A few years had passed, and the two of them, who used to be the kings, did not see each other, had achieved excellent results, and were emitting unparalleled brilliance in their respective fields. The two of them went from initial competitors to comrades in arms who appreciated each other. Then, because of Yi Qian, they even became a family. It had to be said that Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan were also fated to be together. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan unilaterally cut off the communication with Li Jinyan and asked Ji3 directly, "How is it?" When he asked, Li Jinyan's slender finger happened to be on the trigger. After asking the question, Li Jinyan pressed down on the trigger. "It should be good, very stable." Amidst the gunshots, Ji3 answered Xia Jinyuan, "1 second ago, the shot was fired. I'm not 100% confident, but I'm still 99.9% confident. Just now, I saw that the vice captain has a habit of stacking 3 bullet casings on the muzzle when he snipes." Stacking 3 bullet casings on the muzzle? Xia Jinyuan seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of darkness flashed across his eyes. At the same time, he immediately resumed communication with Li Jinyan and waited for news from him. Hit. A second later, Li Jinyan's cold voice came through the earpiece. It was very calm, and it didn't sound like he had just finished a sniping competition. "I've never seen you make a mistake." His face. When Li Jinyan, who was about to come over, heard this, he replied indifferently. Just as his comrades thought he wouldn't say anything else, he added, "I'll never forget it in this lifetime." Li. In response, Li Jinyan's expression was so cold that it was as though he had just been fished out of an icy lake. He was still emitting gusts of cold air. "I won't give him a chance to speak again." Now, you won't give him a chance to speak again. You won't forget it for the rest of your life. Looks like you really intend to remember it for the rest of your life. Xia Jinyuan followed closely behind Yi Qian as they walked out of the forest. Next up was the broken blade target. They had to readjust the distance between them. Their comrades had yet to celebrate when they were confused by the conversation between the two of them. They had no idea what the two of them were talking about at all. Thus, he simply remained silent and listened to the two of them talk back and forth. Chapter 2964. Yi Qian also listened quietly. Perhaps it was because she was a female soldier, but she could vaguely feel the coldness in their words. What the foreign sniper instructor had said, for Xia Chuidong's brother to remember it for so many years, it was obvious that it was not something good. The country was poor and had no status. How many countries in the past would have looked up to them? Not many. Therefore, their country had always been working hard. Only when the country was strong and the people were rich would there be a place for them. This had been the case since ancient times, not to mention when the military was modernized. Lagging behind would always be beaten. This was an eternal truth. No one asked the two captains what the foreign sniper instructor had said, and there was no need to ask in detail. They knew in their hearts that it was definitely not something good, and even carried a contemptuous attitude. We won't give him a chance to speak again. This was Li Jinyan's answer. It was a very confident answer. Hearing his answer, the corners of his comrades' mouths curled up slightly. G3 looked at the tall figure striding forward, without looking back. Storm Assault Captain Demon King, a legendary figure like Q King. Such a responsible and courageous soldier would definitely be able to lead an outstanding tri-amphibious special forces unit. No one doubted that. Raising his thick eyebrows slightly, G3 smiled and said, "This sentence can also be said in front of us. Don't give them a chance to speak. Brothers, don't give those guys a chance to speak again." Everyone knew who he was referring to. In the face of the SFS Border Defense Force's contempt, the Chinese special forces participating in the competition would not give them a chance to speak again. Yi Qian, who had already found the best sniper target and was 50 meters away, looked straight ahead and calmly replied, "They talk too much nonsense. It's time to shut them up. Look, even our most good-tempered female soldier is angry. There's no reason to let them talk nonsense. Let's keep a low profile and keep them quiet." The T6 combatant chuckled as he spoke. The back of his hand was accidentally brushed by a leaf, which happened to brush past the spot where he was stabbed by the stinger. It made him gasp. He couldn't help but mutter, "There are so many poisonous things. Be careful. Don't get killed by the things in the mountains before we reach the finish line," Xia Jinyuan reminded them. At the same time, he stood behind Yi Qian and watched her adjust her sniping position. Every action of a sniper personally taught by a world-class sniper seemed to be different. There was no hesitation. What was the distance, what was the best position, and what kind of sniping posture was best to use to complete the sniping? He was very clear in his heart. There was no trace of difficulty. He easily solved all the problems in front of him. Placing the target on top of the swamp was a problem in itself. There were dense weeds growing all around the swamp, and the target was hidden in these dense weeds. If a sniper wanted to see the target, he first had to pass through these weeds that obstructed his vision. From the very beginning, searching for the sniper's target was already difficult. It was late at night, and it was raining, so they still had to search through the weeds to find the target. Even if some snipers could clearly see where the sniper's target was during the day, there was still a possibility that they would not be able to find the target if they had to move around to search at night. During the day, Yi Qian had already memorized the locations of all the sniper's targets. Now, there was no need for him to spend any time looking for them. He could find them immediately and determine where the best sniping position was. Just from these few steps, Yi Qian's sniping speed was much faster than the other countries. Chapter 2965. After adjusting her sniping posture, she had no distracting thoughts in her mind. There was only one goal in her mind, to accurately hit the broken blade target with a single bullet. The Chinese Special Forces team had now entered the last subject of the first competition zone, sniping. All the team members had gathered and were standing behind Yi Qian. In front of them, a bright light flashed towards the Chinese competition zone. The military officer's voice came from the walkie-talkie. The signal was not very good, and there was a static noise. It was the military officer asking which subject the Chinese team had entered. Xia Jinyuan was the only one wearing the walkie-talkie. When he heard the static noise, Xia Jinyuan took off the walkie-talkie and responded to the military officer's question. "The Chinese team has entered the last subject of the sniping subject. Prepare to shoot." The military officer's voice came through the static noise again. The Chinese team members all looked at the walkie-talkie in unison. When they heard the military officer's words, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Xia Jinyuan's expression was a little cold. Yi Qian, whose finger was already on the trigger, heard this and quietly put it down again. She was ready to shoot. Xia Jinyuan did not immediately respond. Instead, his gaze fell on Yi Qian, who was ready to shoot. Yi Qian just happened to turn her head and look over. She saw Xia Jinyuan nod gently, indicating that she had no objections. Yi Qian said yes, so Xia Jinyuan smiled and replied to the military officer who was waiting for his reply, "Sure, welcome to watch." The Chinese team's reply had already been heard by the military officers of the observation team. They did not stay any longer and immediately walked towards the Chinese competition zone. They wanted to see how the Chinese sniper would snipe. It was really too impressive. They had already entered the last subject of the sniping subject, the broken blade target. Even the American team members still had two subjects that they had not completed. One was the metal ring target, and the other was the broken blade target. There were also some countries that had not completed 3 subjects. Most of them were shell targets. The remaining subjects were bullseye targets and gypsum egg targets. The most difficult target was the metal ring target. The American snipers weren't completely confident and planned to shoot at the very end. At this moment, they did not know that there was only one broken blade target left on the Chinese side. For Yi Qian, this kind of target was not a problem at all. In Principal Chen's 4-year plan, they had all the training that a sniper needed, including all kinds of tricky targets. It could be said that Yi Qian had trained in them all. To Yi Qian, the secondary target was no different from any other target. Turning off the walkie-talkie, Xia Jinyuan stood in front of his comrades and said with a faint smile, "The generals who are going to inspect us are here. There are 5 of them in total. They want to see how our snipers can complete the sniping in a short period of time. They already know the strength of our female soldiers, so it's better to let them see it for themselves than to let them guess behind our backs." For someone who had always been looked down upon to suddenly become stronger, if one did not see it with their own eyes, they would more or less have a skeptical attitude. Only when they saw it with their own eyes would their doubts and disbelief be dispelled. Xia Jinyuan then said to Yi Qian, "You don't have to worry about the generals from the 5 countries. We'll take care of them." "Okay." Yi Qian, who could finish shooting at any time, gave a simple reply. He thought for a moment and added, "Even if they're here, it won't affect me." He was very confident and also a little arrogant. It was very rare. No, it was something that had never happened before. Chapter 2966. The Chinese Special Forces soldiers couldn't help but chuckle. No matter what the 5 countries' generals' intentions were, their actions wouldn't affect their female soldiers. That was how arrogant and confident they were. That arrogance was only kept within their ranks and refused to be spread to outsiders. Yi Jian had always been introverted and kept a low profile. In a group of tall male soldiers, she, as a female soldier, was petite and had a petite figure. No matter how one looked at her, she would always appear small and delicate. At the same time, she was also easy to be ignored. It was this easily overlooked female soldier who was happy to be overlooked that suddenly became arrogant. This made the male soldiers feel that it was very rare. Even Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who knew her best, felt that it was rare. But Xia Jinyuan didn't let Yi Qian get up to greet the 5 countries' generals. His original intention was to let the 5 countries' generals see the arrogance of the Chinese side. And Yi Qian's sudden arrogance was exactly what he wanted. His thin lips curled up slightly. He said slowly, "I like arrogance with confidence. Keep it up. This is the confidence of a Chinese soldier who isn't blind." The word, like, was slightly longer and seemed to have a deeper meaning. but Yi Qian, who had no distracting thoughts, didn't understand what it meant and didn't say anything. Lieutenant Colonel Xia was a little worried, but Li Jinyan had a smile in his eyes. Of the 5 people who came, Xia Jinyuan didn't pass. The Chinese team members didn't ask for details either. Since they were all here, they would know who they were when they saw them. General Haywell from the United States, Colonel Leonardo from Italy, General Kallisler from the Fighting Nation, and Colonel Amitabhu from the SFS Border Defense Force. He was also the one who suggested to see the Chinese sniper finish the competition. The last one was Colonel Svendal from the nation of Islands. The 5 of them arrived at the Chinese side's competition area. From the bright lights, they could see the Chinese female soldier lying in front of them. With just a glance, they could tell that the Chinese female soldier was ready to shoot. It was very likely that she would not stop shooting because of their arrival. General Kallisler shook hands with Xia Jinyuan and said apologetically, "I'm very sorry to interrupt your competition because of our request." General Haywell was still standing there, waiting for the Chinese captain to take the initiative to shake hands with him. In the end, General Carlyle beat him to it, making him a little embarrassed. This guy, he always liked to do things that would lower his status. He thought angrily. He then saw Colonel Leonardo shake hands with the captain of the Chinese side and apologize. The captain of the Chinese side still replied politely. He was like an aristocrat. Every single word he spoke was filled with the incomparable elegance of royalty. Perhaps the captain of the Chinese side really was an aristocrat. This thought flashed through General Haywell's mind. Very quickly, he took the initiative to shake Xia Jinyuan's hand. Although he looked down on the Chinese side, since he was the one who took the initiative to come over, it would be rude of him to look down on them. Compared to Colonel Amitabhu's impolite rudeness, General Haywell was very good at putting on a show. Colonel Amitabhu, who looked down on the Chinese soldiers from the bottom of his heart, also wanted to wait for Xia Jinyuan to take the initiative to shake hands with him. He wanted to wait for the Chinese soldier to bow down to him. Unexpectedly, when the captain of the Chinese side shook hands with Colonel Svendal, it was as if he didn't even notice his presence. The topic of conversation very formally changed to the Chinese female soldier. Chapter 2967. Xia Jinyuan naturally would not take the initiative to shake hands with Colonel Amitabhu, whose eyes were filled with ill intentions. Xia Jinyuan could already see through his thoughts. Taking the initiative to shake hands with him meant lowering his head, admitting defeat, then let him think about it on his own. The Chinese side was not going to play with him anymore. Colonel Amitabhu had not expected to be left out in the cold. When the generals of the other 4 countries were talking to the Chinese team members, he was the only one left standing at the back. He could not even squeeze out a single word from his mouth. He could not join the conversation at all. It felt like as long as he took the initiative to speak, he would be admitting defeat, and lowering his head to the Chinese soldiers. The more he thought about it, the more Colonel Amitabhu wanted to speak. The more he did not speak, the more upset he felt. It was like a million needles were stabbing his chest so tightly that it felt like it was going to explode. Then don't give him a chance to speak. The Chinese soldiers and Special Forces soldiers always kept their word. The gazes of the generals from the 5 countries had been fixed on the Chinese female soldiers who were not affected by their conversation. When they saw the confidence of the female soldiers, they also saw the pride of a Chinese soldier. It was a pride that could not be blown away by the wind or scattered by the rain. It was a pride that was as lofty as a mountain. No matter how they looked at her, the sniper rifle in the female soldier's hand was still steady and steady. There was no fluctuation in the aura she was exuding. She was calm, and confident. It was as though she was separated from the rest of the world. She belonged only to her sniping world, and no one could disturb her. General Haywill put away his arrogance and no longer looked down on her just because she was a female soldier. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan said with a smile, "There's a very outstanding sniper in your team." He only regarded Yi Qian as a sniper. He did not think that other than that, Yi Qian had any other outstanding qualities. Xia Jinyuan and the others only wanted to let the generals of the other countries know that Yi Qian was a sniper. Hearing that, Xia Jinyuan said with a smile, "She's indeed a very rare sniper. We all respect her very much. If even a female soldier is so good, I'm sure your male soldiers must be even better." General Haywill put away his arrogance and chatted with Xia Jinyuan in a friendly manner. His dark brown eyes had a hint of darkness as he looked at the young Chinese soldier. "Your country must have spent a lot of money grooming you." "A lot of money? A lot of what?" General Haywill was a soldier as well as a politician. A politician's words had many meanings and many traps. If one did not pay attention, they would be tricked. As a result, every soldier had to spend a lot of money. He said calmly, "Any country's military to grooming soldiers. For example, with the Special Forces soldiers too. What did they spend?" He only repeated what he said and did not reveal anything else. A soldier who looked like a noble, a capable soldier, and a very smart soldier, compared to Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh and Senior Colonel Amitabh of the SFS Border Defense Force, this Chinese soldier was a little difficult for him to see through. He could not figure him out. Chapter 2968. General Haywill did not give up. He smiled and said, "The Special Forces soldiers who can participate in the IKA assault are all outstanding Special Forces soldiers. You can represent so many outstanding Special Forces soldiers to fight for your country. You're all amazing warriors, just like that female soldier who easily completed the most difficult medal ring target. Your country has a group of Special Forces soldiers who shocked us all." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but want to laugh. "General Haywill from the United States, do you think you are talking to a young man in his teens? Do you think you can get what you want so easily?" Actually, at the end of the day, he just did not take China seriously. He was worried that China had a group of Special Forces soldiers who were as powerful as Yi Qian, so he might as well be considerate for once so that he would not worry so much. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan laughed and said, "General, you must be joking." General Haywill was stunned at first, but then he laughed out loud. "I think I've said too much. Sorry, I should have waited for you to finish the competition before I spoke." His intentional guidance made General Haywill, who was just trying to sound them out, feel a lot more at ease. Even the seriousness in his eyes faded. It seemed like the Chinese female soldiers' only ability was sniping. Just as Colonel Amitabh said, a person's strength was nothing compared to a country's strength. Although China was a developing country, it was still a large country. It was normal for a large country to have a few outstanding snipers. The generals from the other 4 countries also heaved a sigh of relief. It was rare for a small number of representatives. They did not doubt China's strength, but it did not mean that they were not afraid of China's strength. The rise of a large country could easily make other countries feel threatened, let alone a large developing country like China with a large population and vast territory. Colonel Amitabh, who was furious from being ignored, was suddenly in a good mood. It was rare to find a sniper. Ha ha, what a pitiful country. It was already difficult to find an outstanding sniper, let alone a female soldier. In his country, there were several outstanding snipers in every Special Forces unit. How could China compare to his country? The gunshots above the swamp were still sporadic. There was a time limit for the 5 sniper subjects in the 1st Division, and the total time for the 5 subjects was 50 minutes. It didn't matter which subject you finished first. As long as you finished the 5 subjects in the first division within 50 minutes, it would be fine. There were still 24 minutes until the end of the 5 sniping courses. From the sporadic gunshots, it was clear that each country had entered the most difficult sniping target. Shahrukh forced himself to rest for 5 minutes before he aimed at the metal ring target again. He did not know that his superior, Colonel Amitabh, was standing in the middle of the competition area and being ignored like never before. And the only thing that kept him from flinging his sleeves and leaving was Shahrukh himself. He believed that as a sharpshooter, Shahrukh would be able to complete the most difficult metal ring target. What the Chinese female soldiers could do, their sharpshooter Shahrukh would definitely be able to do. 2 gunshots rang out almost at the same time. The 2 snipers, Shahrukh and Yi Qian, had finished sniping less than 30 seconds apart. Yi Qian fired while Xia Jinyuan was talking to the other country's generals. Shahrukh fired after he had adjusted his position. The result was completely different. Chapter 2969. Bang! The sound of a gunshot suddenly rang out, shocking the generals, referees, and military officials in the middle of the formation area. Their gazes all seemed to have materialized as they all looked in Yi Qian's direction. When Yi Qian finished sniping, the generals from the 5 countries who came to watch were still talking with their heads down. They thought that there would at least be a warning before the sniping, so they didn't focus all their attention on Yi Qian. Instead, they focused on Xia Jinyuan, who was talking. He was the captain of the Chinese team. Sometimes his words could let them hear things that they couldn't normally hear. Since the Chinese sniper was still preparing, they could chat for a while. When she was ready and signaled that they could snipe the target, it wouldn't be too late for them to watch. Even General Kallisler had the same thought. Right after General Haywell finished his question, the young Chinese team leader replied, "This is a joke." This attracted everyone's attention. Bang! A gunshot was heard. It was very sudden. Without any warning, the Chinese female soldier, whom they had been observing, had completed the sniping. It came too suddenly, causing the generals who were prepared to watch to be a little stunned. Just now, the Chinese sniper fired. The Italian general, Colonel Leonardo, didn't hide his shock. He asked in a very surprised tone, "Did I hear wrongly? Or did the snipers from other countries finish sniping nearby?" He really hoped that he had heard wrongly. He really hoped that the gunshot was the snipers from other countries that had finished sniping the target, because he was only focused on talking to the Chinese captain and didn't pay attention to the Chinese sniper at all. Although the referee was also stunned, he knew that it was indeed the Chinese sniper who fired the shot. He nodded and answered Colonel Leonardo seriously, "Yes, Colonel." The Chinese sniper finished the last sniping target in the first division. You didn't hear wrongly. Hearing this, Colonel Leonardo raised his hand and slapped his forehead in pain. God, I didn't pay attention to her just now. God, I shouldn't have said anything just now. I should have been looking at the powerful sniper on our side the whole time. She is a female sniper who is better than the male snipers. I came to watch her amazing shooting, but I missed it. Colonel Leonardo voiced out the thoughts of the other generals. They had specially come over to observe the amazing shooting of the Chinese female sniper. In the end, when no one was paying attention, including her captain, she opened fire. Is it done just like that? How could he be so fast? They hadn't seen it yet. How did she finish it? What happened to the preparations before the ambush? You should at least give me a letter. It was done without a sound, and they didn't even see it. The moment the gunshots rang out, the gazes of the generals of the 5 countries, who were in a daze, all fell on the female soldier of the Chinese side, who had silently completed the sniping. All kinds of feelings welled up in their hearts. He had specially come over to take a look, but in the end, he didn't see anything. Xia Jinyuan pretended that he did not know how to react. After a moment of silence, he said, "Yi has completed the final objective of China's first division." It was a meaningless reminder. Other than that, there was no other explanation. With that, Lieutenant Colonel Xia tilted his head slightly, his thin lips curving into a happy arc. Their coordination was pretty good. They were able to guess his intentions in an instant and cooperate with him immediately. There was no need for him to remind them. Chapter 2970, even G3, and the others could not achieve this level of rapport. Yi Qian guessed that Xia Jinyuan's intention was because he kept taking the initiative to talk to the generals of the other 4 countries. She knew that he was not a talkative person and would not take the initiative to bring up trivial matters. His sudden change in behavior tonight must have a purpose. What purpose could it be? Thinking of this, it was not hard to guess what his purpose was. Watching how she sniped was the purpose of the generals of the other 5 countries, but Captain Xia did not want them to see more of her. Before he had time to instruct her, he used another method to remind himself. He kept talking to the generals of the other countries to distract them while she took the opportunity to finish her sniping. There was no need for communication. Based on their many years of knowing each other, working together, they knew what the other party wanted to do. At this moment, no one cared about what Xia Jinyuan said. The sudden gunshot made the generals of the other 5 countries look at Yi Qian. It was a little unclear, as if there were waves in their eyes. There were still 20 minutes until the end of the sniping competition in the first division. The Chinese side was the first to complete all 5 sniping tasks. Yi Qian put away her gun, got up, turned around, and saluted her comrades, the generals, referees, and military officials in front of her. Her clear voice calmly said, "The Chinese side has completed all the tasks in the first sniping competition. Broken blade target, hit. Sniper YE8, end of report. Everyone take a 10-minute break and set off for the second division." Xia Jinyuan saluted back and gestured for Yi Jian to rest for a while so that they could prepare for the next march. They did not have much time to rest. The rest of the time was spent running and completing the competition. Calculating the time, they only had 3.5 hours of rest in a day. The Chinese side had completed the sniping competition in the first division in advance, so they had a short break to adjust. Next, they would head to the second division and arrive at the control station to receive the next mission. Yi Qian did not communicate with the generals of the other countries. After putting away her sniper rifle, she stood in the darkness as if she was invisible. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see where she was standing. She hid her aura and blended into the darkness. This was the camouflage a sniper should have. General Haywell's heart couldn't help but sink again. Tonight, he had seen this female soldier shoot with his own eyes. He had seen this female soldier hit her target, and he had seen this female soldier disappear into the darkness. After watching this for a few times, his heart sank a few times. This Chinese female soldier's ability as a sniper could not be underestimated. Fortunately, there were very few Chinese soldiers like her. Otherwise, the Western countries would not be able to sleep at night. After another hit, the observing generals of the 5 nations didn't say anything else. Even Colonel Amitabhu could only gasp for breath at this moment. He hadn't said a word since he arrived. At first, it was because the Chinese side didn't give him a chance to speak. Now he had nothing to say. Shooting a dagger at a distance of 50 meters, the blade was facing the snipers of various countries, and behind the dagger was a very thin, hard plate. the bullet had to hit the blade, and the bullet would be split into two by the sharp blade. Then it would penetrate the thin, hard plate, leaving two bullet holes on the thin, hard plate. It was very difficult. Chapter 2971. However, this Chinese female soldier didn't seem to have done any preparation before she completed the broken blade target. She even confidently told everyone that she hit the target. Colonel Amitabh breathed heavily. He wanted to say sarcastically, "Don't be so sure. There's a chance you'll miss the target." But the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't spit them out fluently. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get it out. It made him feel very uncomfortable. No one would ask Yi Qian why he didn't give them a message. Even though they didn't see Yi Qian shoot with their own eyes, it was enough to shock them. How confident must he be to be able to shoot so decisively without being affected at all? General Kallisler asked the judges, "What's the final result of the Chinese sniper?" The panel of referees quickly gave a reply. Their clear answer was also heard by everyone present. 50 meters pass. The bullet hit the blade. Complete symmetry of the hardboard bullet hole. Sniper hit. Pass. Colonel Amitabh, who hadn't said anything in the Chinese camp, finally had a chance to speak. He asked the judges, "How many targets did the SFS sniper hit?" The judges felt like this was a difficult question to answer. They suddenly went silent and didn't immediately answer Colonel Amitabh's question. The short silence made Colonel Amitabh's heart sink. He had a bad feeling that this wasn't going to be good news. He was going to hear bad news that he didn't want to hear the most. This also made everyone present think of a possibility. The SFS Border Defense Army sniper probably didn't finish the competition well, which was why the judges were silent. As expected, the judges gave Colonel Amitabh a piece of news that made his vision go dark. Metal ring target, SFS Border Guard sniper, failed. 2 shots were fired in less than 30 seconds. One side hit, the other side failed. One side was low-key, and the other side was arrogant. The arrogant side looked down on the low-key side. They thought the low-key side was weak because they were a bunch of lazy soldiers and couldn't be compared to their country's soldiers. Now that the results are out, I wonder if Lieutenant Colonel Leonardo of Italy is having a toothache. He raised his hand to cover his face, revealing a pained expression. He whispered to General Kallisler beside him, "I have a feeling that he'll go crazy from the pain." The generals of the various countries, including the referees, all knew that the SFS border guards looked down on the Chinese special forces. That kind of disdain was not in their hearts, but was shown everywhere. When they interacted with the other countries' participants, they did not hide their contempt for the Chinese participants at all. They had always thought that they were stronger than the Chinese soldiers and had never regarded the Chinese soldiers as opponents. In the end, reality was really cruel. The guys who thought they were strong failed, and the Chinese side, whom they looked down on, achieved very good results in the sniper competition. The Chinese side's ranking had been rising, and after this round of sniping, they would have a few more points than the SFS border defense team. This way, the Chinese side's ranking would be either 6th or 5th, and the SFS border defense team had always wanted to get into the top 5. The smile on Colonel Leonardo's face deepened. In that case, the SFS Border Defense Army would try even harder to suppress the Chinese side. But for some reason, he really hoped that the Chinese side would be able to suppress the arrogant SFS Border Defense Army. Chapter 2972. General Kallisler, who understood the meaning behind Colonel Leonardo's smile, smiled back at him. But soon, this general, who came from a fighting nation and had a good relationship with the Chinese side, said, "The Chinese soldiers are very humble and gentlemanly. They won't take the initiative to start a fight. So, Colonel, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to see the hot-blooded scene that you want to see. Their low profile means that they won't have any conflicts with the SFS Border Defense Force. They're a country that advocates peace, and they don't like violence. This can be seen from the Chinese government's policy and foreign diplomacy. They won't take the initiative to start a fight, but they won't let other countries humiliate them either. The SFS border guards have been hostile to the Chinese special forces from the very beginning. They deliberately targeted the Chinese soldiers, and from their words and actions, they targeted the Chinese soldiers in all aspects. The Chinese soldiers have actually always chosen to avoid their sharp edges. Colonel Leonardo, let's continue to watch. As for other things, we should choose to watch from the sidelines instead of participating. This was to remind the colonel from Italy not to get involved in the fight between the Chinese Special Forces and the SFS Border Defense Force, just to see something that he wanted to see. If other sides got involved, things would only become more complicated. This is a fair and just competition based on strength. We're here for the competition, not for force. Colonel Leonardo's smile faded a little as he shrugged nonchalantly. Okay, I understand what the general means. Don't worry, I won't get involved. However, I'm not sure about General Haywill. He's a general who likes to have fun. General Haywill isn't stupid enough to make a mistake that will damage the reputation of his country in the IKA assault competition. This is just a competition, and it has nothing to do with politics. When there were problems between countries, other countries wouldn't easily express their opinions, and it was even more impossible for them to get involved. As a politician, General Haywill naturally knew this. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk of the SFS Border Guard had wanted to isolate the Chinese soldiers from the very beginning. Unfortunately, they had used the stupidest method, which was not to isolate the Chinese soldiers with their strength. Instead, they had chosen the most despicable method of slandering the Chinese soldiers with their words. Colonel Amitabh, who was full of confidence, could no longer face the Chinese team members. He had once vowed that their sharpshooter, Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, would achieve the best sniping results and become the nightmare of the Chinese soldiers. He would make the Chinese soldiers avoid Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk and his country's soldiers whenever they saw him. He spoke so confidently and used an arrogant expression and a contemptuous look to express his dissatisfaction with the Chinese soldiers. In the end, it all became a joke. Colonel Amitabh left with his tail between his legs. He didn't even say a word to the generals of the other 4 countries who had come with him. He left alone. I won't give him another chance to speak. This was the most powerful counterattack of the Chinese soldiers. The SFS Border Guard is currently ranked 8th, and the Chinese are already ranked 6th. It's going to be difficult for them to squeeze into the 5th place with the Chinese's current results. As long as they maintain their current standards, it won't be a problem for them to enter the top 5. General Kallisler returned to the observation group. The major who had accompanied him to observe the competition said in a low voice, the SFS Border Guard should be planning to hold on to the 5th or 4th place and try their best to enter the top 3. Now, it's hard to say. Chapter 2973. Yes, everything was hard to say. General Kallisler looked at his country's results in the competition. They were already in 4th place, while the U.S. was still in 1st place. At this moment, 7 countries had already completed all the competitions in the 1st division. The U.S. continued to maintain 1st place, and their snipers had also completed the competition perfectly. Estonia's own contestants, Italy's headgear commandos, and Germany's contestants had all completed the competition very well without making any mistakes. A certain Western country from Great Britain, which should have been in 6th place, had actually fallen to 7th place. They had been surpassed by the Chinese team. There was not much difference in the scores of the 4 countries ranked 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The rankings could change at any time. General Callisler still had some reservations about whether the Chinese team would be able to get into the top 5. He would have to continue watching. The results of the sniping competition would not be known immediately. They would have to wait until all the sniping subjects in the second division were over the next day before the participating team members would know the results of their respective countries last night. As for their own results, they knew it very well even without the referee telling them. Lieutenant Colonel Shalak knew he had not hit the metal ring. When he put away his gun, his face was so dark that it looked like he had rubbed it against the bottom of a pot dozens of times. They had made sufficient preparations, but they still failed in the end. He did not know how the Chinese team was doing, but it was a pity that he could not ask about it immediately. Otherwise, he would really want to ask now. They had already started crossing the swamp. The SFS border guards tightened the metal rings on the ropes. The 8 team members lined up in a line and cautiously crossed the swamp step by step. This swamp was not very big, only about 3 kilometers in diameter. It was also the smallest swamp in the competition. Although it was the smallest swamp, it still had its fair share of dangers. In the distance, wild wolves howled one after another. It seemed like they were waiting for the arrival of the participating team members from each country so that their pack could have a full meal. Did you guys hear something? Young Sparrow Hawk, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He was a scout, so he was in charge of scouting the path in the dark. He would then take turns to scout the area. Before they had even covered half of the 3-kilometer swamp, he heard unusual movements ahead. It was as though something was hiding in the tall bushes ahead. A soldier's intuition was sharp, especially since young Sparrow Hawk was a scout. His intuition was even sharper. When he stopped, the team members behind him stopped as well. The T6 combatant, who was walking behind young Sparrow Hawk, did not hear anything, nor did he sense that something was wrong. Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian beside him, "Go with Sparrow Hawk and see what's going on." The sharpest among them was Yi Qian. She was so sensitive that she could immediately pinpoint the source of danger. She was the most suitable person to travel with Sparrow Hawk. Yi Qian nodded. He loosened the knots on the rope and held it tightly with both hands as he walked forward. The places she stepped on were all the places her comrades had stepped on before. Yi Jian sped up a little. The comrades in front of her saw her coming and immediately reached out to pull her back, reminding her to be careful. Just as Yi Qian was less than a meter away from Sparrow Hawk, the feeling of being stared at made her shudder violently. "Back off, all of you back off. Don't retreat," she said in a low voice as she slowly retreated. "Sparrow Hawk, step back now and slow down. Captain Xia, Captain Li, prepare the live ammunition." Chapter 2974. She said in a low voice as she slowly retreated. "Yao Zi, step back now and slow down. Captain Xia, Captain Li, get ready with live ammunition." "Damn, what's up ahead?" The T6 combatant was about 2 meters behind Yi Qian. When he heard that, he was so agitated that his scalp went numb. He quickly followed suit and slowly retreated. The swamp was not flat ground. If one was not careful, they would sink into the mud. Just as the Chinese team member took a few steps back, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out from above the quiet swamp. Following that, they heard a sound that sounded like a cat's voice. A woo, woo. Although the sound was muffled due to the distance, they could still tell that the cat-like sound was very sharp and aggressive. Yi Qian had never heard of such a sound before, nor did she know what kind of animal it was. However, the Italian special forces had told her that lynxes, macaques, wolves, and bears were extremely active in the forests of eastern Estonia, so they had to be on guard against their attacks at all times. The howls of the wolves could still be heard in the distance. From the sound of it, they could tell that it was quite far away. She had heard the sounds of bears before, and had even had a head-on confrontation with them. Then there was only one animal left. It's a lynx macaque. We've encountered a lynx macaque. This swamp is the lynx macaque's area of activity, Yi Qian whispered as he pulled Yao Zi along. The two of them retreated back to back. In front of them, several green eyes were flashing. The lynx macaques hiding in the trees had revealed themselves. There were a total of 4 of them. Lynx macaques were rare wild animals in the country, but they were very common in the forests of Estonia. They were also a type of feline that moved stealthily and were slightly smaller than tigers and leopards. In the night, the lynx macaque's green eyes emitted a terrifying light. They stared intently at the intruders who had entered their territory. Their fur stood on end, and they let out low growls of "awoo," "meow," "awoo," "meow" from their mouths. Wild animals were all afraid of humans and would usually avoid them when they saw them. However, these lynx macaques did not avoid them. On the contrary, they were slowly moving forward. Doesn't this guy live alone? Why are there 4 of them here? When the T6 combatant saw the approaching lynx macaque, he carefully stepped onto a nameless tree that grew horizontally above the swamp. With a cold expression, he said to Yi Qian in front of him, "Take a few steps back and climb up the tree." After entering the forest, they needed to avoid these aggressive wild animals as much as possible. Although the lynx and macaque were timid, the situation in front of them was obviously not good. They were already full of aggression. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were already prepared with live ammunition. Once the lynx attacked, they would immediately fire to protect their comrades. "Let's retreat first and take a detour." Li Jinyan, who had already loaded the bullet, tightened the rope with one hand. His cold eyes stared at the lynx monkey that was howling and approaching. "Speed up a little." The T6 combatant had already grabbed Yi Qian's hand and yanked it toward him. Yi Qian leaped over the mud that could make a person sink into it and stood firmly on the tree. She then reached out and pulled Yi Qian up the tree as well. The swamp was full of mud. It was already very dangerous to walk in it during the day, let alone at night. Fortunately, they were still on the same path they had just walked, so it was fine even if they retreated a little faster. After retreating for about a kilometer, the green eyes of the beasts in front of them finally disappeared. They were also afraid. The Special Forces soldiers participating in the competition, including Yi Qian, had all seen blood on their hands before. They had a murderous aura that could make wild animals afraid and also make them feel threatened. Chapter 2975. All the Chinese Special Forces retreated from the swamp and chose to take a detour instead of walking in a straight line. When they retreated from the swamp, the Chinese contestants heard the sharp cries of lynx macaques not far away, as well as several continuous gunshots. In this place, if the Special Forces encountered a wild animal attack, they could choose to shoot. Xia Jinyuan also thought of shooting directly, but Li Jinyan secretly stopped him. Although lynx macaques were not as fierce as leopards and tigers, they were still a type of wild animal that was more difficult to deal with. In addition, it was not a good thing to see blood in the forest. It would attract more ferocious wild animals that lived for meat, such as wild wolves. If they were surrounded by wild wolves, the Chinese contestants would definitely see blood. Now that they had plenty of time, they could totally take a detour. We are about 15 kilometers away from the next control station. First, we will arrive at the control station to receive the next competition lesson. Then, we will take a short break before continuing. After communicating with Li Jinyan, Xia Jinyuan gave the order. All the contestants did not stop and continued to march to the next control station. Li Jinyan looked at the time. It was still early, 7 minutes past 9 p.m. 15 kilometers would take 2 to 3 hours, so they could arrive before midnight. Midnight was the most tiring time, so it was a good time to rest before marching. I have no objections. If you are really tired, you can rest for 5 to 10 minutes. Dachau asked. He had been training with the Snowfield Brigade in the mountains for a few months and was now completely adapted to fighting in the forest. Dachau was the same. In his words, they were now more like the Army, not the Navy. The 2 Navy members of the Storm Commandos had no problems, so the Army members from the Snowfield Brigade had no problems either. Yi Qian had already memorized the entire map, so Xia Jinyuan did not even need to take out the map. With Yi Qian and Sparrowhawk leading the way, they did not have any intention of stopping to rest at all. They went straight to the second sniper area. After the Chinese Special Forces walked out of the swamp, they chose to take a detour. The observation team soon learned about it. At first, they thought that the Chinese team members would retreat from the swamp and rest for a while after discovering the lynx monkeys. Just like the team members from a certain country in Great Britain, when they learned that the Estonian team members were attacked by a few lynx monkeys, they decided to retreat from the swamp and rest before setting off. Italy and a few other countries also chose to take a break. They were too tired. The first 30 kilometers of cross-country breakout with weights had already exhausted all the participants' stamina. Following that was the small competition between the various countries. All the participating snipers had to be on high alert to prevent themselves from being discovered by the other country's snipers. It could be said that they didn't have a good rest for the entire day. Now that there was a strange situation ahead, and time allowed, they chose to rest for a while before continuing. A few of the top-ranked countries chose to take a short break. The rain had stopped, but everywhere they went was wet. The camouflage combat uniforms had not dried from day to night. The 8 of them had been walking for 4 hours in wet combat uniforms. The night was as thick as ink. The Chinese Special Forces continued to march through the forest like cheetahs, strictly following the time they had set. No matter how dark the night was, no matter how difficult the path in the forest was, it did not stop the Chinese soldiers from marching into the vast primeval forest. Chapter 2976. 5 days and 4 nights of competition. Dozens of courses had been completed, including a few performance courses. It was about 200 kilometers of cross-country travel. If the time was not strictly controlled, it was very likely that they would not be able to reach the control station on time. If they did not reach the control station on time, they would not be able to receive the next competition course. Once they could not receive the next competition course, the course would be canceled and all their points would be deducted. The generals of the observation team thought that the Chinese side would also rest midway. At around 12 a.m., the control station sent news that the Chinese side had become the first country to reach the control station to receive the next competition course. For a moment, the generals of several countries were so excited that they were knocked out of their sleep. What? The Chinese side reached the control station? They reached the control station? Aren't they resting? They didn't rest and kept walking? The commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force wiped his face, not hiding his surprise at all. He thought that the Chinese team members had chosen to rest like the other countries, but they did not. The Chinese soldiers did not rest. They were still on the road. God, were they made of iron? There's no need to be surprised. The Chinese soldiers have a very good system. During the War of Resistance, their soldiers walked out of the 25,000-mile-long march in such a cruel environment. This is the power of an example, and it has influenced generations of Chinese soldiers. General Kallisler stood beside the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force and looked up at the figures of the Chinese soldiers on the screen. The soldiers from China have many things that we can learn from them. General Kallisler had studied in China in his early years and was very interested in the history of China's War of Resistance, especially the 25,000-mile-long march that created human miracles. He had read a lot of information about the Long March and had seen many touching stories. Therefore, he had always been very respectful of the Chinese soldiers. As a soldier, the commander-in-chief of the Estonian National Defense Force naturally knew about the Chinese Long March during the War of Resistance. This was an incredible feat in human history, an incredible miracle. General Kallisler, I think I finally understand why you said that the Chinese side used strength to create miracles. Their ancestors were truly great, very great. They were not afraid of hardships and sacrifices, and the spirit of the Long March became the strongest color in the army's soul. Therefore, even though it was the first time the Chinese soldiers participated in the competition, they were not afraid and continued to walk until victory. General Kallisler looked at the screen and looked at the Chinese soldier who was receiving the next competition at the control station. He said in admiration, "This is a kind of belief, the core of an army's combat strength." When I was studying in China, the Chinese soldiers told me that their martyrs firmly believed in the revolutionary spirit of facing death with equanimity if the revolutionary team killed me. This shocked me very, very much. A person needed to have faith, and so did an army. With unwavering faith, no matter how difficult or bitter the road ahead was, one would continue on without hesitation. Only then would one be invincible and undefeated. Colonel Amitabh of the SFS looks down on the Chinese soldiers. He's like a frog sitting in a well. He can only see the sky above the well, but he can never see how vast the sky is beyond the well. He looks down on the Chinese soldiers, and he's destined to lose very badly in this competition. After General Kallisler finished speaking in a low voice, he no longer paid attention to the screen. There were no longer any figures of the Chinese soldiers on the screen. They received the competition subjects and left the control station. Chapter 2977. On the screen, the Chinese contestants had already left, but in reality, the Chinese contestants had only walked out of the monitoring range of the control station and did not leave the control station. A referee and military official walked out side by side. They were even holding hot dogs and warm milk in their hands. When they saw the 8 Chinese contestants preparing to leave, they hurriedly chased after them. "Hey, friends, please wait a moment. Please wait a moment." When the Chinese contestants, who were planning to find a place to rest while discussing their next battle tactics, heard the sound, they turned around in unison. They saw that the referee and military official had swept away their previous seriousness and were now smiling warmly. When they saw them turn around and stop, the smiles on their faces deepened. "It's too cold. Why, all can drink a cup of warm milk and eat a few hot dogs, then change into clean and comfortable clothes and rest for a while before leaving." The referee, who was holding a cup of warm milk in one hand and a hot dog in the other, said temptingly with a smile, "Look at this and think about the various difficulties why all will have to face next. Don't why all think it's too hard and too dangerous?" When one's mind and body were being tortured, if someone encouraged them, they would still continue walking. But if someone kept saying things that discouraged them, then cracks would appear in the determination in their hearts, and they would eventually collapse. Every word the referee said was so tempting. Food, drinks, clean clothes, comfortable clothes. These were what the participating special forces from various countries lacked the most at the moment. Pandora's box had been opened, and all that was left was for any of the Chinese contestants to accept the temptation. "Why, all need to rest. You've already walked too long. I can see fatigue and tiredness on your faces. Why, all must really want to sleep." As the referee spoke, his voice lowered slightly. He saw the Chinese soldiers who were originally standing in front of him raise their hands lightly. Everyone instantly lined up and stood neatly behind their captain. They no longer looked at him and spoke. "This guy is doing it on purpose, right? Is he trying to seduce us?" T6 lowered his head and chuckled. We didn't have anything to eat or drink, and we had to settle everything on our own. Suddenly, there's milk and hot dogs. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Something's up. There's arsenic in the milk and crane top red in the hot dog. You'll be finished if you eat it, G3 said seriously. G3 answered seriously. He was standing behind T6 and could clearly hear everything T6 said. Yi Qian was standing in front of T6. When he heard T6 speak, he also heard G3 speak. When he heard that, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. He said in a low voice, when the referee and military officer came over to greet me, their gazes never left me. The two of them really want to give me all the arsenic milk and red hot dogs. Do I look like I'm easy to coax? Easily fooled. So, they always like to make things difficult for me. Hot milk and fragrant hot dogs. Do you want to drink them? Do you want some? T6. The T6 combatant wiped his mouth and pondered seriously for a moment before replying, no matter how delicious it is or how much I want to eat it, my life is still more important. He leaned forward slightly and asked Yi Qian in confusion, our female soldier, why do you only ask me if I want to drink or eat it? You're so naughty. The cold wind carried the rich aroma of the hot milk, while the hot dogs gave off a meaty aroma that made people hungrier. The two fragrances seemed to have hooks that hooked their sense of smell and their hungry stomachs. The military officer walked right up to Yi Qian and handed the hot milk and hot dogs to Yi Qian. Drink it, female soldier. It'll make you feel comfortable. Chapter 2978. As for what the price of comfort was, the military official did not say. Yi Qian, who had his back straight, looked straight ahead with a determined gaze. There was only one person in his dark eyes, and that person was currently turning his head. There was a smile in his handsome and cold eyes as he stared at her. This was their captain, as well as the goal she was working hard for. She smiled and shook her head. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't need them. The military official wanted to continue speaking, but the T6 combatant stepped forward. Although his delicate baby face was covered in paint, his eyes shone like a wolf's. He said to the military official, Brother, you can keep your bread and milk for yourself. Our female soldiers, and we don't need them. Thank you. Comfort was bound to come at a greater price. Seeing the items in the hands of the referee and military official, the Chinese team members were already on guard. When they heard those abnormal words, although they sounded normal, it was undoubtedly a psychological tactic to say such things at a time like this. They were making use of the hunger and fatigue of the team members to constantly use words like comfort in an attempt to break down the psychological defenses erected by the team members to achieve their goal. Psychological tactics were also a type of combat tactic. There was no smoke of war, only a silent invasion. If they wanted to win, they would not only have to undergo a physical test, but they would also have to be mentally tempered. More importantly, they would have to experience life and death and combine courage, strategy, and strategy to challenge the limits of their physiology, intelligence, and technology before finally reaching the finish line with excellent results. And along the way, even if there was a pitiful amount of rest time, there would still be unpredictable dangers. Just like now, the military official who handed over the hot milk and hot dogs looked at the only female soldier on the Chinese team. He blocked the T6 combatants' interference and said with a smile what they would say when they saw the special forces of various countries. You just have to nod now, and the hot milk and hot dogs in my hands will belong to you. There was no nod, only a firm refusal. When the 5 minutes were up, the referee and military official took 3 steps back. This time, the smiles on their faces were much more sincere. Congratulations on passing a small test and successfully holding on to your 5 points. Congratulations on being the first team to arrive at this control station. I wish you all the best, Chinese soldiers." After the referee finished speaking, the Chinese Special Forces soldiers' face darkened a little. Taking a cup of milk or a hot dog would result in a deduction of 5 points. Damn! How could they deduct points so easily? It was not easy for them to win back those 5 points. He had successfully resisted the temptation and had a 50% chance of keeping her. In the IKA assault competition, the points deducted were always much more than the points won. The Italian Special Forces told the Chinese side that 2 years ago, there was a country's special forces that had negative points after the competition. What was even more hilarious was that they had no idea where they had lost points. For example, taking any food from the referees or military officials would result in a deduction of 5 points. For example, asking for information from the referees or military officials would result in a deduction of 5 points. Also, taking a towel from the referees or military officials would result in a deduction of 5 points. Sometimes, these points deductions would come unexpectedly, and one would be fooled if they were not careful. When Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan heard that the Chinese side was the first to arrive at the control station, they did not look happy. In fact, they frowned slightly. He was charging too fast. It was not in line with the low-key battle tactics that they had mainly learned. After the referees and military officials left, Li Jinyan whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "We need to lower the time or score in other areas." Chapter 2979. Yes, it's a fast pace here, so we have to slow down. Xia Jinyuan waved the document he had received for the next competition. "Let me see if there are any longer courses in here." He frowned a little and paused for a moment before saying, "Why are we the first to arrive at the control station? Why would the Americans and Italians fall behind us?" It was a little hard to explain. They have enough time, so they'll be willing to make up for the stamina they lost during the day and adjust for a short while before entering the next round of the competition. Li Jinyan did not think it was difficult to explain. On the contrary, it was very easy to explain. You went overseas for an exchange, so you should have seen how they train. Xia Jinyuan thought for a while before nodding and saying, "Yes, that's very likely. Then we'll have to adjust ourselves a little. We can't train according to the way we train in China. We'll have to cater to them." In China's training, there was no right to rest before reaching the finish line. It was the same abroad, but the Western countries that had participated in the IKA assault program knew how to make better use of their time. About 500 meters away from the control station, they finally found a place to settle down. They took out the waterproof cloths from their backpacks and fastened them with buckles. The 4 corners of the cloths were tied to trees with ropes, and the middle was propped up with a tree trunk that was cut down. A medium-sized shelter was successfully built, and it took them 7 minutes to complete. After covering the ground with the waterproof cloths, the 8 of them could finally sit down and rest after a tiring day. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped a lot. They sat down in their wet clothes and did not move, so there was no heat generated, but they could already feel the chill. There was no change of clothes, no warmth, no hot water, and no warm food to eat. But no one cared about that. They were all focused on the deduction of points. How sinister! How sinister! Fortunately, I resisted the temptation. Otherwise, I would have lost 5 points. After learning the truth, the T6 combatant pretended to be scared and patted his chest. Although he said it was too scary, his tone was relaxed, and he did not feel burdened at all. It was obvious he could tell things were not that simple. There was no such thing as a free lunch, so they had to take it easy. Young Sparrowhawk said, "They went straight for our female soldiers. They really have no foresight. Our female soldiers are the most difficult line of defense to break through. How can such a blind referee and military official fool us? Let's try it out with this guy." Who knows, we might even succeed. He was patting T6 on the shoulder. So this guy was referring to T6. This caused the T6 combatant to raise his leg and knee Yenzi in the thigh. His leg was raised a little too high, and a trickle of blood could be seen flowing out of his military boot. When the rest of the comrades saw this, they all laughed softly. When the big eel and the big mermaid saw this, they immediately began to take off their military boots. T6 was right. The referees and military officials really had no foresight. Why are they looking for Yi Qian? Is it because Yi Qian is a female soldier? Bad taste, really bad taste. Yi Qian was a female soldier, but not an ordinary one. How could she, who was more resistant to hardships than the male soldiers, fall for it so easily? The few of them reminded each other as they spoke. G3 was in charge of keeping watch, while Li Jinyan was in charge of keeping watch at the back. Xia Jinyuan was sitting in the middle with a miniature flashlight in his mouth. He was carefully looking at the course content and the rules of the competition. Xia Jinyuan had a habit. When he received a mission, he liked to study it alone and discuss it with his comrades after he had a plan in mind. His comrades who had fought together with him for many years naturally knew his habit and would not immediately disturb or interfere with him. Chapter 2980. After about 5 minutes, Xia Jinyuan held the miniature flashlight in his mouth. Perhaps because he had bitten the flashlight, his low voice sounded a little gloomy. "Vice Captain, come here and take a look. T6 is the top position." Their comrades would take a short break, but Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan, the two captains and vice captains, did not have much time to rest. As long as they rested, they would need to sit down and discuss the next battle. There's a parallel rope pistol shooting competition subject. I'm not sure if it's before or after the second sniper competition area. Xia Jinyuan handed the paper document of the competition course to Li Jinyan. There was a hint of coldness between his handsome eyebrows. "Look at the rules of the competition. This thing is a little different from what we've trained before. It's more difficult. The rigid rules require that all team members must complete it. As long as one person fails, the subject's score will be invalid. There are a total of 10 points. Speed and technique account for 6 points, and shooting at the target takes 4 points. Now that we're in front, I'm afraid that our score will be higher. Next, we'll slow down a little. When it comes to the parallel rope pistol shooting competition subject, we'll see if we need to slow down. If not, it'll be easy. If it's necessary, we'll slow down and let other countries pass first. We'll fall behind. What do you think?" After asking, Xia Jinyuan looked at Li Jinyan. Li Jinyan continued to read. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. After reading, his originally cold voice seemed to break out of the ice, emitting a dense chill. The route to the second sniper competition area is unclear. We need to find the correct hidden route. There are imaginary enemies along the way, as well as 11 blockade lines. Based on these events, I suspect that the second sniper competition area is still behind. Before completing the parallel rope pistol shooting competition, we'll probably need to break through the blockade lines. It's not until all 11 blockade lines have been successfully broken through that the second sniper competition can begin. Don't forget, the Italian Special Forces reminded us that the IKA assault competition will become more and more difficult as the competition progresses. Some countries will choose to withdraw from the competition due to the unimaginably dangerous and tragic battles. This kind of thing happens in every competition. Generally, some countries will withdraw from the competition halfway through. The sniping competition has become a leisure competition, and these survival competitions are the main battles. Xia Jinyuan was silent for a short while before he nodded. "You're right. The second sniper zone might be behind us. then what we'll be facing next is an assault on the blockade line. There might even be referees and military officials who pop up on the way and ask if you want some hot milk or hot dogs. Even the greeting is a trap. It's impossible to guard against it. The simpler the trap, the easier it is to be fooled. Hot milk, hot dogs, they're not our favorite. If it were one of the 4 Chinese cuisines, we might be fooled, Li Jinyan said in a serious tone, which made Xia Jinyuan laugh out loud. In the following time, as Li Jinyan said, the first thing was to break through the blockade lines. Every blockade line was extremely difficult to break through. At dawn, when the Chinese team members found the correct hidden route, they had already broken through 5 blockade lines. 5 blockade lines, a distance of 12 kilometers. That was to say, from midnight to dawn, the Chinese team members had only walked 12 kilometers in total. Chapter 2981. After the 12-kilometer journey, even the 2 strong soldiers, Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan, were so tired that their legs felt like they were filled with lead. Every step they took was like dragging their legs. Even if they raised their legs a little, their knees would feel like they were rusted and they couldn't bend their knees smoothly. At this time, they had finished climbing at night and broke through 5 blockade lines. In the competition, they needed to break through 11 blockade lines. That meant that they still needed to break through 6 more blockade lines before they could reach the second sniper zone. It had only been a day and a night since the high-difficulty, high-intensity, long-distance, multi-topic IKA assault. They hadn't even completed half of such a cruel competition. The further they went, the more difficult it was. The harder it was, the more they had to conquer it. Going out of the country and into an international competition, the Chinese soldiers shouldered a mission and responsibility. No matter how difficult it was, they had to persevere. At this time, they had lost contact with the special forces of each country. No one knew where they were or if they had found the same hidden route. There was also the possibility of getting lost or taking detours. These situations were bound to happen. After a day and a night, dawn came quietly. A thick fog rose in the forest. It was as if they had walked into a fantasy forest. The trees and branches that were faintly discernible in the fog stretched out in an intricate manner, revealing a sense of mystery that made people unable to help but feel intimidated. After repositioning and confirming that they were going in the right direction, the Chinese special forces didn't stop for long and continued forward. It was another blockade line. Several times, the Estonian soldiers, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out with guns. They tried to surround the 8 Chinese team members so that each of them could turn in a penalty slip. The Chinese team still used the 2-person running tactic and spread out in an instant. Unlike the soldiers who directly confronted them, they used the method of hiding to avoid being surrounded by the soldiers. After a day and a night of high-intensity running, even people who were made of iron couldn't bear it. The Chinese team was surrounded by imaginary enemies, but so were the special forces of the other countries. Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk was a little anxious. He arrived at the second control station at around 3 o'clock in the morning, after learning that the Chinese special forces had arrived at the control station nearly 3 hours earlier than them and had become the first of the 12 countries to arrive at the second control station. Lieutenant Colonel Sharuk, who had always been bewitchingly confident in front of the Chinese soldiers, changed his expression on the spot. He didn't expect the Chinese special forces to arrive earlier than the SFS Border Defense Force. Furthermore, they were the first group to arrive. The SFS Border Guard was the 5th team to arrive at the control station. After hearing the news, Lieutenant Colonel Shalak immediately ordered all the contestants to speed up. They had to overtake the Chinese contestants and reach the next control station first. The SFS border guards hadn't expected the Chinese soldiers to arrive so early. When the order was given, they felt humiliated by the Chinese soldiers. In response to Shaluk's orders, the team members rushed forward as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They only had one target: the Chinese team members. Defeat the Chinese team member. Humiliating the Chinese team members. Then, too much time had passed. Even when dawn came, Shah Rukh and his comrades still hadn't seen any signs of the Chinese contestants. This made them wonder if they had walked too fast and left the Chinese contestants behind. That's right, the SFS Border Defense Forces were that confident. Chapter 2982. We have successfully broken through 3 blockade lines and completed the climb. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, I think it is very likely that we have surpassed the Chinese soldiers. Look here. Holding the map, an SFS soldier in charge of reconnaissance spread the map on top of his backpack. He was very confident and very seriously analyzed the situation. It has been 4 kilometers since we received the competition mission. There are a total of 3 blockade lines in 4 kilometers, and the terrain is quite complicated. There are hills on both sides. If we don't find the correct route, we will get lost in this area. And this is the first time the Chinese soldiers are participating in the competition. It's very normal for them to get lost. Lieutenant Colonel, I think that since we haven't seen any of the Chinese soldiers until now, they're probably lost here. The scout's brown-black finger pointed at a certain spot on the map. This was indeed the part where it was easiest to get lost. This was because the hidden route was intentionally wrong. One needed to combine the location, coordinates, and positioning to find the real route. If one was careless, they would walk down the mountain and end up further and further away. The SFS border guards almost made a similar mistake, but fortunately, they corrected it in time. Now that they hadn't seen the Chinese soldiers after so long, they thought that the Chinese soldiers must be lost. There was no way they had the strength to break through 3 blockade lines in 2 hours. With the strength of the Chinese side, it was still possible to break through 2 blockade lines. The SFS border guards, who were confident in their strength, still didn't know that Shaluk had even lost to Yi Qian in the sniper competition. However, with their personality, even if they knew, they would find excuses like bad weather, too tired, bad guns, and so on to explain their failure. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk didn't agree with the scout's analysis this time. He shook his head and said with a serious face, "No, no, no. They found the control station around 12. With their strength, they will definitely grit their teeth and persevere if they know about the competition. Just like before, we were all resting, but they rushed on so that they wouldn't be laughed at. From 12 until 6 o'clock in the morning, with their strength, they broke through 7 of the 11 blockade lines. They should be able to complete it. They won't get lost. The soldiers they sent out are all the strongest soldiers on our side. The strongest soldiers were actually so weak, some of the SFS border guards showed a contemptuous smile. Such a weak soldier could become the strongest on the Chinese side. As expected, there was no way the Chinese soldiers could compare to their Asia's number 1. They're not lost. They're definitely still moving forward. We can't stay here any longer. We have to catch up to them. No matter what, we have to surpass them today. We'll use our strength to tell them not to fight so hard. No matter how hard they try, they won't be able to beat us." Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk signaled the scouts to put away the map and continued to instill confidence in the soldiers that the Chinese team was very weak. That was how his confidence was passed down from generation to generation. Lieutenant Colonel Shahrukh had guessed correctly. The Chinese special forces were not lost and had been moving forward. He had only guessed these 2 points correctly. The rest were all wrong. At 7 o'clock in the morning, under the leadership of Xia Jinyuan, the Chinese team broke through the 9th blockade and entered the parallel rope pistol shooting competition. This was a competition of life and death. The Chinese team members weren't the first to arrive at the arena. In front of them, the Italian team's special forces and the American team's special forces had already arrived. Following behind them were the Estonian team's special forces. Chapter 2983. The contestants from the 4 countries arrived less than 10 minutes apart. They didn't start immediately after they arrived, but sat down to rest for a while. When the dry food reached their mouths, it was mixed with cold water. A mouthful of dry food, followed by a mouthful of cold water. They swallowed until their faces contorted, and their necks stretched until they had varicose veins. Only then did they manage to swallow the dry food and cold water. This time, the special forces from the 4 countries didn't interact as happily as they did yesterday. The competition between the countries became more and more obvious, and the competition between the strong became more and more obvious. After a day and a night, the difference in strength had become apparent. The contestants who could appear at this time could be said to be special forces with a certain level of strength. The Italian and American teams were still very friendly to the Chinese contestants. When the American soldier who had agreed to meet Yi Qian at the sniper competition area saw Yi Qian, he raised his tired and sore hand to greet Yi Qian. The rest of them smiled and waved their hands. They were too tired. Other than resting, they didn't want to do anything else. Xia Jinyuan finished 2 pieces of hardtack and drank a few mouthfuls of cold water. He felt a little bloated in his stomach. He looked around calmly and said to his comrades, "We still need to buy some time. Right now, we're in 3rd place. Later, we'll be in 4th place. The scores aren't out yet. Let's play it safe. In terms of strength, the Americans and Italians should be in 1st and 2nd place. 3rd place should be Estonia and Great Britain Island." Even a short break required constant communication and analysis of the situation. This was the communication between the captain and the vice captain. The rest of the team members just needed to listen quietly. The Americans have started to move. Yi Qian's clear voice interrupted the conversation between the two. The 2 of them looked up at the front at the same time. They first looked up at the 3 10-meter-long ropes hanging in the air. Then their gazes fell on the 8 American contestants in the line. They began to check the pistols in their hands. Later, they would need to use their pistols to complete the target shooting. Handgun shooting over parallel ropes had a very strict rule. The team members had to hold the rope in the air with one hand and rush forward while holding the pistol in the other hand. They had to shoot at the intersecting targets between 20 and 40 meters away. And the danger of this competition was that if the team members didn't hold on to the rope, they would fall down the mountain stream and be smashed to pieces. Because the 3 ropes were suspended in the air between the 2 mountains, this was indeed terrifying. This was also the reason why Xia Jinyuan said that the parallel rope handgun shooting competition this time was a little different from the ones in China. That was because when they trained in China, they would hang a rope between 2 buildings. At the same time, they would wear a protective lock on their bodies. Even if they didn't grab the rope tightly, they wouldn't fall down hard. However, there was no protective lock, and he had to rely on his own strength to complete it. The American soldiers began to move their hands and feet. They kicked their legs and swung their arms to relax their sore muscles. They had rested for half an hour and had recovered a lot of their physical strength. It was almost time for them to finish the competition. Their expressions were very serious. There wasn't a trace of a smile on their faces. As they began, the atmosphere became unusually tense. The referee and military official walked up to them. Their cold voices once again confirmed that they were ready. They said, "Any accidents will be listed as sacrifices. It has nothing to do with this competition. Are you really ready?" The American soldiers only responded with an okay gesture. Chapter 2984. The strength of the American team was widely recognized, especially this team, which was world-renowned for its strength. In the face of a life-and-death battle that could endanger their lives at any time, their attitude could only be described with one word: calm. From beginning to end, they were quite calm, without a trace of fear. From this point alone, it could be seen that this Special Forces team was outstanding. The Chinese Special Forces who came to learn naturally watched their every move very carefully. They were very serious and very meticulous. Even the dry food in their hands that they hadn't finished was quickly stuffed back into their bags, afraid that if they took a bite of the compressed biscuits, they would miss the wonderful performance of the Americans. As the military officer fired the signal gun and gave the order to start shooting, the 8 American Special Forces were as fast as agile monkeys. With a few swish-swish sounds, they really did get on the ropes. Gunshots began to ring out, and targets ranging from 20 to 40 meters away popped out one after another. The American Special Forces soldier on the first rope shot down 2 targets at a distance of 20 meters in an instant with a clean and neat shooting posture. These targets couldn't be seen at a glance. Some of them needed to be searched before they could be seen. When people were sliding on the ropes, the mountain stream below was deep. If they missed, they would only end up in the worst-case scenario. And it was in such a dangerous competition that the tall and big American Special Forces wiped out the dozens of targets hidden in the bushes at an extremely fast speed. 5 minutes later, the 8 American Special Forces soldiers arrived at another mountain peak. They released the ropes and jumped with force, all of them steadily ending this life and death battle. When Sherlock arrived with the SFS border guards, the other teams had just arrived and were applauding the Americans. The world's first-class Special Forces, they really live up to their reputation. Big Shark had already stood up from his seat without anyone noticing. His eyes were still glowing as he stared at the 8 American Special Forces soldiers without blinking. He stared at them all the way until all 8 American Special Forces soldiers had completed the parallel rope pistol shooting. From his eyes, one could see a kind of desire, a desire to become stronger, a desire to one day have such a triple amphibious Special Forces in our Navy. Currently, our country's Navy could only be considered to be in its infancy stage. It was far from the strength of a truly developed country's Navy. The sea was also a country's territory. It was sacred and inviolable. Guarding the sacred and inviolable sea was the lifelong responsibility of a Navy. It could be said that the desire in the eyes of the Great Mermaid was the desire of all navies. The Great Merman, who stood up, felt someone patting him on the shoulder. He turned his head and saw the great eel standing beside him. The great eel's eyes had the same expression as his. He said, "Our goal is them. One day we can surpass them. Learn well, brother. We still have a long way to go." The northerner, who came from a coastal city and had a deep obsession with the sea, stared at the American Special Forces. His hands were clenched into fists as he looked sideways at their captain. "Captain, we will surpass them one day, right?" "Of course." As their captain, Li Jinyan nodded indifferently. His eyes were filled with deep certainty and confidence. He deeply believed that the Navy would become stronger. The Great Mermaid smiled. His tanned face was filled with the same confidence as Li Jinyan's. This was not the arrogance of the SFS border guards, but the confidence of having hope for the future. He believed that through hard work, he would be able to conquer the peak. Chapter 2985. Speaking of which, the Big Merman continued, "Captain, you are our guide. In the future, if you increase the difficulty of our training, I won't complain at all. I won't secretly say things like, You're so cold all the time. Serves you right for not having a girlfriend behind your back. Li Jinyan. He laughed coldly a few times. The cold laughter, without any warmth, made the big eel's heart sink. He stole a glance at Demon King Li's face. It would have been better if he didn't see it, but when he saw it, it was so cold that he was about to emit cold air. You don't have to say that out loud. He gritted his teeth and said to the big merman, "When we go back, how are you going to explain it to your brothers?" It was all said behind his back. How could he say it in front of the Demon King? Li Jinyan laughed coldly a few more times. The meaning was self-evident. This time, the big merman knew what kind of consequences awaited them when they returned to their country. It was a consequence that made him regret it so much that his intestines turned green. Afraid that Demon King Li would laugh coldly again, the big merman quickly changed the topic. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Captain said that of course we can surpass the American Amphibious Special Forces. Then we will definitely surpass them. Big Eel, do you have confidence?" "Of course I have confidence. That is our goal." The confident Big Eel answered his comrade, but at the same time he wanted to stab his comrade in the back. Li Jinyan didn't say anything. He just glanced at his two comrades in arms. In April 1949, our country's Navy was established. After 50 years, our country already had the Navy's surface ship force, the Navy's submarine force, the Navy's Air Force, the Navy's Coast Defense Force, and the Marine Corps. In 1995, our country's Navy entered a brand new era of modernization. Therefore, as a member of the Navy, Li Jinyan shouldered the responsibility of leading a powerful Marine tri-amphibious special forces. He had no reason not to believe that one day our Navy would become powerful. There was no reason not to believe that one day our Marine tri-amphibious special forces would not surpass the American special forces. No matter how high the mountain was, as long as one didn't give up climbing, one day they would conquer it and surpass it. Li Jinyan firmly believed this. This competition had a huge impact on the water demons from the Storm Commandos. The strength of the American tri-amphibious special forces had deeply shocked them. As a result, in the next 2 days of the competition, the Chinese side would try their best to follow the footsteps of the American special forces to see more of the American side's strength. The more they saw, the more the members of the Storm Commandos realized the gap between them and the American special forces. Not only were Big Shark and Big Eel shocked, even their captain, Li Jinyan, was also shocked. As the captain, Li Jinyan shouldered a lot of responsibility. Every time he saw the performance of the Americans, he would secretly observe them and memorize their cooperative combat tactics. If he could write it down, it would probably be tens of thousands of words long. On the 4th day of the competition, the 11th and 12th ranked countries withdrew from the competition. They were too tired. The competition on the 4th day had become inhumane torture. Their minds and bodies had been greatly damaged. The special forces of these two countries saw that their strength was too far away from the other countries, so they gave up early and did not continue. Chapter 2986. The withdrawal of the contestants from the two countries did not affect the Chinese special forces at all. Initially, they did not know that the contestants from the 11th and 12th countries had withdrawn. It was the referee who had once again set a psychological trap for the other countries' special forces to inform the Chinese team. The Chinese special forces were a little surprised when they heard that there were countries withdrawing from the competition. A few days ago, when they had a short conversation with the Americans and Italians, they had also mentioned that there were always contestants from the participating countries who had withdrawn from the competition. Although they knew about it, they could not help but be surprised when they heard it with their own ears. Withdrawing from an international competition, just like that. How would they explain it to their own country when they returned? But on the other hand, with this experience, he could clearly see the gap between himself and others. Therefore, although it was a pity that he had to withdraw from the competition, at least he had experienced it. He knew the gap between himself and others and saw the difference in strength. It was also a very precious military experience. Meanwhile, the 8 Chinese contestants faced the referee's questioning again. Even though the Great Mermaid's throat was hoarse from the fever, she still straightened her back, stretched her neck, and used her hoarse vocal cords to speak resolutely. "We're not quitting. I'm not withdrawing. I can continue all the way until the end of the competition. Please don't doubt my determination anymore. Thank you." When the referee at the control station questioned the contestants from the various countries, they would use a short surveillance video to look for the contestants who had the weakest willpower and physical fitness and had to rest. The Big Mermaid was picked out by the referee because she had a fever, but it was useless. Even if the Big Mermaid was sick, she still avoided the trap set by the referee with her strong willpower because of the competition rules. As long as one of the contestants answered the referee that they had withdrawn from the competition, the team would be eliminated immediately. Not only would they be eliminated in this round, but they would be eliminated for the entire competition. No matter how good their results were in the previous rounds, it would be reset to 0. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening of the 4th day. The smell of barbecued meat came from the tents near the control station. The Chinese special forces who were still fighting had just gone ashore 10 minutes ago. Every member was soaked in salty seawater, and even their bags were still dripping water. Looking at the trap set by the referee for the Big Mermaid, the other 7 members did not say anything. They believed that the Big Mermaid would not be fooled. The night sky over the sea was very hazy, and there was a bright crescent moon at the top of the sky. The cold moonlight added a bit of bone-chilling desolation to the forest near the sea. On the beach, the sound of artillery shells was deafening, and smoke filled the entire coastline. 2 rubber boats crossed the line of fire and approached the coastline, which was like a wall of water splashing out of the sea. This was the effort of the contestants from other countries who had not yet succeeded in seizing the beach. In front of them were the contestants from other countries, while in front of them was the referee who was still trying to stall for time. De Xiao, who was being questioned, as well as Yi Qian, Xia Jinyuan, and the rest of the 7 contestants who were standing next to him, did not change their expressions at all. There was no trace of anxiety on their faces. He was calm and composed. Even though his body had been tortured to the point of numbness, the majestic temperament of a Chinese soldier never changed. The referee patted the Great Mermaid's shoulder lightly. He did not say anything, but this light pat on the shoulder was enough to express his intention. The Chinese soldier, who had always been in 5th place, was really something. Soon, the Chinese team members left the control station near the beach and rushed into the primeval forest where even the moonlight could not reach. Their bodies were already numb from exhaustion, but their strong willpower kept the Chinese special forces running towards the finish line. Chapter 2987. At around 7:30 in the evening, the SFS Border Defense Force, who had been lagging behind the Chinese team, arrived at the coastal control station under the lead of Lieutenant Colonel Shalak. As soon as he saw the referee, he couldn't wait to ask about the Chinese team's situation. Have they not succeeded in seizing the beach yet? To be honest, this time it's much harder than before. Our rubber dinghies were actually pierced by the soldiers hiding under the water. Later, we had to steal another country's rubber dinghy before we succeeded. It's too difficult. It's even harder than before. That was what Lieutenant Colonel Shalak said. He emphasized that it was difficult to steal, difficult to land. He also reminded the referee that they had to steal another country's rubber dinghy before they succeeded. In other words, if the Chinese team's rubber dinghy had been damaged, they definitely wouldn't have been able to steal it. That was what he thought. Naturally, the SFS Border Defense Force soldiers also thought the same. From today onwards, the SFS Border Defense Force would be competing against the Chinese team, the Fairy Tale Kingdom contestants, and the American team. Therefore, Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, who was determined to compete with the Chinese team, believed that the opportunity to directly humiliate the Chinese team had arrived. When they received the mission at noon, Shaluk and the SFS Border Defense Force soldiers were very excited. They were so excited that they high-fived each other in celebration. They hadn't had a chance to have direct contact with the Chinese team for the past few days. Now that the opportunity had come, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk still didn't know that he had lost to Yi Qian every time in the sniper competition. Senior Colonel Amitabu was afraid that their sharpshooter Shaluk wouldn't be able to accept his loss and wouldn't be able to perform well if he knew, so he kept it a secret. The contestants from the other countries, such as Yi Qian, all knew the results. However, because the countries hadn't met for the past few days, Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk still didn't know that he had lost. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, who didn't know that he had lost, continued to maintain his false confidence and competed with the Chinese team. Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk, who didn't know the current ranking of each country, was even more certain that the SFS Border Defense Force's results would definitely be far better than the Chinese team's. In response to Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk's question, the referee smiled and replied, "As early as half an hour ago, the Chinese team succeeded in seizing the beach. Now, they have entered the forest and are beginning to complete the next mission. You guys are too tired. It's time for you to take a good rest. You can withdraw from the competition. You can really withdraw from the competition." When Lieutenant Colonel Shaluk heard that the Chinese soldiers had successfully seized the beach half an hour ago, he did not listen to what the referee said next. He only knew that the Chinese soldiers had surpassed the SFS, the border guard. It was also because they were so concerned about the Chinese soldiers that the referee's deliberate attempts to make things difficult for them had no effect at all. The referee also noticed that something was amiss, so he simply waved his hand and let them go. Xia Jinyuan had already led his team into their final journey. After 5 days and 4 nights, the competition would end at 5 p.m. the next day. Perseverance's victory had become the Chinese side's mantra. So far, the Chinese side had handed in 14 penalty slips, 1 for each of them. The ones with the least were Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. They had only handed in 1 penalty slip each, and it was for the sake of covering for their team members. The sky gradually brightened, and the morning fog rose in the forest. The Chinese soldiers, who had taken turns to sleep for less than 3 hours, set off again. It's the last day. It's 6 o'clock in the morning now. There are still 11 hours until the end. There are still 3 control stations, 14 blockade lines, and 3 major competitions. Straighten your backs. Even if you bite off your tongue, you have to finish the last 11 hours. After 4 days and 4 nights of walking, Xia Jinyuan's gaze was still as sharp as a wild wolf's in the forest. His eyes, which were bloodshot like spider webs, burst forth with ferocity. He was like an undefeatable god of war, conquering everywhere. Chapter 2988. There was only 1 day and 1 night left in this vast, primeval forest shrouded in the morning fog. There was a group of soldiers who were not afraid of death. They bore the honor of fighting for their country. Even though they knew there was danger ahead, they would not back down. Even if every cell in their body was screaming for them to rest, they still could not stop their footsteps. They had to continue even if they had to bite off their tongues, not for anything else but to fight for their dignity. They were not fighting for themselves, but for their country. They wanted to show those Western countries that looked down on China the tenacity and perseverance of their soldiers. In order to protect the dignity of their country, in order to protect the honor of their country. As a soldier, they would not regret even if they died 100 times. This is the correct route, but this area is full of swamps. We need to cross the swamps, and it is also the last swamps of the entire competition. I will recalculate again. You guys wait. In the morning fog, Yi Qian, whose legs were trembling, leaned against a tree trunk. Last night, when they had rushed ashore, both of their knees had knocked into sharp rocks on the beach. It had been so painful that they had almost fainted. Although the pain had lessened, their entire knees seemed to have rusted. They could not even do a normal squat. Their knees were so painful and tired that they could no longer bend normally. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, there was another hailstorm. Although the sky was bright now, the cold air was still bone-chilling. There were a few crystal-clear hailstones of different sizes beside Yi Jian's military boots. The cold air continued to rise, and the pain in his injured knee became even worse. But she did not say anything. She gritted her teeth and used her backpack to support the rough bark of the pine tree. She used her back to support the center of gravity of her body. She held the topographic map that she had received from the mission in her hand. Based on the location and the map in her mind, her brain was like a computer, and the two maps in the depths of her mind were combined into one. She was concentrating on her thoughts. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside her, glanced down at Yi Qian's tensed legs and frowned slightly. Then, while Yi Qian was thinking, she heard Xia Jinyuan whisper to her, "Did you hurt your knee?" It was a confirmation, not a question. Even though Yi Qian did not take the initiative to say it, he had already asked, and in such an affirmative tone, so Yi Qian replied with a soft and did not say anything more. He continued to ponder whether the correct path he had just come up with was correct. She had always been a patient person. She didn't care about small pains. Now that she had admitted it herself, it was obvious that it was really painful. As the team leader, Xia Jinyuan suppressed his heartache and said to Li Jinyan, "Give her a hand. Her knees hurt, and she can't bend her leg." He did not try to hide the truth for Yi Qian. Instead, he opened his mouth to let all his comrades look over. Yi Qian, who was still deep in thought, seemed to have sensed something. She looked up from the blurry map and saw her comrades staring at her legs. Instantly, she felt her legs tremble even more violently. "Last night, I was injured by the beach rocks. It's not a big problem." She smiled faintly. Her smile was as soft as a dandelion floating in the wind, pure white and graceful. Her black eyes were like cold stars, revealing a cold sharpness. The two completely different expressions blended together, but it didn't appear to be the slightest bit out of place. One only felt that this female soldier was so firm that it moved one's countenance. The male soldiers from G3 had already turned their heads slightly. Everyone's lips were pressed tightly together, and their fists were clenched even tighter. Chapter 2989. Someone once said that war belonged to men, and this strong female soldier in front of them used her strength to shoulder the responsibility of fighting for the glory of the country. War no longer belonged to men, it belonged to soldiers. And soldiers didn't differentiate between men and women. The vigilant Li Jinyan stepped on the bushes with his military boots, making a kacha-kacha sound under his feet. His expression was as cold as the cold stone at the top of a snowy mountain, cold and silent. Without waiting for Yi Qian to refuse, Xia Jinyuan carried Yi Qian's waist, and Li Jinyan bent down to carry her legs. On the other side, G3 had already quickly unpacked his luggage and took out a moisture-proof cloth. Big Shark and Big Eel immediately took it and spread it out. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan carried Yi Qian and placed her on the moisture-proof cloth. "Look carefully, we have 10 minutes to rest." Xia Jinyuan's expression didn't look too good, but his face was painted so it wasn't obvious. His voice was extremely tense, as if he was enduring something. Li Jinyan, whose jaw was tense, said in a deep voice, "You massage her left leg, and I'll massage her right leg. Let her muscles relax." Xia Jinyuan nodded and said to the team members beside him, "Massage each other to relax. There are still 2 tough battles in the day. One was a battle with the SFS Border Defense Forces, and the other was the final attack or defense." Yi Qian was actually a little embarrassed. She was being carried and massaged. She was getting special treatment. She wanted to say a few words, but when she saw the expressions of the 2 captains, Yi Qian showed a rare trace of fear in her heart. She should know better and not say anything now. She was wearing a jungle camouflage uniform, and there was a constriction at the bottom of her pants to make it easy to tuck into her military boots. She loosened the constriction and rolled it up her thighs. Even though she was wearing a pair of quick-drying, moisturizing skin-tight pants, the blood stains on her knees were very obvious. The blood stains covered a large area, covering her entire knee. "Her knee is injured." G3 glanced at her, and his gravelly voice became lower and hoarser. "The pants are stuck to the wound. Give me the scissors." Xia Jinyuan raised his hand, and Xia Jinyuan immediately took out a pair of sharp foldable scissors from his bag and handed them over. Xia Jinyuan took the scissors and stared coldly at Yi Qian's knees. Without raising his head, he said in a hoarse voice, "I need to deal with it. Bear with it for a while." Li Jinyan pressed down on Yi Qian's legs. He looked up at his sister and said, "Sometimes a moment of forbearance will only lead to greater pain in the future. You shouldn't have endured it from the start. We've been stalling for time, so we still have time to treat your wound." The calm Demon King was angry. In the face of his brother's suppressed anger, Yi Qian could only smile bitterly. "At that time, I only felt pain. I didn't know I was bleeding. If I had known, I would have treated the wound." Shalak and the others pressed too hard. At that time, they were attacking the beach. "I only wanted to break through the blockade. Who would have thought that I would bleed? If I had known, I wouldn't have held back." She really didn't know. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have held back. Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was holding a pair of scissors and beginning to cut off the knee of her quick-drying pants. She explained, "It's the last sprint. I know what's important." She didn't realize. If she did, she would have treated the wound. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and finally spoke. Although his voice was tense, it wasn't as cold as before. "Bear with it for a while. It'll hurt a little." Chapter 2990. They had to cut off the clot that had formed around the wound, which was equivalent to tearing open a scabbed wound. Naturally, it was painful. Yi Qian endured the pain. The wound wasn't too bad, but there were friction wounds around it. There was a blunt wound in the middle of his knee that was the size of a coin. It was a little inflamed, and the periphery was red and swollen. Cleaning, disinfecting, bandaging. Xia Jinyuan handled all of this by himself. Li Jinyan looked at the wound and felt a lot more at ease. He kept massaging Yi Qian's calf muscles with both hands. Every time he massaged Yi Qian's calf muscles, he had to endure the pain of the massage. It was actually more painful than treating the wound again. You have to relax your muscles. Right now, you're prone to muscle strain. When Li Jinyan saw this, he didn't relax his grip. Instead, he tightened his grip. After a while, Yi Qian felt the calf muscles warm up like they were being roasted. It was really painful, but it was also enjoyable. Both of his knees were injured in the same position. Xia Jinyuan quickly treated both wounds and bandaged them. Then, together with Li Jinyan, he relaxed Yi Qian's muscles. When it came to the area above the knee, Li Jinyan handed it to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian didn't feel too awkward now. It was the same massage, so there was no need to differentiate between men and women. When it came to the base of the thigh, Xia Jinyuan didn't press any further. They couldn't apply any ointment, so they could only rely on their hands to massage. Yi Qian focused her attention on the blurry topographic map again. She carefully combined it with the map in her memory. After confirming that her deduction was correct, her slender fingers swiped across the simple topographic map given by the control station. She said with certainty, "That's right. This is the correct route." Yi Qian said that passing through the last swamp was the correct route. None of the team members doubted her deduction. After the map in his hands had been snatched last night, he relied on the large map that Yi Qian had memorized in his mind. Combined with the blurry topographic map given by the control station when he accepted the mission, Yi Qian's deductions had never been wrong. The imaginary enemy that appeared the night before had come for the map, and the rules clearly stated that the map could only be carried by the team leader. After Xia Jinyuan understood their intentions, he put up a symbolic resistance and handed over the map to save his energy for the next battle. Yi Qian had already memorized the entire map, so it didn't matter if he had the original map or not. As expected, every time Yi Qian received a mission from the control station and received a blurry map, he would be able to accurately find the correct hidden route. Now that she said that the swamp was the only correct route, who would question her? After her legs were relaxed, Yi Jian did not let Xia Jinyuan massage her anymore. Instead, she massaged Xia Jinyuan's legs to relax. They had been helping each other along the way and did not feel that there was any need to avoid arousing suspicion. Xia Jinyuan said, "There are only 3 courses left, and the last one is attacking the base. The first 4 teams to arrive at the base will be the defending team. We don't know our ranking right now, so we might be the defending team, or we might be the attacking team. Regardless of whether we are the defending team or the attacking team, we will encounter the SFS Border Defense Forces. They have a lot of opinions about us now, so be careful when you meet them. Fighting is based on drawing lots, so you can use cold weapons. We have to be careful here too. Swords have no eyes, so we can only accept it if we get hurt." The day had arrived, and so did the final round. It was time for the final round between soldiers from different countries. Chapter 2991, Passing Through the Minefield, was part of the competition that had to be completed before passing through the swamp. From 6 in the morning to 8 in the morning, there were only 2 official competitions left for the Chinese team members. After going through the trials of life and death, their iron-like bodies were tempered again. When they entered the final swamp, even strong Special Forces soldiers like Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan started to falter. Looking at the seemingly endless swamp in front of her, Yi Qian's heart sank. She couldn't help but look for the figure that had always made her feel at ease. Xia Jinyuan was wrapping the safety rope around his shoulders. The safety rope was a very important tool to pass through the swamp. Sometimes it could even play a life-saving role. After wrapping the safety rope, he raised his eyes and looked to his side. Between Big Shark and G3, his eyes met with Yi Qian's. The weather was not very good. It was extremely gloomy, so gloomy that it made people panic. Yi Qian stared at the young lieutenant colonel, who was as tall as a mountain. His eyes, which were as vast as the universe, were as calm as a mirror. There was not a trace of panic in them. With just one look, Yi Qian felt her panicked heart slowly calm down. He was actually very cold. Even his lips were purple from the cold. When he was massaging her legs earlier, she could clearly feel his fingers trembling from the cold. He and Big Brother were both commanding officers, but as the leader, he had to work harder. When the team members were resting, They could still close their eyes and rest, but he had to make use of the time to adjust his tactics to avoid losing too badly. He was so tired, but he never complained about it, not even a word of complaint. This young lieutenant colonel, who was as tall as a mountain, always shouldered the heavy responsibility of the entire team. He didn't even dare to say, "I'm tired," out loud. If he said that, he was afraid that the morale of the team would collapse. After 4 days and 4 nights, the man she loved deeply had lost a lot of weight. Because of his weight loss, even his usually gentle eyes were as sharp as swords. Yi Qian wanted to smile at him, but when he saw his tired face and bloodshot eyes, he couldn't bring himself to smile. She couldn't bring herself to smile, but Xia Jinyuan did. His gaze was gentle, and his smile was soft. His deep eyes automatically blocked out the mountains and rivers, and in the center of his pupils there was only Yi Qian's figure. "I'm here." His thin lips that were purple from the cold moved slightly as he communicated with Yi Qian through his comrades. He only said 3 words before retracting his gaze and communicating with G3 and young Sparrow Hawk. "The swamp is too big. I just noticed that there are some animal skeletons on the surface of the swamp, which means that there is a lot of mud and quicksand. G3, walk behind Sparrow Hawk. Follow closely behind Sparrow Hawk. You also need to protect Sparrow Hawk's safety. If anything happens, rescue him immediately." Even his deep voice was hoarse. Yi Qian slowly retracted his gaze and moved his arms and legs. Jackdaws flew over the swamp, leaving behind a string of unpleasant cawing sounds. In the primeval forests of eastern Estonia, black jackdaws could be seen at any time. Sometimes the unpleasant cawing sounds could even be heard from the treetops in the middle of the night. After hearing it so many times, one would get used to it. Yi Qian sniffed lightly. After a while, he squeezed out a smile. It was a little stiff, but at least he was calm. Li Jinyan, who had been watching the entire time, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He fiercely took in a breath of cold air, which went back and forth in his chest, then turned into a murky breath and exhaled. Chapter 2992. His little sister. She loved Xia Jinyuan dearly. She usually didn't show her love for Xia Jinyuan, but when no one was paying attention, she would show her love for Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan was the same. When no one was paying attention, he wouldn't look anywhere else. As long as he had the time, he would only look at his little sister. The relationship between the two of them was indeed very good. It was so good that sometimes, as a brother, he was jealous. But when he thought about it, he felt relieved. Both of them placed each other at the top of their hearts, loving, doting, and spoiling each other. Their emotional world was so pure that only the other's figure existed, not allowing the slightest bit of impurity to mix in. This was probably the happiness of being together forever. After the preparations for entering the swamp were completed, at 8:30 in the morning in Estonia, the Chinese special forces entered the desolate swamp in the drizzle. There were deep muddy pools in the swamp. Under the withered grass that was almost half the height of a person, it might not be solid soil, but a deep quagmire. The fallen trees looked sturdy, but when you stepped on them, you could crush the weathered trees into pieces. The competition would end before 6 p.m., which was when the sky had just darkened. Everyone couldn't walk too slowly. If they walked too slowly, they would waste time and might not reach the finish line before 6 p.m. Halfway into the swamp, Sparrow Hawk, who was scouting ahead, poked the withered grass growing in the swamp with a stick in his hand. After confirming that there was no mistake, he stepped on it. Before G3, who was behind him, noticed anything strange, Sparrow Hawk's face suddenly changed. His foot, which had stepped on the withered grass in advance, sank directly into the mud. His body was so tired that even his nerves had lost their agility. His brain was aware of the impending danger, but he could no longer control his body. Not only did he fail to pull his feet out of the mud in time, his entire body fell into the mud. G3, who was following closely behind, saw Sparrowhawk suddenly fall forward. He subconsciously grabbed the backpack on Sparrowhawk's back and forcefully pulled him back. The sudden and major accident didn't make them panic. Xia Jinyuan immediately threw the safety rope he had been carrying on his shoulder forward. Tie the safety rope to your shoulders. Pull tight at the back. Behind them were Yi Qian, Big Shark, T6, Big Eel, and Li Jinyan. Xia Jinyuan threw out the safety rope, and Yi Qian quickly grabbed it. As soon as he pulled, a strong pulling force suddenly pulled Yi Qian forward. The great merman grabbed Yi Qian's bag tightly and roared. He pulled his hands so hard that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He pulled Yi Qian's body back to its original position. Pull back! Pull back! The G3 in front roared anxiously. He roared until the green veins on his temples protruded. Even though his face was blurred by the oil paint, it could be seen that he was holding back his breath. He wrapped the safety rope tightly around the Sparrowhawk's shoulders and leaned backwards. Bit by bit, he pulled the Sparrowhawk out of the mud. The swamp seemed to have concentrated all of its gravity. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. His legs seemed to never be able to find a foothold, and he slowly sank until the mud covered his head. Sparrowhawk, who was stuck in the mud, couldn't exert any strength at all. He couldn't exert any strength, and he couldn't exert any strength. In this situation, if he still exerted any strength, it would undoubtedly be more of a hindrance than help. His comrades behind him pulled on the safety rope tightly. G3 seized the time to lock the safety rope on his body onto the straps of Sparrowhawk's backpack. This way, there would be double protection. Chapter 2993. Sparrowhawk did not sink straight into the mud with both legs. Because he stepped out with one leg, half of his body sank into the mud. The mud was not the kind of sticky mud that would sink quickly as long as one did not move. Instead, it was quicksand, water and mud that sank quickly and strongly. From the time he discovered the situation to the timely rescue, half of Sparrowhawk's shoulder was covered in mud. He had to twist his neck and tilt his head upward to breathe normally. No wonder Xia Jinyuan and G3 shouted. Sparrowhawk's situation was critical. His life would be in danger if he was a minute slower. Be careful behind you. Don't sink in from both ends. Be careful in the middle. Don't retreat too much. Pull. Almost there. Almost there. Xia Jinyuan and G3's voices intertwined. The two pulled until the muscles and ligaments in their arms were about to break. They gritted their teeth and worked together with their comrades behind them to pull Sparrowhawk up. Yi Qian started the rhythm. She was in the middle, so her comrades could hear her. With every pull, she shouted in a hoarse voice, 1, 2, 1, pull. 1, 2, 1, pull. After more than 10 minutes, they finally pulled Sparrowhawk out of the mud with half of his body sunk into the mud. At this time, every Chinese Special Forces soldier was so tired that they did not even have the strength to stand up. They sat on the wet, withered grass, and panted heavily. While panting, the 8 of them looked at each other again. After a few seconds, they all laughed heartily. Tenacious willpower, spirit of never giving up, and a high degree of tacit understanding had an unprecedented harmony in this cold weather. The swamp was about 15 kilometers long. From 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., it took nearly 3 hours. The Chinese contestants, who had brushed shoulders with death several times, finally walked out of the swamp successfully. They reached the last control station to accept the mission within the allotted time. 11:30 in the morning in Estonia was 4:30 in the afternoon in China. Cicadas' tireless cries of cicadas could be heard everywhere in the northern and southern cities. The large leaves of the parasol trees were also withered by the scorching sun. They drooped softly, waiting for the night to come so that they could take a breather. In a prison in southern province, several bailiffs walked over with batons and pistols at their waists. They handed over the prisoner to the prison guards and brought Yi Shifan to the court. This was a special trial, a trial that could not be made public. Yi Shifan, who had been in prison for several months, had a numb expression on his face. When the prison guard brought him out, he didn't ask anything. When the bailiff brought him to the court, he still didn't ask anything. Even when he saw his ex-wife, Sun Dongqing, he didn't raise his eyes. What else was there to ask or see? After being locked up for so long, there was only one possibility. When the judge's name, yes, his hands and feet, his legs and his hands and feet, his feet and his legs, he is sentenced to death and deprived of his political rights for life. When the judge read out the final result, Yi Shifan's hands trembled slightly. Death penalty. He was sentenced to death. He murdered Sun Xueqing's daughter, Yi Qian, and protected the Red Class, one-wanted criminal, Sun Yaozu. He used his position to open the door for Sun Yaozu. Not only did this make him proud in business, but it also made him proud in smuggling. What else? Oh, there was also the car accident that caused his opponent to be half paralyzed. At the same time, he used his connections to murder the retired Principal Chen. Everything was found out one by one. Even the people who worked for him at the time were arrested and testified in court. There was no room for him to argue. Chapter 2994. Yi Shifan accepted the verdict calmly. Did he plead guilty? Of course, he had to plead guilty. He had committed one crime after another. How could he not admit to it? He had to plead guilty. From the day he was arrested, from the day Sun Dongqing and Sunning reported him to the court, he knew he would not get a good result. After being arrested for a few months, from the initial fear to the current calmness, he even thought that he had stolen the time he spent waiting for the trial. How pitiful! He thought he had stolen the time to live a few more months. The judge asked him if he had anything else to say. Yi Shifan shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. He did not even have any last words. He was born with a hard life. He was brought back to the Yi family by old Madame Yi and raised as her son. He did not have many good days. When Yi Zhixiang was born, he and his brother Yi Xinfan became the targets of exploitation by old Madame Yi in order to earn a dowry for Yi Zhixiang. At that time, life was hard, but he was used to it. Everyone suffered the same. But he was smarter than Yi Xinfan. He knew how to be lazy, and he liked to study. Every year, he came back with good grades. At that time, old Madame Yi did not know that he was actually her son. Seeing that he was smart and eager to learn, she scrimped and saved to send him to school. At that time, although life was hard, he did not think it was hard to live, until he found out that his brother Yi Xinfan was not his uncle's son, but a little beggar that old Madame Yi casually brought back from the street. That day, when he found out the secret, his mind became active. "Dad, you still don't know that my brother is not my uncle's son. I think you don't want my brother and Dad to know. Mom, let's make a deal. You and Dad will pay for me to finish the remaining 2 years of school." Old Madame Yi, who was sitting beside the kerosene lamp, chuckled softly after a long while. At that time, he did not know the meaning behind that soft chuckle. Later, when he found out that he was not even old Madame Ye's biological son, he realized that the soft chuckle contained old Madame Ye's disdain for him. This was the first deal he made with old Madame Yi. After graduating from high school, he did not go to college. Then, Big Brother married Sun Xueqing, but not long after, he was forced to marry Sun Dongqing. The two brothers married the two sisters. At that time, The village was still gossiping for a long time, pointing and gossiping. Who knew how many sarcastic remarks were said behind their backs? Even he himself didn't know how old Lady Yi was so capable that she actually made the Sun family agree to marry the two daughters to the poor Yi family. At that time, he didn't know that he wasn't old Lady Ye's biological son either. His eldest daughter, Sun Xueqing, was his classmate. She was beautiful and tall. Later on, she was recommended to join the army and became a soldier that everyone envied. However, when she came back to visit, she married his eldest brother, Yi Xinfan, in less than a week. A month later, he married Sun Dongqing. Sun Xueqing gave birth to his niece, Yi Qian. When Yi Qian was 6 months old, he had a daughter, Yi Ying. 2 years later, old Madame Yi forced Yi Xinfan to work in the mines. Yi Zhixiang was of marriageable age. She needed more dowry for Yi Zhixiang's grand wedding. Later on, more and more things happened. It made him more and more aware of how cruel old Madame Yi could be. At the same time, it also made him realize that he had to obey old Madame Yi in order to have a foothold in this family. Chapter 2995. Yi Xinfan died in a mining accident, and the compensation money was all in the hands of Granny Yi. She didn't give Sun Xueqing a single cent. When old man Yi found out that Granny Yi wanted to give all the compensation money to Yi Zhixiang as a dowry, they had a big fight, and old man Yi finally found out that Yi Xinfan wasn't his uncle's biological son. Old man Yi didn't know that he missed out on another secret, and he heard this secret. So even he wasn't old man Yi and Granny Ye's biological son. He was just an abandoned child who had some blood relations with the Yi family. 3 months later, Sun Xueqing, who lost her husband and was cursed by Granny Yi, was recalled back to the army. Granny Yi took the compensation money and married Yi Zhixiang. A year later, Sun Xueqing died, and he became a village leader. Later, he received a letter from an unknown source. Granny Yi agreed to give Yi Qian to him, and the only condition was to raise Yi Qian to a useless state. It was exactly the same condition as in the letter. At that time, he faintly felt that there was something unusual about Sun Xueqing leaving home to return to the army, and then her sacrifice. Later, Sun Yaozu, who was blind in one eye, returned to the village and found out that one of his eyes was blinded by Sun Xueqing, who was on a mission. He was even more certain that Sun Xueqing was forced to leave by Granny Yi because of someone. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back, he realized that he was wrong from the moment he made a deal with Granny Yi. He made one mistake after another and finally lost his life in prison. Although he was wrong, he didn't regret it. He had to admit what he had done. How could he regret it? The only thing he regretted was that he didn't raise Yi Qian to a useless state. In the end, he let this orphan girl turn her life around. Little by little, the truth of the past was uncovered. Without much action, he was secretly sent to prison. For him to be sent to prison, Yi Qian must have done something. After fighting with others for so many years, he couldn't even win against an orphan girl. Ridiculous, ridiculous, too ridiculous. The biggest mistake in his life was to let the tiger return to the mountain. As for other things, he didn't regret it, and he didn't want to admit his mistakes. Life was only a few decades, and everyone had their own way of living. He chose the way he thought was right and walked the path he wanted to walk the most. Therefore, he did not feel that he had done anything wrong. However, he was defeated. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. This was an eternal truth that had never changed since the ancient times. The sharp, ear-piercing, crazy laughter pulled Yi Zhifan back from his thoughts. He raised his head and looked at Sun Dongqing, who was laughing like a lunatic. The corners of his mouth twitched coldly, and he no longer looked at the woman who had lost a lot of weight. Sun Dongqing had been staring at Yi Jifan the whole time. She stared at this ex-husband of hers, whom she had once given her heart and soul to, only to be treated so coldly in return. Retribution, retribution, ha ha ha. This is retribution. Yi Jifan, you abandoned your wife and daughter. You deserve to go to the 18th level of hell. Death sentence. Ha ha. Retribution, this is your retribution. Ha ha ha. She laughed sharply, saying harsh words that made her feel happy. Was it really that satisfying? No, not at all. Although her laughter was shrill, it was full of vibrato. Although her eyes were wide open, they were empty and lifeless. Stripped of political power for life, death sentence. The man she hated the most, the man she couldn't wait to devour his blood and gnaw on his bones, was going to be executed by firing squad in 3 days. She should be happy. She should be happy. But why did she cry? Chapter 2996. Gone. The family she had been guarding was gone. She didn't even have a home anymore. Her only daughter had never come to visit her after she left, as if she had forgotten about her mother. She didn't know where her daughter had gone, and her ex-husband had been executed 3 days later. She had lost all the glory and wealth she had wanted. She had also lost the life she had wanted. She had nothing left. It was over. It was over. Everything was over. Sun Dongqing's laughter became louder and sharper, and her tears flowed even more violently. The 2 female bailiffs didn't give her a chance to speak again. They took her from both sides and left the court. She is Yi Jifan's first wife, Sun Dongqing, and also the younger sister of the martyr, Sun Xueqing. Principal Chun, who was sitting in the audience, lowered his head and said to Chief Engineer Fu, who was sitting next to him, in a low voice, "They share the same mother. One is in heaven, and the other is on earth." There weren't many people in a closed court session. There were only 6 people in the audience, including Principal Chun, Chief Engineer Fu, and the representative from the military. Chief Engineer Fu Yusheng, looked at Sun Dongqing, who was being dragged away, with cold eyes. His daughter had been tortured by her aunt, who was also her aunt. She had been beaten and scolded. She hadn't had a good day, and she had been framed for being indecent. Was she really Hongmei's younger sister? Her enemy was nothing more than this. Thinking of what he had heard from Principal Chun in the past few days, Chief Engineer Fu's heart was in pain. His daughter had said that although she had suffered a little when she was young, the children in the village were all the same. Living under someone else's roof wasn't a big deal. After all, it wasn't her home, and she didn't want anything. She had mentioned it lightly, with a faint smile in her eyes and mouth. He had thought that it was nothing more than that. After all, she had been living under someone else's roof. He hadn't dared to ask who she had been living under or what kind of hardship she had suffered when she was young. At that time, he had seen that his daughter didn't want to talk about it. Since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. Now he knew that his daughter didn't want to talk about it because she was afraid that he would be sad and blame himself. Although her uncle wasn't her biological uncle, her aunt was her biological aunt. But in the end, his daughter was tortured by her aunt to the point that even her schooling became a problem. Fortunately, Principal Chun, Uncle Jen, Political Commissar Yen, and retired regiment commander Lu helped his daughter to continue her studies. Furthermore, Commander-in-Chief Xia's son, Xia Jinyuan, helped to prevent his daughter from being ruined by them. Yi Jifan will be announcing his verdict. Sun Dongqing's verdict will be announced tomorrow or the day after. Her problem isn't as serious as Yi Jifan's. She didn't take anyone's life, nor was she directly involved in corruption or bribery. I've consulted a lawyer. At most, she'll be sentenced to 5 to 8 years in prison. Principal Chun thought that Sun Dongqing's sentence was too light, but she really didn't have any crimes that could lead to a sentence of decades or a death sentence. Even if she had objections, she couldn't bypass the law. And Yi Qian's father, Chief Engineer Fu, didn't look like the kind of person who would abuse his power for personal gain. Therefore, he would definitely follow the law. Chief Engineer Fu naturally hated Sun Dongqing. When he heard this, he clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "She didn't commit any major crimes, nor did she take anyone's life. It's normal for her to be sentenced to 5 to 8 years. That's all we can do. Follow the law and punish her according to the law." He couldn't interfere. If he interfered, he could definitely sentence her to more than 15 years. Principal Chen knew that he couldn't take advantage of his position. Although he was a little unwilling, he thought about it. Follow the law and punish her according to the law. She didn't break the law and didn't overstep her authority. Even if he was unwilling, he felt at ease. Chapter 2997. Let's leave it at that. Brother Fu, Yi Zhifan has been executed and Sun Dongqing has been sentenced. This family has received the punishment they deserve. When Sun Dongqing is done with her work, let's tell her the good news and let her be happy. Principal Chen's voice became lighter when he mentioned Yi Qian. Let's leave it at that. At least they were punished and did not escape the law. Chief Engineer Fu nodded slightly. Yi Zhifan's death sentence was just the beginning. There were more shocking things to come. There was no need to rush. His daughter had said that they were not in a hurry. The military commission and the military would investigate at the same time. The murderer who killed his wife, Hong Mei, would definitely be brought to justice. Chief Engineer Fu could not tell Principal Chen about this. The military commission had contacted him secretly. His wife's death involved a wide range of people. There was only one murderer, but there was a huge net behind the murderer. He could not move or alert anyone. Once the news was leaked, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The sacrifice of a martyr involved a wide range of people. This was no longer a personal matter. It was a national matter. Without Sun Dongqing's sharp and crazy laughter, the court regained its solemn silence. Yi Zhifan did not look at Sun Dongqing. Even though Sun Dongqing was cursing at him, he did not want to look at her. He did not want to look at her. Looking at her would only make him hate her even more. He was a criminal who would be executed soon. Why should he add more troubles to himself in the remaining 3 days? Yi Zhifan did not look at Sun Dongqing. Instead, he looked at the audience a few times. When he walked into the court, he noticed that Principal Chen was sitting in the audience. Beside Principal Chen was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. On the left side of the middle-aged man were a few soldiers in military uniform. He did not pay much attention to the soldiers and Principal Chen. However, he took a few glances at the middle-aged man who looked vaguely familiar. It seemed like he had seen him before, but he also felt like he had never seen him before. He looked familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. Otherwise, with this man's extraordinary aura, he would definitely remember him and never forget him. Who was this person? Just as Yi Zhifan was being escorted back to prison, he turned back to look at the familiar middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had already stood up. His back was straight, and his eyes were clear. He had a very familiar aura about him. A soldier. This middle-aged man was a soldier. In a split second, Yi Zhifan thought of another young face from that vaguely familiar face. Yi Qian. Yi Qian's features were extremely similar to this middle-aged man's. As if thinking of a certain possibility, Yi Zhifan, who had been secretly sizing them up, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His numb expression finally cracked, revealing a look of shock. This was Yi Qian's father, his real biological father. In an instant, Yi Zhifan thought of Chief Engineer Fu's identity and guessed his relationship with Yi Qian. It was Yi Qian's father. He actually saw Yi Qian's father. A soldier. Yi Qian's father was also a soldier. Yi Zhifan, who had followed the bailiff for a few steps, suddenly stopped. He raised his head to look at the judge, who had yet to leave. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Your Honor, may I request to speak for a while? I would like to ask the gentleman in the audience a few things. I only have 2 questions." He only asked these 2 questions and left immediately after. Chapter 2998. The judge calmly looked at the prisoner and then looked at the audience. Before the judge could speak, Chief Engineer Fu spoke. "You have already looked at me several times. Since you want to ask me a question, then ask." "Are you Yi Qian's father?" Yi Zhifan asked. Soon, he heard the answer that he had guessed. The middle-aged man used a cold voice to answer him. It was only 1 word, but it confirmed his guess. "Yes." Chief Engineer Fu only replied with 1 word. Didn't they say that his daughter was an orphan? Her mother had indeed sacrificed herself, but her father was still alive. Let's see who would dare to say that his daughter was an orphan. "Then you are also a soldier, right?" Yi Zhifan asked again. "Yes." Chief Engineer Fu still only replied with 1 word. He didn't want to say more. If he said more, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to beat up this bastard who had tortured his daughter. Yi Zhifan's body trembled slightly. Although he had already guessed it, hearing it with his own ears, he couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, he should have thought of it earlier. Sun Xueqing was a soldier. When she came back from a visit, there were rumors that she was pregnant. She was in a hurry to get married because she was pregnant with a bastard. That was why she married Yi Xinfan. Since Sun Xueqing came back pregnant, then she must have gotten pregnant in the army. If she could get pregnant in the army, the man she found must also be in the army. He actually didn't think of this point. He didn't expect to see Yi Qian's father here. He didn't expect Yi Qian's father to appear here. Why did Yi Qian suddenly suspect that Sun Xueqing's death was related to the Yi family? Why did she suddenly become a different person in the 2nd year of junior high school? Could it be that she found her biological father at that time? No. It should be that her biological father found Yi Qian. Therefore, when the crippled Yi Qian found someone to rely on and learned how to resist, how to retaliate, how to protect himself, how to find Uncle Jen, and how to find the army. As he thought about it, Yi Zhifan felt as if the clouds had cleared and the sky was clear. No wonder. It turned out that her biological father had come looking for her, allowing an orphan girl to suddenly have a military father by her side. Yi Qian was influenced. He started to work hard under the guidance of his biological father. Little by little, he suppressed Yi Ying while she gradually shone brightly. Therefore, he did not lose to Yi Qian, but to this middle-aged man who had been guiding Yi Qian, but had never shown himself. So that's how it is. Every time he and old Madame Yi went to Yi Qian, they would tell her that she had no parents. If she didn't even want her last family, then she would be a rootless duckweed in this world that anyone could bully. At that time, Yi Qian must have been very amused. No family? Her biological father had come looking for her. So how could she not have a family? Yi Zhifan had never been able to figure out why Yi Qian suddenly changed. At this moment, he felt that he had finally found the answer. Yi Qian's backer was none other than her father, who was a military man. He had asked the 2 questions, and he had also found the answer to the riddle that had been troubling him. He no longer cared about the outside world. Since he already knew the outcome, he would rather laugh than cry. Chapter 2999. As for his only daughter, Sun Ying, Yi Zhifan had long acted as if he didn't have this daughter. Yi Qian once said that Yi Shifan was a person who could even abandon his family for his own sake. She wasn't wrong. Yi Shifan was indeed such a person. The numb Yi Shifan smiled. The chains on his ankles dragged on the ground, making a hua 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 sound. Every step he took, he laughed. The heavy iron door behind him closed, closing Yi Shifan's freedom and also cutting off his life. Chief Engineer Fu walked out of the courtroom and stood on the high steps of the courtroom. He raised his head and looked at the sunset sky. At 5:30 in the afternoon in Nan Province, the sun had already set in the west. The sky had beautiful burning clouds, so beautiful that people couldn't help but stop and admire. Although Chief Engineer Fu stopped and looked up at the sky, his mind had already flown far away. On the day he was secretly taken away from the army, the sunset also filled the sky. The colors were gorgeous, like an oil painting sprinkled with gold powder. It was so beautiful that he wanted to take a picture and develop it as a souvenir. At that time, he didn't want to leave and never return. He had betrayed his most beloved wife, and also his daughter, who he didn't know had suffered. Leaving for several years, when he came back, things remained the same, but people had changed. "Brother, I want to go to Xiang City to see my daughter. I want to go see her." Chief Engineer Fu retracted his gaze and looked at Principal Chun, who had specially accompanied him. Even if he wasn't wearing a military uniform, the towering temperament that belonged to a soldier couldn't be concealed by casual clothes. Principal Chun, who had once again served the army, was the same. Hearing this, Principal Chun smiled and said, No, this time I can't accompany you. I still have to return to the team. Tomorrow morning I have to lead the team into the mountains to train. I can't accompany you." As the chief instructor of the sniper base, Principal Chen's days were very fulfilling. Chief Engineer Fu, who was anxious to see his daughter, smiled. Then he talked for a while with the representative sent by the military discipline, who came out a step later. He politely thanked the invitation for a meal and took a taxi straight to the airport. Unfortunately, Father Fu hurriedly rushed to Xiang City and was destined to return disappointed. Yi Qian was not on duty at the school. He was still competing in Estonia, so Father Fu could not see him even if he wanted to. It was 12:30 in the afternoon in Estonia. The Chinese team members who received the second mission had already walked for half an hour and found the entrance to their second mission. He passed through the dark river and arrived at the venue of the Flying Dagger competition. The underground river was not long, but because it was an underground river, even if it was only 5 kilometers long, it was enough to make people uneasy. "Let's share a safety rope and lock it tightly. We'll go down the river together." Xia Jinyuan threw out a safety rope that could withstand a pulling force of 400 kilograms and ordered his comrades to fasten it with a lock. He then led the way and entered the underground river in a single file. After a series of small sounds, the comrades immediately carried out the task. They did not have much time left. There were still 5.5 hours before the end. In 5.5 hours, they still needed to complete a freelance surgery subject. The last stage was the finale. Without too much time to delay, Xia Jinyuan quickly fastened the safety rope with a lock and led the team into the entrance of the underground river. The moment they stepped into the water, the cold air of the river was like fine needles that pierced straight into their bones. It was too cold. It was simply ice water. Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to go down, did not stop. He stepped down and lifted his foot again to step forward. Even if the cold was bone-chilling, they had to continue. There was no turning back for an arrow that had been shot. They also had no turning back.